Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've got the Waterski Broadcasting Company bringing you this webcast live. Day 5 of 6 here at the 2021 Goode Waterski National Championships. I'm Troy Zellner. I'll be calling Lake 1. That's the Slalom Lake at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. I've got my compadre sitting at the other end of the counter here. That's Tony Lightfoot. He's going to be calling Lake 2. That's the trick and jump lake. So get your computer set up, get your tab set to switch back and forth. Better yet, get 2 monitors. It's going to be another exciting day here, capping it off with the Morley U.S. Open, something I've been looking forward to for weeks and months. That's going to cap off the day. Our weather today is going to start out to be cloudy. The lakes are flat calm right now. All you can see are the bugs and the fish across the top of the lake, not even a ripple. And it's supposed to stay that way throughout the day. Eventually, the sun's going to come out this afternoon. High today is 81. The evening low is supposed to be 58, so it's going to be absolutely perfect conditions for us here to watch this national championship and Morley U.S. Open. The Slalom Lake's going to open up with the men 5 category. We've got 32 skiers in that event, and then we're going to go into women 5, followed by women 1, and wrap up the slalom day with Masters women before we go in with the Morley U.S. Open. So get your cup of coffee, come back and join us after these commercials, and we'll bring you the live action.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
Welcome back to the Slalom Lake, the webcast sponsored by the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois. Liquid Edge, your Mastercraft and Correct Craft dealer in Central Illinois. They offer lessons. They sell ski equipment, so get online and support your sponsor here, the Liquid Edge, if you live out of the state of Illinois. Otherwise, call them up, have Doug set you up with some lessons, and his son, Ty Meeker. They are very good at their lessons over there at the Liquid Edge. Thank you for your support. Otherwise, we would not be able to bring you this live coverage through the Waterski Broadcasting Company. So help support them so we can continue to bring you the coverage, keep you at the lakes with us live, simultaneous lakes, running the same time. Set up your computers, get your cup of Java, sit down and relax as we're going to bring you this Men 5 Slalom event. You got some really big names running in this event this morning at 7 a.m. start time, Central Time Zone. This is going to be another exciting one so far this week. It's been nothing but spectacular, and I don't expect any less with this Men 5 event. So, right away on the water, Joel Ruffinack. He's going to be coming in for pass number 1, the nerve-wracking pass of the set. Pass number 1 is Joel Ruffinack. Beautiful conditions, as you can see that good slalom ski carving each direction without any hesitation, no wind, no chop to contend with. We've had those days this week. Unfortunately, Mother Nature threw some curveballs at us, but today is starting off with amazing conditions. So all our replays throughout the day provided to you by Zero Off. Zero Off, your speed control system out there in that Malibu Response this morning. The pilot behind the wheel right off the dock is Chris Eller. He's going to be one of the drivers in our Morley U.S. Open coming up later on today. That's going to be a very exciting event, especially with the weather they've got predicted. Hopefully that can continue throughout the whole day. Come on, make a spontaneous decision. You local people, load the coolers up. Free admission to the Morley U.S. Open. But we've got to get through some of these national events first. Joel Ruffinack, this is 32 miles per hour for him now. He's making his way around forward. Coming in just short of 5, it looks like. So 4 at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. Joel Ruffinack, that's your leader at the moment in this Men 5 Slalom event. We're very early off. We've got 32 on the list. Your top seed, Todd Kuykendall. And looking at some of these averages, Todd's average is of 107.5. That's some short line skiing. So these Men 5 skiers are going to be putting on a show on for us today at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. So there's the leaderboard. We're going to periodically be showing that up between skiers so we can keep you in touch with the leaderboard up-to-date coverage through the Waterski Broadcasting Company. So the next skier I have on my list is Greg DeTrey. Looks like that's who is behind the Malibu Response. He's starting at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. Getting a feel of the water here today. Wind and chop is not a concern whatsoever, so they can put that behind them and not even have to think about it. And clearing that 6 ball through the exit gates. Greg DeTrey, pass number 1, successful there at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. So very interesting skier over on that trick lake. In the Men 4 trick event, that particular skier, Tony Lightfoot, was just explaining is blind, excuse me. So he's on a wakeboard over there and blind, competing in the U.S. Nationals. But back on the slalom lake, Greg DeTrey, he looks like he's going to have 3 as his score. 34 miles per hour, 22 off. That 34 miles per hour or 55K is the max speed in this men's 5 slalom event. So making it midway through that 34-22 pass there for Greg DeTrey. That's going to make him your new leader, as you see on our leaderboard update. Greg on top there. Now Joel in second. Randy Sturba, he won the men's 5 jump event yesterday. He's been away from the national scene for about 22 years. Came back, went out and jumped to take the gold. Very impressive by Randy Sturba. The name that, if you're in that age category, you've heard that name for several years. Back when Randy was younger, and it's awesome to see him come back out, get back involved at the national level, and winning that men's 5 jump yesterday. But let's see what he can do on the slalom lake. Randy Sturba coming in pass number 1. He's got that boat at the max speed with 15 feet off of the 75-foot rope. Oh, a little bobble there between 5 and 6, but retains his composure and gets through the exit gates. Randy Sturba completing pass number 1. He's going to be our first skier in this Men 5 event that is going to get that rope cut because he made the max speed, and that's what happens. You make all 6 buoys at the max speed in your division, then the next option is to start cutting, taking that rope away into the boat, away from the skier. So he will go most likely from 15 off to the next loop, which is 22 off. Randy getting loosened up with 15 off. Now they're going to cut that rope to 22 off to give him an opportunity to extend his lead early on here in the Men 5 slalom event. Coming in past number 2, Randy Sturba. This is 22 off now for him. Your current leader. Making his way to the north end of the lake, one buoy at a time. He's around 5. Now heading over to 6 as ski hopping the wakes behind the Malibu Response. Exiting those mandatory exit gates, Randy Sturba. Randy Sturba setting up first guy at 28 off in this Men 5 slalom event early in the morning here at Wilmington, Illinois. Conditions are perfect as Randy goes around 4, making his way to 5. This is 28 off. Successfully getting around 6 and through those gates. Randy Sturba running 28 off, setting the lead early on in this Men 5 event. So we've got the Men 4 tricks. We went from a disabled competitor who was blind now out on that lake. Another amazing athlete is Craig Tim. He's missing his right arm, so he's over there tricking with one arm. Truly inspirational. So if you've got the availability, click over to Lake 2 real quick. Watch these 2 disabled men showing you that their disabilities are still able to come out here and compete in the U.S. national events. Here you are, Wilmington, Illinois. You can see all the geese in the background. They're making their flight to the food plots this morning. Randy had his food earlier because he's already ran several passes. This is 32 off. Getting stood up a little bit there around 1 ball, unable to get to 2. But your new leader right now with 1 at 32 off is Randy Sturba. He's your 3rd skier off the dock, and he's already into 32 off. So if that's an indicator for you, these guys are going to be getting some deep, deep short line as we get further into this event. It's a seeded event, so what that means is we have averages that these guys compile up throughout the year, and the person with the highest average is the top seed in the event. All the way down at the bottom of that list, your top seed, Todd Kuykendall, earned that right. And what that does, it allows him to know what the other competitors have done before he goes off the dock to set his goal of what he needs to do to be able to take the gold medal home. So as this event goes, we expect the performances to increase, the line lengths to get shorter, the starting speeds to get faster and shorter as well. That's how the system works. Coming out now, next, David Island. He's starting at 32 miles per hour, 2 miles per hour below the max speed, but at 22 off. David Island got the Patriotic USA jacket on, warming up pass number 1. Oh, looks like he may have been short to 6. He definitely missed the gates, and he pulls out and just goes towards the parking lot. David Island looking like 5 on his opening pass, so that's going to be his total score going into the 2021 U.S. National Scorebook.
And a complete first pass for Scott McMillan, young man from Texas. Further their education. These are a great group of kids. They had a blast. Girls and boys 4 and 5 got the bowl afterwards. Just fantastic. You know, thank you to Allison Blair, Tony Drake, Jeff Clark, and really all the contributors for really helping things out. It was really heartwarming to see all that. Now the raffle tickets are still.
Our next skier coming up in men 5, a name that if you follow the jumping event, you're going to know this guy. His name's John Carter. He is a Tennessee nasty boy. Been around for the skiing for several years. John elects to come in 34 miles per hour, 22 off. As his opening pass, the warm-up pass, if you will, get the jitterbugs loosened up. Get the muscles loosened up, and then you can take a deep breath after pass number 1 and start relaxing. John Carter making his way all the way through 22 off. So typically what you'll see in the slalom event, these guys or all the skiers, men and women, like to have like what they consider to be their more challenging pass, about the 3rd pass, 4th pass in their run. So you want a couple passes that you know you can make so you can loosen up and get your confidence building up, get a feel for the conditions, get a feel for the lake, and then get yourself amped up around that 3rd pass for your more challenging pass. You don't want to have too many passes to go in front and then be tired at that challenging pass, and you want to make sure you have a couple before it and not have that challenging pass too early in your set. No wind here today, so the decision of the starting pass should not be a factor whatsoever. Says 28 off coming in here, 14.25 meters. This is John Carter. He's making his way around 3 over to 4. Looking good and solid. You don't see much body movement there. That's an indication he's dialed in this morning on the slalom lake at 28 off. John Carter swinging out to the right of that Malibu response so he can ask that boat crew, pull that rope in a little bit more. Put more rope in the boat, take less from me, because I want to add increase my buoy count out here in this men 5 slalom event. Okay, Mean Green is the nickname for this next pass. That's 32 off. That rope section's green. The loop's green. This is where the rubber starts meeting the road as far as short line skiing goes in the amateur divisions. So John Carter is going to show us what he can do. He's around 2, a little late going into 3, unable to get around 3. But unofficially, that should be enough for John Carter to take the lead here in this Men 5 Slalom event with 2 at 32 off. So your updated leaderboard up there in this Men 5 Slalom event, John Carter taking a lead right there with 2 at 32 off. In second, Randy Sturba with 1 at 32 off. And third, Greg DeTrey, 3 at 22 off at 34 miles per hour. Fourth is Joel Rufinack, 4 at 22 off, but his boat speed was slower at 32 miles per hour. And holding fifth place, David Island. So far, that's your top 5. We're showing Richard Todd, Jeff Lindsay, and Stan Ruckus, your next skiers coming up in this event. So come on. I know I've got a lot of Midwest friends, a lot of Illinois friends that I have not seen at the site yet. It's not too late. It's Friday. You may be at work, but you're not feeling good. I can tell. I got the vibe that you're not feeling good while you're at work. I think you're feeling sick. If you're getting a hint here, we've got a huge event coming up in later on today. We're going to have open professional skiers in the preliminary rounds. Preliminary jump going to be happening in a little while on the Jump Lake. Setting up for the Morley U.S. Open here tonight. The first time in several years the U.S. Open is involved with the U.S. Nationals, so going to be very exciting. Everybody's pumped up here, ready to bring on the U.S. Open. So pack your coolers. You can carry coolers in. If you don't want to mess with the cooler, they're going to have beverages on site tonight. But before that all excitement happens, we got Richard Todd coming in for his opportunity here in this Men 5 event. That's 34 miles per hour, 22 off for Richard Todd as his warm-up pass. This pump, sometimes it's just that opening pass can be the hardest pass of the whole set. And if you're a skier, you know what I'm talking about. So it's okay. If you feel that, there's a lot of nerves. You saw Richard, he got through the gates, threw a fist pump up. Yes, he knows it's only his opening pass, but opening pass is a big pass to get your set starting up for you for that day. So we're bringing you live dockside camera showing you the starting dock here in Men's 5. You've got Debbie Schultz as your dock starter. She's preparing the ropes for these upcoming skiers, keeping things rolling down there. Debbie's very good at that job. Jeff Lindsay is that next skier on the dock. But right now on the water, Richard Todd, he's coming in at 28 off. So coming over to 4-ball, looking pretty solid as he makes his way to 5 and around 5, breaking at the waist a little bit, but still able to get around 6. through the exit gate. So that was 28 off for Richard Todd. He is our 6th skier off the dock here in this Men 5 event. We've got a total of 32. So somewhere in mid-pack there between your 15 and 16 skier, we'll have a short break. They'll switch out officials, and then we'll continue on through the higher seeds in this Men 5 event. So it's day 5 of 6 here at Water's Edge Estates. As you can tell a couple times here, my voice is getting a little bit rough, but I'm going to pour in the water, keep pouring in coffee, eat some cough drops every now and then, try and get them vocal cords loosened up here this morning. That's the north end here at Water's Edge Estates. Turn Island on each end of the lake here. You got Chris Eller driving that Malibu Response, bringing in Richard Todd. This is 32 off. We have not had one of these Men 5 skiers run this 32 off yet, but it's going to be a must-make pass here before long, I'm sure. As you see him making his way to 5, he broke at the waist a little bit. Your first skier to run 32 off already in this Men 5 event, Richard Todd, getting through the mean green. Changing the leaderboard up. With that pass, he goes into first place, Richard Todd. The Liquid Edge dealership out of Farmer City, Illinois is your sponsor, allowing the Waterski Broadcasting Company to bring you coverage here at the 2021 79th Goode National Waterski Tournament. We've got 2 lakes running simultaneously. I'm Troy Zellner bringing you coverage on the Slalom Lake. My compadre to the right of me at the other end of the bar here is Tony Lightfoot. We've got 3 different nationalities with the broadcasting company providing the coverage for you in your house or on your phone. At 35 off right now, your leader in this Men 5 event, he's going to have the total of 2 at 35 off. Taking the lead away from John Carter, Richard Todd, 2 at 35 off, your new leader in this Men 5 event. Updated leaderboard for Men 5 Slalom. You just seen him, Richard Todd, 2 at 35 off. In second, John Carter, 2 at 32 off. Third, Randy Sturba, 1 at 32 off. Fourth, Greg DeTrey, 3 at 22 off, 34 miles per hour. And holding on fifth, Joel Rufinock, 4 at 22 off, 32 miles per hour.
And as people start to float into this beautiful site here at Water's Edge, we still ask you, we've had some pretty heavy rain over the past few days.
So, coming up on the water, Mr. Jeff Lindsay, he's from Texas. He's going to have that boat ramped up to the max speed of 34 for this Men 5 event, coming in at 22 off. Jeff Lindsay, one of the overall competitors in this Men 5 event, coming in with his warm-up pass. Carving his way right and left through the course, Jeff Lindsay, opening pass looks to be successful as he rounds 6 and through those exit gates. That was 22 off. So what we're going to do, we're going to stop that Malibu response for 40 seconds. That timer starts as soon as the boat leaves the exit gates. There's an automatic timer that comes up on the screen for letting you know when that 40 seconds is up, pull that skier out of the water. So we have identical conditions for every skier.
He is such an accomplished safety person. He was brought in for Masters this year. Did a great job down there in California, Georgia.
Back up and at it, 28 off, Jeff Lindsay. Oh, putting the handle in the water there, round 4. Got the handle in the water. That handle just yanked out of his hand when he did that. Jeff Lindsay, that's looking like it's going to be 3 1/2 at 28 off for him. Up shorter than what he expected to have on the plate for himself today. You can see Jeff Lindsay using that radar slalom ski. Now looking at our hospitality tent here on site, getting away from that lovely lady as we're watching the Men 5 slalom event, bringing coverage even lakeside. You can sit down, chill out, stay up to date wherever you at. So coming in the course for his opportunity here to crack at the leader. He's going to have to run some passes first, though. Stan Rukas, he's at 34 miles per hour, 22 off is his selected starting speed here. Each skier has the option to start what they feel comfortable with. They do not have to start at the same. As you can see, Stan, he's on a good water ski out there. Goode Carbon Industries, our title sponsor for this U.S. Nationals this year. So Stan, we're getting confirmation over the radio here. He's got 6 confirmed at 22 off. So now we know they're going to make that rope shorter, and these skiers actually have the option. If they want to do what's more traditional is one loop at a time, you can do that. But if you feel really good at any given time, or if you want to change up the strategy, you can do what's called opt up. So if he really wanted to, he could skip that 28 off and then come back in at 32 off. But the most popular decisions you'll see through this event will be the traditional one pass at a time, one loop at a time. But if you were with us yesterday during the Open Men event, you've seen the conditions were not favorable for part of the event, and guys would opt up. They would go from 35 off to 39 and a half off, and those men actually were successful sometimes doing that. Very impressive. So back with Stan Rukas, 28 off. This is pass number 2 for him. This is a must-make pass right now if he's going to challenge the leader. Looking good and solid there between 5 and 6. Very little body movement Stan Rook is clearing that 28 off pass, which is going to cut the rope again, most likely to 32 off. Now that 32 off is a must-make pass as well, because your leader right now, Richard Todd, has 2 at 35 off. So this green loop is the must-make pass at the moment. I'm suspecting that when we get down towards the top seeds, 38 off is going to be your must-make pass.
Got to meet Chad actually and his brother during their collegiate career. Two great guys. This is Chad in the water here from Illinois. He's a pharmacist. He enjoys snow skiing, hiking, and soccer. His mentors, Jeff Surdane and Corey Pickus. He was the 2011 U.S. National 7th overall skier. His records is data of the year, 12 years in a row. He skis with the Kodiak Family Ski Club.
Stan Rukas. He's coming in 32 off. Must make pass for Stan. So let's get a good start here for Stan. Conditions are beautiful this morning. Nice solid stature coming around 3 over to 4. Stan Rukas looking to be our second person to run 32 off here in this Men 5 event, and out and through the gates. We'll get confirmation from the officials. But Stan Rukas clearing 32 off. That's going to give him the opportunity to challenge the leader, Richard Todd, who's got 2 at 35 off. So to take this lead, Stan is going to need to get part of 3. But if he wants an opportunity to be on the podium here in this Men 5 slalom event, he's going to have to clear 35 off, and my predictions, at minimum, clear 38 off if he's going to be a contender for the podium in this Men 5 event this year at the 2021 U.S. Nationals. Don't forget, we're simultaneously live here. We've got 2 streams coming to you. I'm Troy Zellner, Slalom Lake, all day long. Tony Lightfoot, Lake 2, that's the trick jump lake. Right now we're running tricks in this national competition, then we'll switch over to jump in the national competition, then into the prelims for the Morley U.S. Open with women and men jump preliminaries after the national part, setting the stage. But right now, round 2, a lot of slack. Just eat that slack up now. He's 2 at 35 off. So we've got a tie going right now on top of the leaderboard between Stan Rukas and Richard Todd early on in this Men 5 slalom event. Those gentlemen with 2 at 35 off in a tie for first. So if we get down and have any ties in the top 5, we'll have what's called a runoff. Those skiers will have to go back out, and they go head-to-head to determine who's going to take the medal at whatever that tie may be. But right now you see on the updated leaderboard, Stan Rukas and Richard Todd atop, 2 at 35 off. John Carter now moved down to 3rd. Randy Sturba in 4th, and Jeff Lindsay in 5th. Next on the running order, you see down there Scott Henderson. Scott Henderson, Illinois resident. He is not far here from the site here where he resides and practices. Very familiar with the site here, Water's Edge Estates. So as I said earlier, the further we go down this running order, the closer we get to the top seeds, the higher averages. We're going to see quicker and shorter line lengths as an opening pass. So right now, the first one to start at max boat speed at 28 off, Scott Henderson. He's riding a good ski. He's a Team Illinois member. You can see him wearing that Team Illinois bid. He's making his way around 4 over to 5 at 28 off, straight out the gate. Scott Henderson completing pass number 1. We're back. I'm on the right side of your screen. I'm Troy Zellner. On the left side of your screen over there is Tony Lightfoot calling Lake 2. Don't forget to go to waterskibroadcasting.com and you can make your predictions with the Morley U.S. Open Slalom Finals. Find the details of an opportunity to win a ski of your choice. If you predict the top 3 spots for the men, you're going to win a D3 ski of your choice. If you pick the top 3 spots on the podium for the women, you'll have a ski of choice from Conley. So go on waterskibroadcasting.com, see who the top 5 are going into the event, make your predictions, and try and win yourself a ski. Scott Henderson back in, 32 off. He's around 4, heading over to 5 now, making his way towards 6, and it appears to be a successful pass as we see Scott Henderson exit the gates at 32 off. So as you watch on the 0 off replay, Scott, very nice looking pass there for him. He's a trick and a slalom specialist in this Men 5 event.
Yeah, the Master Crafts are going for like 75, 80. If I wanted a new nut key, there's one out there that I've seen that's 103 or something like that. I'll see it again. But yeah, I don't need a new boat. My boat's working fine. Everything's good.
Dockside camera showing you the Men 5 starting dock. That next skier on the dock getting loosened up, getting focused, but still on the water right now. Scott Henderson coming in 35 off. This is the money pass right now in this Men 5 event. He's got to get part of 3 to take the lead at this 35 off 12-meter line, so one ball's important. He's coming around 2 a little stretched out, but he should be able to get around 3, and he does. He's still going over to 4, round 4, but dipping towards the front and losing the ski, but a nice pass, 3 1/2 at 35 off to take the lead. Scott Henderson, your Illinois boy, putting himself atop the podium here early on in this Men 5 event. There you see that release binding, shooting that ski out away from Scott Henderson.
His brother Aaron, I've known for a number of years, tremendous, very advanced skier. This is Erie's first national, so we got to welcome him with a big round of applause on pass number 2.
So getting ready at dockside cam, Men 5 starting dock. Next on my list is Kevin Hyatt. That's a radar slalom ski that he's just dipped in the water and has got strapped onto his feet. So we'll see what Kevin and that radar ski have in store today. See if they can take the lead from Scott Henderson with 3 1/2 at 35 off. So as we make our way through this Men 5 event, the goal is to do better than the guy out there in front of you, putting yourself on top of the leaderboard. Just what Scott Henderson just did with 3 1/2 at 35 off. Now your lead. Tie for second place, so that's second and third. Stan Rukas and Richard Todd with 2 at 35 off. Then John Carter in fourth currently with 2 at 32 off, and holding that fifth spot, Randy Sturba with 1 at 32 off. All those gentlemen are at the max boat speed of 34 miles per hour for this Men 5 slalom event.
Okay, if we look to the north right now, this is Gary Jancic coming in past number 2.
Not a house, but they're in a place where they probably can't even have enough. Third island things.
You see him setting up, coming into the course. Kevin Hyatt, 34 miles per hour, 22 off. Kevin's opening pass here is warm-up pass, making a way around 4 over to 5. And another skier to get through pass number 1 is Kevin Hyatt. Kevin Hyatt, he's northbound here at Water's Edge Estates at 28 off, 14.25 meters. Still getting loosened up, still figuring things out early on this Men 5 event. Kevin around 6, crunching through the gates. So you watch him on this 0 off replay here. This Men 5 slalom event, their age category is 55 to 59 years old. The max boat speed is 34.2 miles per hour or 55 kilometers for these gentlemen out here today. So running at max speed at 22 off, more than likely Kevin will be coming back at 28 off. Oh, wait. That was 28 off. Now he'll be coming back at 32 off. So if you're just joining us this morning, good morning from the Waterski Broadcasting Company's crew. 3 different nationalities bringing you live coverage here from Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. This is Men 5 slalom you're watching. I've got Kevin Hyatt on the lake, 32 off. That's 13 meters. He's got to run this if he wants to challenge the leaders. He's struggling a little bit, but he's back in the ball game at 4 over to 5. Kevin Hyatt successfully completing 32 off. A little bit of a wobbly start here as you watch the 0 off replay. One ball wasn't bad, but a dip here around 2. But able to stay patient. That's the name of the game. Whenever you make a mistake, can you stay patient enough to keep you in the ball game? You don't want to get panic and try and crank that turn. So many times you try and crank that turn to make up time, and that ski will just catch too much water and pitch you out the front. So it's a game of patience out there whenever you're on the slalom course. Kevin Hyatt making his way around the south turn island. He's at the blue loop. That's 35 off. Currently, we've got a tie in first place at this 35 off with 2 gentlemen at 2 buoys. Kevin unable to get around 2, so that's going to be 1 at 35 off for him. I'm sorry, let me correct myself here. Scott Henderson is in the lead with 3.5 at 35 off. Then in second place, you have 2 guys with 2 at 35 off.
What a performer on a water ski. Great guy. Statisticians here on the water. Hey, wait to the crowd as he finishes past number 1.
So updated leaderboard. That was Kevin Hyatt on the water. He moved to 4th place. Still in 5th place is John Carter. Then still atop the leaderboard, Scott Henderson with 3.5 at 35 off. And then Stan Rukas and Richard Todd tied. Both those men have 2 at 35 off.
You know, he's a great instructor. I mean, very accomplished. Oh, no doubt about it. And you know what's really cool is that he really believes his slalom will improve because his trick is that much more balanced, and that cross training really does carry over. Very interesting. Well, one way at 35 off, Kevin Hyatt is in the number 3 spot. Billy Akers led 3 on the jump.
Next up, Mr. Ron Wood. He's coming in 34 miles per hour, 22 off. Ron is our 11th skier on the water so far today in this Men 5 event. We've got 32 on the running order. Ron is also riding a radar slalom ski, making his way through 22 off. So we're going to stop that Malibu response with Chris Eller driving. Cut that rope to the yellow loop. That's going to be 28 off for Ron Wood to come around the North Turn Island for his attempt at 28 off. Ron Wood, pass number 2 for him. This is going to be 28 off. Must make pass at the moment with this Men 5 slalom event coming at you. Actually looking better at this pass number 2 than he did on pass number 1. That's Ron completing 28 off. So we're going to stop that Malibu response one more time or 2 more times, whatever it takes. As long as he's up on the water making buoys and not falling, he's going to continue his set. However, the way slalom runs, it's one and done. If you miss the buoy or if you fall or miss the gates, that completes your set for the day. Shout out to Tony Drake from Drake & Associates, one of your sponsors here at the 2021 U.S. Nationals. Tony dropped off a breakfast sandwich for myself, Troy Zellner, and Tony Lightfoot. So, Tony Drake, I appreciate it. You're one heck of a guy thinking about us here. There we have it. We've got that Malibu response lined up for the slalom course at 32 off. Ron Wood must make past to challenge the leaders at 35 off. He's looking good here so far in this pass. Just got to maintain what he's already built and get around 5 so he can get around 6. Looks like it pulling the handle high to eat up some slack. But looks like he gets through those exit gates and will get 6 at 32 off, giving him the opportunity to challenge the leaders. Right now, the top score is 3 1/2 at 35 off. So Ron's aiming to get 4 or more in this 35 off blue loop pass. So we've got 64 skiers on the running order on this Lake 1 slalom lake here today. One of our lighter days, if you will, fewer contestants. Set it up that way so they can turn around and get everything set up for the Morley U.S. Open that's going to take place later on today. So Ron Wood, this is 35 off. He's going to just stand up after he gets around 2, take it to the gate. So that's going to be 2 at 35 off for him. That makes a 3-way tie there for second place right now. We'll update your leaderboard to confirm that, but I'm thinking that's the case here. Got Kirby Wetzel out on the trick lake right now. Looking for another wave there from the tent here at Wilmington, Illinois. Watching our coverage. Scott Henderson still leading, 3 1/2 at 35 off. 3 gentlemen tied for second. Ron Wood, Stan Rukas, Richard Todd, all with 2 at 35 off. And in 5th place right now, Kevin Hyatt, just seen him on the water, 1 at 35 off. And that wasn't Kevin on the water, that was Ron Wood. So my apologies. I've been wrong several times already this week. I'll be wrong several times more as this competition does not conclude till tomorrow afternoon. But our premiere is going to happen this afternoon and this evening under the lights. Here we go, Greg Webb, Tennessee feller, coming in at 34 miles per hour, 22 off. Wearing the Team Tennessee bib, Greg Webb around 5, making his way over to 6. That's a starting rope length of 22 off. So cloudy skies here in the morning at Wilmington, Illinois, but it's supposed to clear up as the day progresses, and the winds are supposed to be light and variable, so looking forward to some very good skiing out here today at the U.S. Nationals, and we'll have the Morley U.S. Open event later on. Right now, Greg Webb, 28 off. That's pass number 2 for Greg. He knows he's got to make this and then through 32 off to challenge the leaderboard as he makes his way around 5 over to 6, wiping the sweat off his brow, Greg Webb.
Next year in Trick Lake, Lincoln, Nebraska, year number 4, Jason Weber. Back position. See how Jason does on pass number 1.
Dockside loosening up. On deck, that is Dennis Downs. He's getting his game on, watching Greg Webb out on the water. Greg's going to be coming in for pass number 3. So 32 off here. Greg Webb must make pass. Getting a good start there. Now if he could just maintain what is already has been built, he can get through this 32 off and challenge our leaders from 5 to 6. Greg Webb getting through that 32 off, doing what he needed to do to get into 35 off, which is the money pass right now in this Men 5 event with 3.5 at 35 off. That's Scott Henderson sitting atop the leaderboard. On the shore, watching the remainder of the event, Scott Henderson already skiing, putting himself in the lead with 3.5 at 35 off here today. Here we go, Greg Webb, 35 off. This is where your leaders are sitting right now, 3.5 leading Scott Henderson. So, getting on a tail, coming around one ball, and then almost going out the front as he gets closer to the wakes and pitches the handles. So that's going to be 1 at 34. That you get to the wakes with the your handle in your hands, then that's a complete buoy. So 1 at 35 off for Greg Webb. Saluting the boat crew and thanking them for volunteering their time to be able to ski out here at the 2021 U.S. Nationals. So look at that leaderboard. Tight skiing already, as expected. Still at top, Scott Henderson, 3.5 at 35 off. Three-way tie for second, Ron Wood, Stan Rukas, Richard Todd, all three of them 2 at 35 off. Now we got a tie for fifth between Greg Webb and Kevin Hyatt. Both those gentlemen 1 at 35 off. So the seeding value is doing what we like to see, keeping close competition, working the way up towards the top through this men's 5 slalom event. So we go from a Tennessee skier to a Kansas skier. Next on the water, Dennis Downs. He's an overall competitor in this men's 5 event. Getting ready to come out and try out the slalom event for him. He's starting at 28 off here this morning. Dennis Downs, opening pass. Mirror-like conditions out there on Lake 1, the slalom lake here at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Dennis Downs creeping through pass number 1. Your mind doing many things on that opening pass. You don't want to do too much. You can't do too little. Your brain's bouncing around, spinning in circles through this pass. Your nerves are up high. So it's just a game of patience in the opening pass because you don't want to fall on it by all means, so you can go pass by pass by pass, work your way up towards that leaderboard. The goal being to take that #1 spot as we get through these men 5 skiers making their way towards the top seeds to determine who's going to take home the gold medal at this 2021 U.S. Nationals Championship. Lined up, setting up from the gate pole out, Dennis Downs. This is 32 off, 13 meters for him. Let's see how Dennis gets through this pass. He needs to run this to challenge the leader. Some slacking on the tail from 4 to 5. Look from this angle, looks like he was inside 5, but too close to call by an announcer. But most likely that's going to come in at a 4 at 32 for Dennis Downs. So you can see here on the 0 off replay, we're going from 4 to 5 now. Let's see. We'll take it. Yeah, definitely inside that 5. So 4 at 32 off is Dennis Downs' score going into the scorebook here at the 79th Goode National Waterski Tournament. Your leaderboard remaining the same there after Dennis. He put himself in 7th place there, so we still have 5th place tie. And still the 3-way tie for 2nd with Scott Henderson on top with 3.5 at 35 off. Tommy Newman, another Tennessee nasty boy on the slalom lake. 28 off for him as a warm-up pass. So your nasty Tennessee boy out there getting a feel for the conditions here in Illinois. Tommy Newman completing pass number 1. 34 miles per hour, 28 off the dock. Tommy Newman, he knows that he's got to get around 4 at 35 off to take the lead. But you cannot jump ahead of the ball game, or the next thing you know, you're going to be swimming to the shoreline in the slalom event. Here we go, Tommy Newman, 32 off. Must make pass in this men 5 slalom event, so he's got to have that important start as he's setting himself up here to complete the pass. Just maintain with what he already built, and he's going to do it, but one buoy at a time. Tommy Newman pulling hard over to 6, getting through 32 off with a smile. They're going to pull him up to the right side in that Malibu response to get enough slack that he can shorten a rope to the money pass 35 off. Tennessee nasty boy, Tommy Newman.
Getting good air on all those tricks, looking smooth on his lines. Whoa, and a little bit of stumble there. Brings it right back. Comes in with a wake line forward. And then down he goes on the very tail end. We used to have horns. We knew when the skier fell, but that was very close to the 20 seconds.
As I say, Carlos really joined us up here in the last couple of days. And what a fabulous job this young gal did.
All right. I hear the Malibu response. Increasing RPMs as they come around the North Island here. We've got Tommy Newman. That's 35 off. When he gets to these green buoys, he's going to pull out, get wide on that boat so he can cut through the entry gates. Ever important start here, as he needs to get deep in this 35 off right now to take the lead. He's around 3, making the way over to 4. Oh, looks like 3.5 at 35 off. That's going to tie your leader, Scott Henderson, also with 3.5 at 35. So now our leaderboard is full of ties in this Men 5 slalom event. As we creep closer to midway here. So you're going to see a leaderboard with a bunch of T's after some names. First place tie right now between Tommy Newman and Scott Henderson. Both those gentlemen 3.5 at 35 off. Then you got a 3-way tie. That would be for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Technically 3rd, but Ron Wood, Stan Rukas, and Richard Todd, all 3 of those guys 2 at 35 off. So entertaining men's 5 slalom event here this morning in the 2021 Goode U.S. National Waterski Championships. Edging into midway through this Men 5 event, we're going to be bringing you Jim Ruthroff. He's 34 miles per hour, 28 off as his selected starting speed and rope length. Jim is our 15th skier off the dock. We've got 32 in the event, so coming up soon, we're going to have a short break. We're going to switch out officials, and then we'll get right back to the top seeds. But before then, Jim Ruthroff, 28 off for his opening pass, getting a feel for things. Nice tight rope there around 1 ball. Getting it through this opening pass, 28 off, Jim Ruthroff. Knocking down the nerves and getting through pass number 1. Jim is going to sit down for 40 seconds, catch his breath. Boat judge is going to cut that rope from 28 off to 32 off, making it more difficult. Each time you cut that rope shorter and shorter, things happen quicker. So, away from the office, out skiing at the U.S. National Championships on the water, Jim Ruthroff. He's concentrating at 32 off now. This is a must-make pass to get into the leaderboard. Top 5 positions all are in 35 off, so 32 off is a mandatory pass if you want to challenge that board right now here in Men 5 as he gets around 6 and through the gates. Jim Ruthroff wanting to throw his bid in to change up the leaderboard by completing 6 at 32 off in this Men 5 event. So what they're going to do is unhook that green loop, pull the rope in 3 feet, and hook up a blue loop, which is going to be 35 off.
Number 18, Jim Ruthroff.
I'm going to steal the mic right here because we got Rick Stallings coming back.
Here we go, Jim Ruthroff. Wind is not an issue. 35 off the rope length. He's got to get deep in this pass. He may be the first guy to run it because he's got a hell of a start coming in here at 35 off. Jim Ruthroff. Around 5, getting out of position, losing the handle, ski releasing, saving his knees or ankles. So that's a close call for Jim Ruthroff, for these officials to make. So, shaking the leaderboard up with 4.5 at 35 off, putting him in first as Jim Ruthroff. But we're still going to see a bunch of T's indicating ties on that leaderboard here in Men 5 Slalom event. Being powered by Malibu Response, driven by Chris Eller in this first half. So let's double check this leaderboard. At some point we're going to have a break. So new leader right there coming out of the lake, Jim Ruthroff, 4.5 at 35 off. Tied for second, Tommy Newman, Scott Henderson. So that puts us in a 3-way tie for fourth between Ron Wood, Stan Rukas, Richard Todd. All three of those gentlemen, 2 at 35 off. So very close and exciting Men 5 slalom event. Brewing up a storm here as we're getting closer to our top seeds in the event, but not as far as the weather goes. That was a wrong thing for me to say here in Illinois this week with the weather we've been having. Storms on and off, wind on and off. I was not indicating anything of the weather. It's beautiful here this morning. The sun's actually starting to peek out a little bit. We've got no wind at all. The water's flat. So our 16th skier out of 32, right in the middle, is John Gorski. He is going to be coming out at 28 off. He knows he has to run 32 off. Probably going to have to run 35 and 38 off if he wants to place on the podium here, but that's something he better not be concentrating about now because he's got to make his opening pass before anything else can happen. John Gorski going around 4, heading over to 5. In this Men 5 slalom event, he's around 6 and through the gates. John Gorski completing that nerve-wracking pass number 1 at 28 off. I'm Troy Zellner. I'm bringing you coverage on the slalom lake here all day long. All 64 skiers on the jump trick lake. You've got Tony Lightfoot making that call, streaming simultaneously. Set your computers up, multiple monitors. Follow live results online because we're working our way through each lake here. Just now, you got your first women 2 tricker over there on Tony's coverage, Lake 2. Go on YouTube, Waterski Broadcasting Company, like us. Double click and follow us. The Waterski Broadcasting Company, 3 different nationalities, bringing you the coverage. Sponsored by the Liquid Edge. We wouldn't be able to do it without the Liquid Edge. And Farmer City, Illinois is a sponsor here. So now, this is 32 off for John Gorski, as he's around 4, making his way to 5 on that good slalom ski, edge-to-edge change as he gets to 6 and through the exit gates. John Gorski, another one of these men 5 skiers, completing that green loop, 32 off.
Oh, definitely. Excuse me, everybody in front here, please clear a path. Please clear a path. We got some heavy equipment coming in. Right now, Lauren Brother skier in the water, second pass. She went to 2 skis. I like this. So, gaining all the points she could possibly do. Started out on 1, had a good trick. Oh, and catches an edge on that left ski. Down she goes. Put your hands together. Lauren Grubb out of Savoy, Illinois. Associated with Pitts. And I haven't seen that in so long. People involved in tournament skiing. Home of the Kruger family and so many other great families that we grew up with here in the Midwest.
Chapter family, Dean, Becky, Kelly, Sarah. Hey, and a big thank you to Becky Chapel and all the folks in Austin County. They have taken such good care of us, making sure we got drinks, lunch, water,
Okay, so he completed that 32 off pass. Now he's at 35. This is the money pass. John Gorski, is he going to be the first man in this Men 5 event to run 35 off? He's got himself a very good start as he's past midway, going around 5, making his way over to 6, standing up at 6 and going straight to it. He hits the buoy. All he had to do was give it a little more effort between 5 and 6, and he would have been the first Men 5 to run 35 off, but coming up short. Let's watch this 0 off replay. John Gorski in good shape all the way up, even through 5, I thought, and just maybe let off a little bit. But let's see. Here's 4 going to 5. Good turn at 5 ball. Man, you see that ski release. He went straight at 6 ball. The ski releases, pitches him out the front, indicating he's okay with that hand wave there, but disappointed in himself, I'm sure. John Gorski, but that's still enough to take the lead here in this Men 5 event. Coming from Waters Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Let's update this leaderboard. Somewhere coming up, we're going to have a quick break. I don't know if that's now or one more skier, but we got things heating up. Tight. 5 1/2 is what John Gorski receives for his pass, taking the lead. In second, Jim Ruthroff, 4 1/2 at 35 off. Tied in third, Tommy Newman, Scott Henderson, 3 1/2 at 35 off. And then you got that 3-way tie for 5th between Ron Wood, Stan Rukas, Richard Todd, all 3 at 2 at 35 off. So 35 off sets the mark here midway through this Men 5 slalom event. They're hooking up at the starting dock, so not taking the break quite yet. We've got another skier attached to the Malibu response. That's going to be Larry Wallace. Larry is going to come in at 34 miles per hour. That's the max speed, 55K here in Men 5 at 22 off. So our next skier in Men 5, Larry Wallace, as the sun comes out here in Wilmington, Illinois. Not a ripple on the water. Calm as can be. So no excuses here today on the slalom lake as Larry Wallace comes in 22 off, getting the feel for things, loosening up, calming the nerves, getting around 5, making his way over to 6. Through his opening pass there, Larry Wallace.
I got to spend a lot of time with a couple of good friends of mine, Bob and Randy over at Masterline. Got to see a couple of new things that were actually coming out on the tow line frame and all the custom handles. So head on down to Masterline, one of our major sponsors here. Well, Larry Wallace, real estate developer.
So these gentlemen are 55 to 59 years of age. That's the Men 5 age division on the slalom lake. Coming at you live, no delays. I'm Troy Zellner on that lake number 2, calling the Women 2 Trick event right now. My compadre, Tony Lightfoot, over on that lake 2. Set your computers up, set up some tabs, flick back and forth, get multiple monitors. We're going to have a very exciting day coming to you. Highlighting this Friday is going to be the Morley U.S. Open. Don't miss it. You don't want to watch it. If you're around Illinois, don't watch us streaming live. Come out to the site. It's going to be exciting. So Larry Wallace, 28 off. He's on pass number 2, making his way through this 28 off, getting a feel for things still. Second pass commonly is still kind of a warm-up pass, if you will, making a more challenging pass for yourself between pass 3 and 4. So Larry making that 28 off with very little problems at all for him. Yeah. So here, confirmed with the officials sitting behind us. After Larry Wallace here, we're going to have a short break. Switch out officials midway through this Men 5 event. We've got the sun coming out now, shining bright. It's going to be a beautiful day. Make your way out to the lake. Enjoy it. Now coming in 32 off, Larry Wallace. This is a must-make pass midway through this Men 5 event. Looking solid, going around 3 over to 4 on that good slalom ski. We got Larry Wallace rounding 5 over to 6. I feel my throat's getting better and loosening up. My voice is coming back. It took a while this morning. I was a little bit concerned, but I'm feeling better now. I imagine I'll still have a crackle sound come through every now and then, but after we're in our 5th day, so a lot of jabbering going on. But Larry Wallace, knowing he had to get through 32 off, and he did that. He also knows your current leader, John Gorski, has 5 1/2 at 35 off. So he's got to set himself up to run this 35 off. Is he going to be the first guy to run 35 off here in this Men 5 event? I'm predicting you're definitely going to have to run 35, most likely run 38 off if you want to be on the top 5 spots in this Men 5 Slalom event with our top seeds coming up at you in a little while. But at this point in the junction, it can be anybody. So 35 off right now, money pass. Oh, getting stretched out a little bit as he finished his turn at 1 ball, unable to get enough angle to get out and around 2 balls. So that's going to be 1 at 35 off for Larry Wallace. So we'll update you real here quick with the leaderboard. Then after that, we'll take a quick break and then be back to provide the second half of this Men 5 Slalom event. Right now, John Gorski is leader, Tim Ruthroff in second, a tie for third, and then we'll be back shortly after this break and finish this Men 5 Slalom.
When asked about retirement, most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
Welcome back to Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. We've replaced the boat crew and the other shoreline officials. We're firing back up. Jerry Brower, this is 28 off for him. That's his choice as his warm-up pass or opening pass, whichever way you want to identify it. His first pass and his opportunity here at the U.S. Nationals.
Former president of Notre Dame, Waterski. Oh, look at Jerry greases that first pass. Looking pretty good. He'll be coming back at on the line.
So the first part of this event, we had Chris Eller, North Carolina resident, driving this Men 5 event. Now we've got a Missouri resident as the boat driver in this Malibu response. Rich Green, your driver now for this Men 5 event to drive these second half, working into the top seeds. We've got a very tight running event. Podium's got ties on it already. I suspect that's going to change throughout the event even more. So, getting locked in a turn, almost falling on pass number 2. Jerry Brower, let's see if he can regain his composure. Looks to be the way as he rounds 5 over to 6. But a scare there for Jerry Brower earlier on in this pass, but able to maintain and recollect himself. Let's see here. Watch this. Yeah, getting pulled out. Minimizing that angle, but still able to get around 2. And then just kind of be patient. Let's get a little bit back at a time and not try and do too much at once and find herself in the drink. Jerry Brower, smart skiing there. That was 32 off for him. Okay, money pass, 35 off. Jerry Brower, our leader, has 5 1/2 at this pass, so we have not yet had a Men 5 make it through 35 off. Is Jerry Brower going to be the first? I'm not sure. He's still making his effort. He's a little bit bobbly here. Oh, in round 5, he goes down. 4 1/2 at 35 off. Not enough to take the lead, but getting down course in this 35 off pass, that's going to make a change in the leaderboard. Jerry Brower. Jerry Brower swimming in, waving to the boat crew, thanking them for volunteering their time. You got a boat judge in there, Sarah Vanagas, the driver, Rich Green. They're getting settled in to complete the second half of this Men 5 slalom event. So they had a video review, our first video review of the day. Well, not really, but the first one resulting in a change. Taking Jerry Brower to 4 at 35 off here for his pass. They're saying he did not get around 5 with that video review, so 4 at 35 for Jerry Brower. That's still enough to change the leaderboard. That will put him, yes, in third spot. Still leading John Gorski. Second, Jim Ruthroff. Jerry Brower now in third. Tie for fourth and fifth. Tommy Newman, Scott Henderson. Brad, my friend, the beer man. He's up on the water, 34 miles per hour, 28 off, making his way around 2 over to 3. Using that Goode slalom ski as his choice of the weapon out there on the water here at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Making his way through, 28 off his opening pass, Brad Bierman. Brad, can I have a Bud Light Beerman on the water, 32 off, 13 meter here, round 2, making his way over to 3. He's got to run this pass to challenge the current leaderboard. Looking very good around 5, over to 6. Brad Bierman getting through that 32 off. Another special wave from a fan of the Waterski Broadcasting Company under the tent here live at the U.S. Nationals, enjoying the coverage. I hope you are. Apparently you are, because we keep seeing that pretty smile and wave coming from you. That's appreciated. All your support from you folks out wherever you're at, carrying us with your phone, or if you're in your living room, if you're sneaking a peek every now and then at work. If you're at work and you're in Illinois, or if you're within 4-hour drive, make a spontaneous decision, jump in the vehicle, come and visit us for this Morley U.S. Open coming on later on today. But right now, Money Pass 35 off. Brad Bierman's got to get a good start. Oh, and he tries to make the bid for a good start at 1 ball, but that handle pops out, just overturning slightly. Brad Bierman looking like 1/2 at 35 off for him to end his day here. So we're going to have a heck of a show coming at you later on with that Morley U.S. Open. We're still going to have the webcast. Making that call, I understand, is going to be Tony Lightfoot and Jonathan Travers joining him for the Morley U.S. Open webcast presentation. I am going to be a local announcer on the PA with Jeff Surday. So there's 2 sets of announcers all week long here in this event. You've got Tony Lightfoot and myself, Troy Zellner, bringing you the webcast coverage for the U.S. Nationals, as well as other gentleman up on the announcer tower, making a local PA system announcing going on. Don't forget, you can win a ski. Go online, waterskibroadcasting.com. If you guess the correct top 3 placements in both the men and women slalom event tonight in the Morley U.S. Open, you can win yourself a slalom ski. Go on waterskibroadcasting.com. Get the details. Win yourself a ski. If you don't need a ski and you win that ski, don't know what you're going to do with it, I would be happy to take it. I'll come out. I'll lose some weight. You give me a slalom ski, I'll lose the weight, and I'll start skiing again. How's that? That sounds like an awesome deal to me. Tony Lambert, Indiana skier here, warming up at 28 off. So a Midwest skier on the water right now. He was here a week ago skiing at the Midwest Regionals. Water's Edge Estates hosting both the regionals and nationals and the U.S. Open. All this year within a 2-week time span. Been a very busy couple 2 weeks, but other than some windy conditions, we're blessed with some of the weather that's missed us. As much as we've had bad wind, we've dodged some bullets this week, that's for sure. All right. I made an assumption, silly me, on Tony Lambert's starting speed and line length. I was correct that it was 28 off, but I was incorrect with the speed. That was 32 miles per hour. He just went out and ran for his warm-up. So now he's going to up the boat speed to the max 34 miles per hour or 55K and keep the rope length at 28 off. So coming in, Tony Lambert. This is pass number 2, 34 miles per hour, 28 off. That's the yellow rope section on that 75-foot tow rope. 28 feet off of 75. Tony Lambert right now heading over to 5-ball, coming back west to get to 6. Standing up, putting the brakes on, getting through the exit gates is Tony Lambert. All week long, all the replays is provided by Zero Off Speed Control, your sponsor of all the replays here this week at the U.S. Nationals, coincided with the Morley U.S. Open.
Our concessions are open between the buns, and we got a new thing today. We got ski muffins. We also have ham, egg, and cheese muffins, hash brown sandwich pizza, breakfast pizza, coffee, orange juice, soda, that's between the buns.
So still 32 off is the must-make pass. And Tony Lambert coming in that mean green, 32 off rope length right now, knowing what he has to do. We got a little bit of tiny ripple on the water now, feeling the winds sneaking up on us, but nothing, definitely not manageable at this point. We're not supposed to get any high winds today. It's changing. We've had south-southwest all week. Today we're supposed to actually swing around and get a little bit of north to it. So that's just a prediction. You know as well as I do, the weather can change at any second. So Tony Lambert getting through that 32 off. So he's going to be coming in at 35 off. The money pass here, I'm thinking Tony Lambert has in his head, he may not even be thinking about what the leaderboard is. He just may be totally focusing on the start here because he wants to get through 35 off. He knows we're getting closer to the top 10 seeds here in men 5. And he knows it's going to take a complete pass at 35 off and most likely everything at 38 off if he wants to be considered to be on the podium here at this U.S. Nationals. So here we go. Important start. It's 35 off. Tony Lambert, he's around 2, making his way over to 3. A good 3 coming over to 4. Stay patient, Tony. Get through this pass. Be our first one. No, he's hitting the buoy at 5. That D3 skipping across the water after 5. So looking like 4 1/2 at 35 off for Tony Lambert in this men 5 slalom event. So that's going to be enough to put him on the leaderboard. That'll change some things up. Whoever was in 5th will now be out of the top 5 because Tony Lambert skied well enough to get him in that top 5 event. Placements. There you see, dockside camera. That's the starting dock, this men 5 event. We've got a dock starter down there that takes care of changing the contestant handles and hooking up the tournament supply tow rope. So John Gorski in first. Tie for second is Tony Lambert, Jim Ruthroff. In fourth, Jerry Brower. And still hanging on that bottom spot between 2 men. That's Chris Clark on the water, a Midwest skier. He's coming in past number 1. I've seen Chris do some heavy-duty short line slalom skiing, so he may be the first guy that's going to try and run that or get through successfully that 35 off, but we got to take one pass at a time, and I don't want to be the guy that give him the announcer jinx. So I'm going to back that volume down for Chris Clark until we see what he's got in the book today. We all know some days you're the bug, some days you're the windshield. Just what's it going to be any given day, any given pass? All totally unpredictable. Chris Clark, men 5 slalom, 32 off. He's got to run this 13-meter green line length. Solid 1 ball there for him. He's going around 2 now, heading over to 3. Very little body movement with Chris Clark, indicating he's out there riding rails as he goes around each buoy, cutting back and forth east to west. Chris Clark gets through 32 off. That's the must-make pass right now in this men 5 event, but I'm telling you, I'm predicting this 35 off, what Chris will be coming back in at. The leader has 5.5. One of these upcoming skiers, if it's not Chris Clark, is going to get through this 35 off. We're pretty certain of that. So is Chris going to be the first one? We don't know for sure, but it sounds like they're having fun down there dropped in the hole on the north end here at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Okay, RPM's revving up on the Malibu response, driven by Rich Green. This is 35 off. Chris Clark, 5.5's your leader. A little shaky on his pullout, but let's see if he can regain his width as he makes his way at down course on this 35 off. Looking very comfortable with that start that he had. Around 6 and through the gates, your first Men 5's competitor to run 35 off, Chris Clark. Throwing that 32 off must make pass backwards. Now setting up 35 off to be the must make pass if you're going to be on the podium. I figure several guys are going to be running this 35 off, so we are nearing our top 10, Chris Clark being our number 12 seed here in this Men 5 event. That shows a total of 32 skiers in the event with Todd Kuykendall. He's your top seed in this Men 5 event. So heating things up. This is going to be our first guy at 38 off. The shorter the line gets, the more important the starts become. And that starts as that boat gets to the green setup gates. That's when the skier starts to judge the pullout, the width on the boat, and then the start to the gates and the ever-important number 1 ball to set up the width to get through the pass. With 38 off, is he going to let the pull indicate the swing around the buoy, or is he going to stand up and try and force it? He comes on around out of 1 ball on the tail, but still able to get around 2 somehow and takes it over to 3, getting around 3. So your new leader right now, Chris Clark, with 2.5 at 38 off, setting a new pace for the rest of this Men 5 slalom event. Chris Clark, a Midwest skier. You can watch him. The 0 off replay, just coming in a 3 hot, makes a hard turn, breaks forward, and the handle pops out. He's swimming, but he's your leader right now in Men 5, Chris Clark. There you are, updated leaderboard. Chris Clark in first, 2.5 at 38 off. All these other guys at 35 off. John Gorski in second. Tony Lambert and Jim Ruthroff tied third. That's third and fourth, so sitting fifth. Jerry Brower, he's at 4 at 35 off. So to be on the leaderboard, you've got to do better than 4 at 35 off now in this Men 5 slalom event. So next on the water coming in, we've got Brent Eaton. Brent is starting at 28 off. He just seen our first skier run 35 off. So now he knows he's got to make his way 1 buoy at a time, 1 pass at a time to work in and through 35 off to challenge the leader. So successfully getting through that first pass at 28 off is Brent Eaton. So he's going to stop that towboat down there. They're at the south end of the lake by that OJ Props turn island. Behind that, we've got the vendors tent with all the sponsors and vendors here, making it able for us to have the U.S. Nationals here in Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. So go in there if you're on site. Go into the vendor's tent, buy some products, support your sponsors. Otherwise, we don't know that we'd be able to bring you the U.S. Nationals.
Coming from the north of the Trick Lake, women's 2 second third. Number 2 seed, Jasmine Ganger coming in.
So Tony Lightfoot calling Lake 2 right now. They're on the second seed of that women's 2 trick event. Men 1 will be next on that lake, but on the Slalom lake, Troy Zellner bringing you that coverage at 32 off right now, coming at you. Brent Eaton. Oh my, unexpected early fall from him, just telling you how hard this slalom event can be. So 1.5 at 32 off, early out is Brent Eaton. So our leaderboard remains the same with Chris Clark, 2.5 at 38 off, followed by John Gorski. Tie there for third, Tony Lambert, Jim Ruthroff. Sitting in fifth, Jerry Brower, still with that 4 at 35 off. So as I explained earlier, this slalom is one and done. Very difficult to go out there. At any moment, you make the minor mistake, and next thing you know, you're done, you're swimming, you're disappointed. Unfortunately, I'm guessing that's probably what is going through Brent Eaton right now as he makes his way to the shoreline. But that doesn't stop the towboat from going to the starting dock and picking up the next skier. That's going to be Rich Foster. He's going to be coming in 28 off. Next couple skiers after Rich is Sean Boozer. That's Brad Bierman's cousin. Not really. But anyway, then after Sean will be Michael Yankatis. Or Yankatis. That's what it is. Yankatis. But right now, 28 off, Rich Foster. He's coming in past number 1, getting a feel of the conditions. We got a little bit of ripple on the lake, kind of a northeast wind. Not enough to really make any adjustments as far as I can tell, but I'm not a slalom skier by all means. So Rich Foster getting through that 28 off past number 1. So they're most likely going to cut the rope to 32 off, but he does have that option, keep in mind. If he wants to opt up, which would mean he could skip 32 off and go to a shorter line lake, he has that option to him. We saw it yesterday in that exciting open men's slalom event. A few of those guys had some tough conditions. They decided to opt up, skip a pass, and take a gamble. And, man, that's very exciting. It's fun to watch whenever somebody decides to do that. But Rich Foster, he's not going to take that opportunity. He's going to stay here at more traditional. He's going from 28 off to the next rope length of 32 off. His average is 100.5 buoys. So he's got a few passes to go before he gets to his average. But right now, concentrating on one ball, 32 off, Rich Foster. Some exciting tricking going on in the background there, but Rich Foster now, he's heading over to round 5, making his way to 6. That's 32 off. Rich Foster. So Rich Foster is our number 10 seed. So we're in our top 10 in this Men 5 event at the 2021 U.S. National Championships. Title sponsor, Goode Industries. Bringing U.S. National Championships to you live through the Waterski Broadcasting Company. Sponsored through the Liquid Edge. That's a boat dealership that sells Mastercrafts as well as Correct Craft boats over out of Farmer City, Illinois. but you can order products online from them. So go online, check out the Liquid Edge, support them so they can continue to support us, so we can continue to bring you the coverage live simultaneously at these events. I'm Troy Zellner on Slalom Lake, Tony Lightfoot on the Trick Lake, pulling the first Men 1 tricker over there. But Rich Foster, this is 35 off the blue loop. It's a must-make pass, so that means number 1 is very important here for him. Pretty decent number 1 for him. You see him coming out of 2. 2 is better than 1, so making his way down course. He's around, wheeling a bit, coming out of 4. Kind of down lake at 5. He's got to pull hard to get around 6, and he does. Our second guy to run 35 off, that's Rich Foster. He's going to make his bid at the leader currently, Chris Clark. Chris has got 2.5 at 38 off in this Men 5 slalom event. So Rich Foster sitting down there. He was struggling. He was scrapping. He was using his muscles. He's out of breath. He's got 40 seconds to recollect himself to come back in at this 38 off pass. He'll have a little bit of a wind, a touch of a headwind coming back into this 38 off, which that headwind can be an advantage for you. It'll help slow you down as you approach the buoys in the slalom course. So we'll see if Rich Foster can take advantage of these conditions after running that 35 off. So Chris Clark, your leader right now, 2.5 at 38 off. My prediction is it's going to take a full pass at least at 38 off to win this Men 5 slalom event, because we got some heavy hitters coming up in the, later on. From here on, it's anybody's ball game, though, when you get into the top 10 seeds. Let's see what happens here. 38 off, Rich Foster to challenge the leader. A little narrow, out of 1 ball, still able to get around 2, and pulls up knowing he's not going to get around 3. So 2 at 38 off. Rich Foster moving himself in the second spot here in this Men 5 slalom event at the 79th Goode U.S. Waterski Nationals. There's your update. Chris Clark on top, 2.5 at 38 right now. Rich Foster in second, closely behind with 2. John Gorski third, 5.5 at 35. Tied for 4th, Tony Lambert, Jim Ruthroff. That winds up your top 5. Both those gentlemen, 4.5 at 35 off. Things are getting exciting as we expected here at the 2021 Goode U.S. Nationals. We're in the Men 5 slalom event. Age range from 55 to 54 years of age. They are being pulled behind the Malibu Response. The maximum boat speed in this division is 34 miles per hour. They complete that pass, we're cutting the rope. So, next one on my list is Sean Boozer. Our number 9 seed. All these top 10 skiers have an average over 100 buoys. Sean electing to start at 14.25 meters or 28 off. That's the yellow loop on the slalom rope. So you see that apparatus there on the bridle of the handle. That's a special safety device. It is a device that's, it's been around for a few years, but it's kind of one of the newer safety devices. It prevents a couple things from happening. Primarily, we've had some very severe accidents where a head will actually get between or in that triangular bridle with the handle. So that safety apparatus prevents the head from getting in there. And we've had instances where a person will reach through, their hand will miss the handle, the arm will reach through, and then that arm gets caught and doing some serious injury to an arm as well as the handle pops. But so that special safety apparatus to prevent those things from happening, just another step in innovation to try and make the sport safer. Sean getting through his opening warm-up pass at 28 off, so he's going to be coming back here 32 off, knowing this is a definite must-make pass. So 32 off here, Sean Boozer carving his way down the lake. He's on the La Pointe slalom ski there, going around 6 through the exit gates. That was 32 off. So making pass by pass, Sean Boozer, he knows what the leader has. He's wanting to replace that spot on the podium. But it's one pass at a time, one buoy at a time. These short line lengths, if you don't pay attention to what you're doing, every second you're out there, every turn you make, every pull you make, the next thing you know, you're swimming. And your day is done. So high concentration. Very important to be mentally strong as well as physically strong in this slalom event. So now Sean Boozer, he's at 35 off. That is a must-make pass here in Men 5. Make sure you go on waterskibroadcasting.com. Look at the details, how you can win 2 skis. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Here we go, 35 off. One ball. Super essential to run this pass, and he was solid at one ball. Around 3, making his way over to 4. Round loose line 4, but he was okay going into 5. I wonder if he just didn't get a little bit excited around 5 there, but we'll watch this 0 off replay, see if we can break down exactly what happens to Sean Boozer as he gets his way through this course. That's 3 ball. Little down course going into 4. Looks like he starts to scramble and panic a little bit. But as he comes into 5, that ski just tails out, throwing him in the water. So 4 1/2 at 35 off there for Sean Boozer. That's going to be another tie spot in this Men 5 slalom event. There's your update. Chris Clark leading, Rich Foster in second, John Gorski in third. Now a 3-way tie for 4th and 5th between Sean Boozer, Tony Lambert, and Jim Ruthroff. So very tight scores in this Men 5 event. We're in the top 10, making our way down closer to the top 5. And finalizing the event will be your top seed skier, Todd Kuykendall, determining who's going to take the gold. It's getting better and better and tighter the more we run skiers in this Men 5 slalom event.
Just to finish my thought here, the trick event timer starts when they begin their first trip. So they can start any time after that orange buoy, and then the 20-second timer clicks on when they either start turning that ski or their front binding crosses the wake on the wake.
Another skier in this Men 5 slalom event with over 100 buoy average. That's Michael Yankaitis. He's also starting at 28 off here in the Men 5 event. That's a warm-up pass for these guys. They're top seeds in this event. That's a struggle pass for a lot of amateurs, though. These guys come out running it, making it look simple. At 34 miles per hour, they are 55 to 59 years old in this Men 5 event. Michael taking that radar slalom ski around 6-ball and through the mandatory exit gates, completing his opening pass there at 28 off. I just gave myself goosebumps. I'm thinking about the Morley U.S. Open that we're going to be providing coverage coming up later on today. It's going to be the most exciting international event of the year, so make sure you stay tuned in to the Waterski Broadcasting Company for the live coverage of the Morley U.S. Open coming up later on today. Before we can start the finals, though, after the trick events and some national jump events, we're going to have the men and women preliminary jump event. Right now on the slalom lake, Michael Yankaitis, he's on a radar ski. He's at 32 off, 13 meters, making his way down the lake. He's going from south to north. Very good conditions out here today. We're back to mirror-like water. Not a wind ripple on lake number 1 here in the slalom event. So we've got our officials confirming Michael Yankaitis, 6 at 32 off. After we get through this men 5 slalom, we're going to bring you the women 5 slalom. Their parameters are the same as the men 5. Their ages are 55 to 59 years old. And their boat speed maximum is 34.2, the same as the men 5 as well. So how about if we just don't say these men 5 slalom skiers are out here setting a pace for the women 5, immediate following them. Here we go. RPM's up on the Malibu Response. We've got Michael Yankaitis. This is 35 off, must run pass, so very important start for him. A little slack coming out of 2. He's still able to go, pull over a little bit at 3, no angle going over to 4, but still able to get around 4 and inside of 5. Michael Yankaitis, that's going to put him with 4 at 35 off. So keeping the leaderboard tight in this men 5 event as we get closer to the top 5 skiers. Our next skier on the list is a number 7 seed, Mike Hamilton. But before that, let's get you updated on the leaderboard. Chris Clark still on top with 2.5 at 38 off. Closely behind, Rich Foster with 2. In third, John Gorski with 5.5 at 35 off. Now a 3-way tie for that 4th and 5th spot between Sean Boozer, Tony Lambert, Jim Ruthroff, 4 1/2 at 35 off. So all balled up there between 3rd and 5th, very close with 1 buoy difference. And the same with your 2 leaders in the 38 off rope length. So some exciting, tight, entertaining skiing here first thing this morning in this men 5 slalom event. We started this event 1 hour and 21 minutes ago at 7 a.m. Central Time. That's early in the morning. Another skier out there starting at the yellow loop. Mike Hamilton's going to be coming in 34 miles per hour, 28 off. He is one of the volunteered appointed boat drivers here this week, so we appreciate all the help Mike provides pulling these skiers. Now it's his turn to be pulled down the lake. He's on his slalom ski, manufactured by Goode Industries. Mike, 28 off, making his way down the lake. He's familiar with it from behind the boat driver, behind the wheel. He's getting used to it, getting a feel of it while he's on the ski. Telling his buddy in there, Rich Green, hey man, I'm a fellow driver. Take good care of me. But to let you know, inside the boat now, there's a system that monitors the boat paths from satellite up above us in the sky. That system is called SurePath. What SurePath does, it monitors the center line and tells that boat driver where he's at, going through every set of boat gates, all the way down to the centimeters. So it indicates and tells the driver how they're running their boat path. They may be favoring one side other than the other unintentionally, but that allows them to look down at the end of every pass and see exactly where that boat path is. It gives you a variance. It gives you a number at the end of the lake, and that tells you your average of your distance being off center line at the end of that pass. And then you can look in at an overview like a crow's eye, bird's eye view, and actually watch your boat path from above as you weave back and forth, resisting the pull from these skiers, because there's a lot of G-force coming from the skiers to the center of that boat. Coming around 5, making his way over to 6 there, Mike Hamilton. That was 32 off. Another successful pass for our Texas skier, Mike Hamilton. WaterskiBroadcasting.com is where you want to go. Throw your prediction. Who's going to be on the top 3 spots in the slalom events at the Morley U.S. Open later on today? If you predict that correctly in the men's event, you win a D3 slalom ski of choice. If you predict it correctly in the women's event, the top 3 spots, you get a Conley slalom ski of choice. So go on waterskibroadcasting.com, get the details, enter your name in for that contest. 35 off, Mike Hamilton. This must-make pass for him. Tall Texas man. Round 3. He's heading over to 4. Oh, reaching down and forward to 4. The handle hits the water, gets yanked out of his arms. Mike Hamilton down to 3.5. 35 off. So down there around 4, Mike Hamilton, he knows that 3.5 at 35 off is not enough to put him on the podium, which was his goal coming into the tournament. So, 3-way tie for 4th is the bottom step right now. Jim Ruthroff, Tony Lambert, Sean Boozer in that spot. In 3rd right now, John Gorski. In 2nd, Rich Foster. And your leader right now with 2.5 at 38 off, Chris Clark. So if you're on site and are a women 5 skier, go ahead and get your gear, head down the peninsula, walk your way to the north, get your equipment, make your way to the starting dock, because you're the next event after we finish these top 6 skiers in this men 5 event. So our next athlete is Jeff Nate. Jeff Nate, a retired pro hockey player. He's going to be coming up on the water. He's riding a good slalom ski, starting at that 28 off rope length. Mr. Jeff Nate. Jeff, you'll watch him. He has a very low stature as he really bends his knees as he goes through the course. He's a Midwest skier. I've seen him around for several years now. It looks like Jeff switched slalom skis on me. I was wrong. He used to ski with Goode. Now it appears that he's on a syndicate. So smooth through pass number 1, Mr. Jeff Nate, clearing that 28 off. Warm-up pass for him. He's going to do the traditional method, come back at 32 off. He knows he needs a couple more passes before he challenges the leader. Right now, out of Wisconsin, Jeff Nate catching his breath after pass 1. Getting the nerves calmed down, taking deep breaths, getting the breathing under control. Because the nerves and anxiety after pass 1, a lot of times you're just sucking wind. You need that 40 seconds sitting down at the end of the lake. Let that body recover a little bit before you come in for pass number 2, which is going to be 32 off for Jeff Nate. He's our number 6 seed, so we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. 13 meters, 32 off, green loop. Jeff Nate, smooth around 3, heading over to 4 here. In control around 4 to 5. And making his way over around 6, Mr. Jeff Nate through the gates. Ex-hockey player, I got to be nice to him. If I'm not nice to him, he just may haul off and let me know it. Being an ex-hockey player, not really. He's a super nice guy. You wouldn't even know it by talking to him down the shoreline. Super nice guy. Well-mannered. Jeff Nate, Wisconsin, clearing that 32 off. They're flipping over there on the Trick Lake. Watch us simultaneously. Tony Lightfoot making a call over there. That's the Men 1 trick event. Don't forget, we're getting closer. Every minute, the clock ticks. We're getting closer to the Morley U.S. Open. It's starting around 5 o'clock, give or take a little bit, but that's our projected start time. We're going to have opening ceremonies start at 4:30 and skiing start at 5 o'clock. So make sure you go on waterskibroadcasting.com. Get the details, how you can win yourself a slalom ski or possibly even 2. 35 off right now. Must make pass. Jeff Nate pulling that slack up a little bit to his chest. The handle comes around 2, but he's still in good shape as he rounds 4, heading over to 5. Jeff pulling over to 6, being patient around 6 and through the gates, clearing 35 off. Jeff Nate, your Wisconsin skier. Look at that reach around 1, that arm fully extended. These top 6 guys are going to show you how important technique is and how smooth and body position, the length of pulls, the width of pulls. using the boat to swing them out around those buoys. As that rope gets shorter, we're going to see lengths where the handle from the pylon to the buoy is going to be actually less than that distance. So they've got to launch their body out. They got to ride that swing, casting that ski out around the buoys as we get into the shorter line lengths and the higher seeds in men 5 slalom. So Jeff Nate completing 35 off, making a change on that leaderboard, which is already tight as can be with ties and so forth and so on. Your leader in this event has 2 1/2 at 38 off. So 3 or more is going to put Jeff in the lead. Anything more than 3 is going to put pressure on the guys at the dock. Here we go. Start at 38 off. He's got a good start. Looking good coming into 2. A little slacking forward coming out of 2 to 3. He's got 3. Oh, he throws it out around 4. Is that going to be 3 1/4 or is it going to be 3? But Jeff Nate giving it all. They're at 38 off. Okay, unofficially, your new leader, Jeff Nate, watch him stretched out and just launching his body. So close there at 4 ball. They're doing a video review here for Jeff Nate. They want to make sure everything is as accurate as possible, that they put the right people on the podium here at this 2021 U.S. Nationals. So we're doing a video review by the judges to specify what his final score is going to be. So officially, your new leader, Jeff Nate, with 3 1/4 at 38 off. Your number 6 seed now is your current leader. That means we're coming into the top 5 in this men 5 slalom event. These guys know now they've got to have a really good start at 38 off. But before that, they cannot get ahead of themselves. They've got to make several passes before they concern themselves off with 38 off. Right now, starting 28 off, that's 10 feet shorter than what our leaders are at, is Craig Cornick. Greg is our 5th seed in our men's 5, 55 to 59 years old age division. So Craig Cornick completing 28 off. Most likely going to go to 32, but we'll wait and get confirmation from the towboat for that.
Grandpa's school teachers back up in Michigan and taking summers off and skiing. And son Bobby, a great skier as well, top national competitor, over 35 world teams, an official. And Joseph, the 3rd generation scout competing in the national championship.
So don't go nowhere. Do not leave the Waterski Broadcasting Company's coverage. If you go anywhere from the slalom lake, you just better be clicking over to the trick lake. But we're in the top 5 seeds in men 5. I don't even know if you want to leave that. I'm Troy Zellner. We're making a call for you. This is Craig Cornick. He's at 32 off. That's 13 meter. For most people, that's a very challenging pass, but Craig coming through solid and simple around 6. 32 off with no problems whatsoever. Craig Cornick. All right, here we go. All eyes on your monitors or on your phone. This is 35 off, Craig Kornick. This is a must-make pass in this Men 5 Slalom event right now. The ever-important start. Craig's got to get a good one ball. Nice and calm. Looks way too relaxed to be at 35 off. Craig, a little bobble there as soon as I say that at 4, but very patient around 5. Crazy easy pass there with one small bobble. Craig Kornick, that was 35 off. That means he's in the money pass. He's in the rope length that's currently the leaderboard right now on top in this Men 5 division. You just seen him come off the water. That was Jeff Nate, your Wisconsin skier, with 3 1/4 at 38 off. So Craig Kornick, he knows there's been a couple other guys at 38 off as well, but the leader is at 3 1/4. To be honest, I'm not putting these guys down, but I'm really kind of surprised with the conditions that we've got here so far that these guys have not ran 38 off yet.
Connor, are your parents still here? No.
I would have put some money down. I'm not really a betting man, but I would have put some money on the fact that at this point I would have seen somebody clear the 38 off loop in this Men 5 event, but that just goes to show you how difficult these shorter line lengths are in the slalom event. Right now, 38 off. He's got to smash number 1. He's got a good number 1. Going into 2 good, but with a little slack. Still in it at 3. He's making his way over to 4. He's going to fight now because he wants to run it. Around 5, breaking, but pulling forward, giving a good hard pull after the second wakes to get around 6. And able to hit the slack and out the gates. There you go. Making me look like I know what I'm talking about. We get a skier through the 38 off rope length in this Men 5 Slalom event. Entertaining us all here on site and you guys as well with the webcast. Running 38 off. That is Craig Kornick launching himself into the lead. He's happy. You see his fist pump. Knows. First guy to run 38 off, 5th seed, 4 guys behind him. He did one of 2 things. He either set the vibes to the other guy, and they'll feed off that, knowing that they can run 38, the conditions are there, or they could be a little bit nervous, saying, oh my, now I got to run 38. So it's a matter of mental toughness as well as the physical strength in the slalom event. The one and done. Many people say this is the toughest event of the 3 here at the U.S. Nationals. 39 and a half off, our first Men 5 skier at this rope length. Little slack coming out of 1, pulling hard over in round 2. You see that ski hop out of the water, so he should have a full 2 at 39 and a half off to take the lead here in this Men 5 event. Your number 5 seed, Craig Kornick, 2 at 39 and a half off. That is the neutral color on that rope that starts at 75 feet long. We took 39 and a half feet off, and he's got 2 at that pass to take the lead with 4 guys behind him. That guarantees him a spot on the podium with Jeff Nate second, 3 1/4 at 38, Chris Clark third, 2 1/2 at 38, in 4th, Rich Foster, 2 at 38, and 5th, sitting alone, 5 1/2 at 35 off. So that top 5, we do not have any ties at the moment. With us being in the top seeds, if we should have a tie, we know there will be a runoff. So if you tie within the top 5 here at the U.S. Nationals, they're going to make you go back down and ski again to run it off until we decide whoever gets the placement for that spot you're tied in. Whew. This Men 5 event ramping it up. We knew it was going to be exciting. Every other slalom event so far in this U.S. Nationals has been nothing but exciting, all the way down to the last skiers in their respective events. Check it out. Our number 4 seed, Mike Dellinger, hot off the block, mean green from the dock, 32 off is what he wants as a warm-up pass. Mike Dellinger, this is 34 miles per hour, 32 off the dock. Knowing what he needs to run, he's just setting himself. He's getting a feel of things here. He knows he's got to have plenty of strength when he gets to 39.5 off, so he starts at a little bit shorter line length than the other guys have by coming out 34 miles per hour, 32 off the dock with 6, Mike Dellinger. Go to the Liquid Edge and show them your appreciation, because without the Liquid Edge sponsoring this webcast, you would not be able to be kept up live watching this exciting Men 5 slalom event. I'm Troy Zoner. I'm on the slalom lake. You got Tony Lightfoot over there. He's covering the trick lake as we speak. He's on Men 1 tricks. They're making their way closer to the jump event. Back to slalom. Mike Dellinger, 35 off, 12 meters. Coming around 3. He's looking solid from 3 to 4. Little slack at 4. Nothing to be too concerned about, though. As he rounds 6 through the gates, the sun's coming out, heating up the temperature in the air, but the water already hot here in Men 5. We're in your top seeds. Number 4 seed on the water. He started 32 off. That was 35 off. So they're going to pull a little more rope in that boat, take a little more rope away from Mike, 3 feet to be exact, going from 35 off to 38 off. Knows now he's got to run 38 off if he wants to take the lead from Craig Kornick, who's got 2 at 39.5 off. But one pass at a time, one buoy at a time, 1 quarter at a time. Mike Dellinger knows that when you get into the shorter line lengths, the smallest mistakes magnify how you're going to finish the pass. Beautiful conditions, so he knows that he can have a good setup. Important, the width on the boat as you pull out before you enter the course is very important, because that sets up the width for the rest of the pass, getting around the other buoys. Right now, you see him pulling out. This is 38 off, must make pass. Number 4 seed, Mike Dellinger. He's around 2. He was waiting going into 2 for the buoy. He's around 3, nice and strong out of 3 over to 4. Making his way around 4, over to 5. Stay patient so he can get out around 6 and be the second guy to run 38 off. Oh, my gosh! I dropped my head for a split second, looking up, the handle leaving Mike's hands at the end of the pass here. We're going to watch the 0 off replay. So here's 5. I thought he was a little out of shape, but he had the ski around 6. Oh, just a ton of slack. popping the handle from his hand. So that's 5 1/2 at 38 off for Mike Dellinger. Had such a solid start with that pass, running into some problems. What looked to be minute, but when you're at 38 off, they are magnified. So 5 1/2, 38 off. That will change up the leaderboard. With that score from Mike Dellinger, still at top, Craig Koronek, 2 at 39. Mike puts himself in second, guaranteeing his spot on the podium with 5 1/2 at 38 off. Jeff Nate, 3 1/4 at 38. Chris Clark, 2 1/2 at 38. And fifth place still, Rich Foster with 2 at 38. No ties. We're coming into our top 3 seeds. It's men 5. These gentlemen are 55 to 59 years old. Coming out here skiing some short line slalom at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. The sun's out. It's beautiful. Get yourselves in the car. I wanted to say another word. You know I did. Get yourselves in the car. Come out. Join us at the site. Beautiful conditions. Short line slalom skiing on Lake 1. Awesome trick on Lake 2 right now. We'll be in jump later. Scott Tynan, Midwest skier here, 32 off, 13 meters. Another top seed skier in this mid 5, starting 32 off. Here we see Scott around 5, making his way over to 6. Simple as can be. Don't know why any of us struggle at that 32 off whenever you watch these guys come out. So I had to wet my whistle because this men 5 with the skiing we've been seeing here is so exciting. Got to keep hydrated here. We got a long day ahead of us. We've got the Morley U.S. Open coming up later. Looks like they're going to be jumping off the north ramp today as I see some professional women water ski jumpers heading towards the north end of the lake. On this slalom lake, Midwest skier, number 3 seed in men 5, Scott Tynan. This is 35 off, 12-meter line length. He's rounding 2, looking nice and solid and calm, cool, and relaxed, making his way through this 35 off. Scott Tynan around 6 and through the gates. That's 35 off here. Okay, confirmation from all the officials, between the shore officials, the boat officials, the trailer officials. Scott Tynan will be coming back 38 off. This 38 off is a must-make pass here at the 2021 U.S. Nationals, sponsored by Goode Carbon Innovations. Here we go. Malibu response, ramping up the RPMs, coming from north, heading south. Scott Tynan, this is 38 off. A must-make pass for him. He's familiar with what he's got to do at this rope length. He's all good midway through the pass. He's working around 4, over to 5. Oh, a little bobble around 5, but still able to get out around 6. Can he exit the gates? He does, so another skier through 38 off, making a bid to take the lead by coming back in at 39.5 off. Your leader right now, a 2 at 39.5 off. That's Craig Kornack, your current leader at 39.5 off with 2. So that's setting up in the back of Scott's mind. He needs part of 3. And part of 3 is midway through this 6-buoy slalom course. So to get midway through that course, you cannot lollygag your setup for the entry gates or lollygag one ball. That determines the width. Width determines how far down you're going to get in the slalom course. So no wind right now to affect anything. It's flat calm. It's glass. The only thing moving is some leftover waves from the boat and the skier. No bounce back. Just your typical water movement. Absolutely perfect conditions here for these men 5 skiers to butt heads to determine who's going to take home the gold. Right now, this setup, we're at 39.5 off. It's Scott Tynan, number 3 seed. Oh, and getting stood up at 1, absorbing the slack. He probably should have held onto that handle and skied on back to the dock, because when you get down in these situations and you're at 39.5 off, there is a strong possibility of maybe having a runoff. So go ahead and get yourself back to the dock. Keep prepared till the event's over. Right now, still holding on lead, Craig Kornack, that 2 at 39 off. Scott Tynan in second with 1 at 39 off. In third, Mike Dellinger, 5.5 at 38 off. Holding in 4th place right now, Jeff Nate, 3.25 at 38. And 5th on the bubble, Chris Clark for a podium spot with 2.5 at 38 off. We've got 2 skiers left, so your top 3 off that leaderboard are guaranteed a place on the podium, but they don't know where that's at yet, because these next 2 skiers have an opportunity to change up that leaderboard with whatever performance they bring to the lake today. Another one in these final men in the men 5 event, starting at 32 off, is Michael Robinson. Coming in at green as his warm-up pass. Michael's got some work ahead of him to get into 39.5 off to challenge the leaders. Looking very solid little body movement as he gets through 32 off. That means in all likeliness we're going to cut that rope to 35 off. Now check this out. I mentioned before on these running orders, they're based upon averages. The gentleman with the highest average is considered the top seed. So Michael is your number 2 seed here. His average is 107.25. Our top seed after Michael here is Todd Kuykendall. His average is 107.5. So 1/4 of a buoy separates these guys' average. So roughly 7 inches separates the average between our 1st and 2nd seed here in the men 5 slalom event. Being brought to you by the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsor by the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois. Liquid Edge, Mastercraft, Correct Craft dealership. They sell lessons, they sell equipment. Not exactly sure what's going on down there with the towboat sitting at the south end of the lake. Boat judges in back of the boat. Oh, they may have a little tangle in the rope, so Sarah's just double checking, make sure everything's all right, no knots, so forth, so on. So I'm thinking there may be a knot. All right, something that you don't see very often. That rope's got a knot in it. It's so tight that they can't get the knot out. So what they're going to do is bring Michael Robinson back to the dock, switch out ropes. So we're going to take a short break as that occurs. Then we'll come back and give you the specifics of what Michael Robinson will be coming back in.
into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one. And since then, it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company. and I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, so we're back, and I've been doing a little research with the situation. So Mike Robinson came out, ran 32 off. At the end of the lake, they discovered a knot in the rope. They could not get that knot out. So they went back to the dock. They found another rope. It's been over 10 minutes, so now we're just restarting Mike Robinson's set all over again. It's as if he hadn't been here before. He's our number 2 seed, 32 off. He had a warm-up pass, but the rope had a knot in it, so every half-inch counts as you get into the shorter line lengths. So keep in mind the distance from the center line of the boat guides to the center line of the buoy is 37 feet. All right, so we start with a 75-foot rope. That means at 38 off, that center line of the tow bar to the end of the handle is equal to the middle of the buoy. So every inch counts when you get in these shorter line lengths. So they wanted to make sure it's right. They want to make sure it's fair for everybody. We try and keep everything as exact and as close as possible between every single skier in that event. So making sure it's right, making sure there's no questions in the end, all fair and game. They replaced that rope. Michael started over, came out, ran 32 off. So getting back in the rhythm of things, coming from the south end, Mike Robinson. This is pass number 2 for him. It's 35 off. A little bit of a wind up right now, just about a perfect headwind as you're going into it. 35 off. Should be another warm-up pass here for Mike Robinson, your number 2 seed here in this Men 5 event. Nothing to it, 35 off, just a walk in the park. Your number 2 seed, Mike Robinson, clearing 35 off with 6, so he'll be coming back at 38 off. That is your must-make pass for him in this Men 5 event. He is our 31st Men 5 contestant. So, still sitting on top, Craig Kornick. He's got 2 at 39.5. Then in second, you got Scott Tynan with 1 at 39.5. So for Michael Robinson, if he wants to challenge those guys, he has got to run this 38 off. It's just a little bit of a tailwind right now. Over on the trick and jump lake, Tony Lightfoot getting a little bit of a break. We've got the crew setting up. Tricks are over, getting ready to start jump over there. Then we're going to start the U.S. Open women's jump preliminaries. Here we go, Mike Robinson, 38 off, must run pass for him, number 2 seed. Nice one ball. You can see his arms go in. Oh, no! Looking good. Going into 3. Let's see with the 0 off replay. Looking so good coming out of 2 ball here. Coming into 3. Looking good. Just losing the ski and the handle at the same time. Mike Robinson going down 2.5 at 38 off. As you see underneath the tent. So here we go. Now we got a tie for 5th place. That's going to be a possible runoff. But we got one more skier. So this last skier could knock them into 6th and we wouldn't have a runoff. But on top, Craig Kornick. In second, Scott Tynan. Third, Mike Dellinger. In 4th, Jeff Nate, and your 5th place tie right now on the bubble between Michael Robinson and Chris Clark. Both those gentlemen with 2.5 at 38 off. So to nullify that tie or runoff, Todd Kuykendall, your top seed, needs to get 3 or more to make sure and guarantee him a spot on the podium here at this 2021 79th Goode National Waterski Tournament. So here we go. The weight on the shoulders of your top seed skier, you earn it, but you also carry some extra pressure holding that position at the starting dock. And throughout the week, people walk up to you and say, hey, dude, you're top seed. Congratulations. And it wears on you a little bit. Todd Kuykendall, he's starting at 28 off here. He's on a good slalom ski right down the middle of those entry gates, not taking any chances. Todd Kuykendall feeling things out here at Water's Edge Estates. Pass number 1, 28 off. He is our final skier to determine who's going to be on the podium and what spots they are going to be in. Anything can happen, though. But a confirmed 6, so we know he did complete pass number 1, making that 28 off, so he's got that behind him. Now he's looking forward to the next pass. Is he going to go 32 off? Is he going to opt up into the win with something different? As soon as we hear from the Toba, we'll give you confirmation of what Todd Kuykendall is going to do. Is it going to be a traditional strategy? Is he going to opt up? Okay, south end, rounding the OJ Prop turn island, heading towards us. Behind the Malibu Response, Rich Green is still your driver in that boat. We got top seed Todd Kuykendall. He's at 32 off. His second pass. He's making his way through the course. Around 4, on his way over to 5, setting that edge with that good slalom ski. Around 6. And through the exit gates, your number 1 seed, Todd Kuykendall, so far handling the pressure of that top-seeded spot by running his 2 passes off the dock. But knowing that's just the start, I still got work ahead of me if I want to take home the gold medal here in this Men 5 National Championships. Slight delay on Lake 2 right now. They're getting everything prepared to start the women's jump event. That's the pro women. We're going to have a couple things going on at the same time. That women jumping event is going to include the U.S. National Championships amongst all the U.S. skiers, and it also is going to establish who are going to be competing in the Morley U.S. Open later on under the lights in the women pro jump event. They take the top 5 from that group of women jumpers and let them jump later on tonight. It's going to be exciting. If you've never seen night jumping it live, get in your car, get here. It'll be worth the drive, I'll guarantee you. Otherwise, watch it on broadcast. Back on the slalom lake, 35 off, Todd Kuykendall. He knows he has to have this. He's getting a feel of the water, the texture, the depth, the size of the boat wakes as he gets down through this 35 off. And through the gates, Todd Kuykendall. So top seed, men 5 slalom competitor is Todd Kuykendall. He's at 38 off. This is a rope length where the buoy is equal, the handle's equal to the middle part of that buoy from the pylon of the boat. So they've got to propel enough swing between the power of the boat pulling them and them cutting through and across the lake to swing themselves out. Handle almost short of the buoy, so the body's got to create enough distance to get around the buoys as we go through this 38 off. Set up width and pull through the gates. Very important. The shorter line length gets 38 off. A must-make pass if he wants to challenge the leaders. He's in it. He's around 3, over to 4. Nip making his way from 4 to 5. Nice and solid around 5 and 6. Very easy looking 38 off right there. Todd Kuykendall, top seed, handling the pressure as of yet. He's getting through 38. He knew he had to do that to put himself in a spot to challenge the leader. Right now, Craig Koronek with 2 at 39 off. That's your leader. In second, Scott Tynan. He's got 1 at 39.5 off. So, which one of these gentlemen is going to be where on the podium? We know 3 of them are at 39.5 off, but where's the spot's going to be? Todd Kuykendall, he's going to be the guy to determine who's on first, what's on second, and what's on third. So you got the Malibu response waiting for that 40-second beeper to beep so they can put the throttle to the floor to get Todd Kuykendall back out of the lake on top of the water. Here he is. He's sliding using that Goode slalom ski. This is money pass. This determines who's going to finish where on the podium. 39.5 off. Todd Kuykendall. Let's see one ball. Oh, head throws back a little bit. Other than that, pretty good one ball. He's round 2, making his way around 3, stands up. Getting part of 3 is enough for him to take the lead into gold. You can see he is totally fired up. Todd Kuykendall answering the pressure of being top seed, going out, doing what he needed to do to take home the gold medal here in this men 5 slalom event at the 2021 Goode U.S. Nationals. Todd Kuykendall, your men 5 slalom champion. So doing a victory lap, fist pump. You're watching a 0-off replay of Todd. He gets out at 2. He knows all I got to do is get part of 3. To complete his pass to seal the championships here at the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals. Very exciting. Another slalom event in the books. We've got more to come. Our next event on the slalom lake is women 5. What we'll do is wait for the official results on this men 5 slalom event before we go into the women 5. So to get confirmation of the leaderboard, we do know Todd Kuykendall was scored 2.5 at 39.5 off. There it is, right there, your champion. In second, Craig Koronek with 2 at 39. In third, Scott Tynan with 1 at 39. In fourth, Mike Dellinger, 5.5 at 38. And your fifth spot, final spot on the podium, Jeff Nate, 3 1/4, 38 off. That's your top 5 here at the U.S. Nationals in the men 5 slalom event. So what we're going to do is take a quick break and bring you back. Start the women 5 event. Don't go far.
and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
All right, here we are. We're back live from Water's Edge Estates, Wilmington, Illinois. We've started the women's 5 slalom event. Our skier on the water is Jennifer Lambert. She's going to be coming in at 30 miles per hour, 15 off. She opened up actually at 26 miles per hour, 15 off, and then ran that 28 miles per hour. And now coming back at 30. She's your current leader leading this women's 5 slalom event. Their max boat speed is 34 or 55K. So 30 miles per hour, making her way down the lake, coming in 3 there, a little late, standing up at the wakes to get a complete buoy total of 3 at 30 miles per hour for Jennifer Lambert. Again, she's your first skier off the dock, which puts her on top of the leaderboard. In this women 5, we've got 12 on the list. So these women 5 are getting a correct craft ski nautique as their boat draw. Just a word for you folks that might be heading out towards the lake at some point today or later on today or leave and come back. Make sure you park in appropriate places. Out in the parking lots, there is absolutely no parking on the streets here. It's a private community. We don't want to have neighbors start creating issues with us. So as you're going to and from the site, make sure you use the dedicated parking lots and no parking on the street. Thank you. Don't forget, go waterskibroadcasting.com. Make your selection who you think is going to be the top 3 finalists or top 3 podium spots between the women and men's slalom. 2 separate events, 2 separate opportunities to win a slalom ski of your choice. If you correctly guess the top 3 spots in the men's slalom, you get a slalom of choice from D3. If you guess the top 3 spots in the women, you get a ski of choice from Conley. So go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Follow the details, enter your opportunity to win a slalom ski. Now we got a scratch, but we're bringing in Kathy Hill. No, actually Kimberly Pilcher. Kathy was a scratch. This is Kimberly Pilcher. She's making her way around 4, stretching and waving at the crowd. Around 5, over and around 6. She started at 30 miles per hour, 15 off. Kimberly Pilcher successful on pass number 1 for her, completing that 30 miles per hour, 15 off. We've got the jump lake up and going with the open women. There's 11 of those ladies participating right now. The U.S. Nationals in contention there, and then also the top 5 ladies, international or U.S. citizens, will be in the Mora Lee finals later on tonight. On the slalom lake, back is Kimberly Pilcher. She's at 32 miles per hour. Pass number 2, 15 off. Just inside of 4. Officials calling in 3 for her. So, Kimberly Pilcher rounding off her set with actually 3 at 30 miles per hour, 15 off. So I believe that starts us off here with a tie between the first 2 skiers in women 5. So get set up. If you've got one monitor, set up 2 tabs. From the Waterski Broadcasting Company, Lake 1 being brought to you. I'm Troy Zellner on that slalom lake. Lake 2, Tony Lightfoot covering that lake. So I'm confirming our next skier, Rhonda Gassman. She's 30 miles per hour, 15 off, but go between Lake 1, Lake 2. You got your professional jumpers on Lake 2 right now. But on the slalom lake, Rhonda Gassman, she's coming out at 30 miles per hour. That's 15 off for Rhonda. She's making her way down the lake. She's going from north to south. Rounded 5 on this warm-up / shake the jitters pass number 1. Beautiful, beautiful weather right now. The sun is out. The sky's clearing up. A few white clouds around, but we're starting to see more blue than we are anything else. Winds are remaining calm as we're running women 5 slalom on Lake 1 and open women jump on Lake 2. Get yourself set up with 2 monitors. Put your right eye on the jump lake. Put your left eye on the slalom lake. Don't skip a beat. We're going to be bringing you live coverage without a delay from Wilmington, Illinois at this U.S. Nationals, coinciding with the Morley U.S. Open. Rhonda Gassman, pass 2. This is 32 miles per hour, 15 off for Rhonda. Stay patient, Rhonda. Go from 5 to 6 so you can get around 6. And she does and gives a hoop. Rhonda Gassman squeaking through pass number 2. So watching Rhonda.
Okay, just a quick announcement, Cassie. Furthest jump, 94 feet, 28.4 meters. Last jump was 91, 27.77. For next year.
Here we go, 22 off, Rhonda Gassman, pass number 3, 32 miles per hour is the maximum boat speed for this Women 5 event. She ran 15 off. They cut the rope, brought her back in at 22 off. She's able to get to You can see Rhonda, they're going to just a little bit late, having some slack, deciding to pull up and just take it safely to the wakes. Getting a full 2-buoy count at 22 off for Rhonda Gassman, one of the first skiers here in this Women 5 slalom event. Update, Rhonda Gassman just took the spot. Here in this Women 5 slalom event, their age is 55 to 59 years old. I can guess their ages, but I'm not going to put myself out on a limb with some of these ladies. They're athletic, they're in shape. They could probably outrun me or probably run faster than me right now because I am not in shape, not nowhere close to being in shape.
Skis is delighted to be the title sponsor of our 75th National Championship of Aces, and wishing all of our competitors good luck. Stop by, say hi to Don and company, and check out the new line of carbon for good skis that they have. Well, we can't thank our title sponsor enough of our
So they're underway on Lake 2 with your open women jumpers. We started already. We're on the second jumper, I believe, over there of 11. Those ladies are competing for the podium. The U.S. citizens over there competing for the podium of the U.S. Nationals. And then between the U.S. citizens and the international competitors over there, that's the prelims. Top 5 of those ladies go into the final event, night jump, taking place later today or tonight in the Morley U.S. Open. Get out of work, get out of the house, load up your car, come out to Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Watch the best water skiers in the world. The draw is unbelievable with what they've got here. We've already seen very close competitions in the preliminaries yesterday. Preliminaries today with jump taking on place over there now. Best water skiers in the world were drawn here for this Morley U.S. Open. On this slalom lake right now, just a slight delay here between skiers. Coming up next is going to be Jeannie Rivers. Down at that starting dock, they're looking to get her hooked up and then take the slack out of that rope and pull her up around the island to enter the course. In the meantime, you've got a minute. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Check out the details, how to win a slalom ski by taking a stab at who you think is going to place top 3 in the men's slalom event and see who's going to top 3 spots for the women. If you get it correct, you have an opportunity to win a free slalom ski of choice donated for D3 for the men's and Conley for the women. Jeannie Rivers now up on the water, 30 miles per hour, 15 off for her to open up and warm up here in this women's 5 category. Little bit of a north wind coming down the lake now as Jeannie makes her way with that tailwind pass. Round 6 and through the gates. Jeannie Rivers completing pass number 1 at 30 miles per hour, 15 off. So that means she has the option to increase the boat speed or shorten the rope. She's indicated she would like the boat speed to be increased to the max 32 here in this Women 5 event. She's going to continue to keep that rope at 15 off. If she completes this pass, then they'll stop that boat and shorten the rope to 22 off. Currently right now your leader, Rhonda Gassman, with 2 at 22 off, leading this Women 5 slalom event. Here we are, 22 off, 16 meters. Jeannie's got a headwind. She can use it to her advantage as she enters into the pre-turn of the slalom. Oh, and losing the handle back there behind the screen. I'll have to watch this zero-off replay to see exactly what happened here. She had a good 1 ball coming into 2, looking pretty good. Oh, and just getting pitched forward across the wakes and releasing the handle. Right now, Rhonda Gassman leading with 2 at 22 off, 32 miles per hour. Jeannie just went out. She started at 30.15, so she opted up to 22 off. Coming in at 30 miles per hour with that 2 at 22, puts her behind Rhonda. We've got a tie for third right now between Kimberly Pilcher, Jennifer Lambert. Coming up next on the running order, you got Mary Koenig. All right, Mary Koenig coming in. Her starting speed choice is 32 miles per hour. That's max in this Women 5. She's got 15 off. That's 18.25 meters. That is a red loop on that tow rope out there behind the ski nautique as Mary makes her way down there around 4, heading over to 5. Confidently going around 6 and through the exit gates. Mary Koenig completing pass 1. So Mary here already, she's our number 7 seed. She's 7 out of 12. So, a lot going on right now. A lot of excitement up here at Water's Edge Estates because we've got open women jumping. We've got people getting excited already this morning. cheering, ramping up the intensity literally over there on the jump lake is Tony Lightfoot. And you're following me. I'm Troy Zellner on the slalom lake. We are in the women 5 category, about halfway through this event. We've got Mary Koenig on the water. She's coming in past number 2 here. It's 22 off, max boat speed, 32 miles per hour, into the wind. Mary making her way around 4, over to 5 here, past number 2, an international competitor for the United States. Around 6 and through the gates, Mary Koenig appears to have successfully ran past number 2 with 6 at 22 off, changing the leaderboard by making that pass, sending herself right into first place.
I tell you what, we're loving this Malibu Open Women's Jump event here. Prelims for the U.S. Open Finals. The young lady on the water right now is Paige Rini.
So we've got Mary Koenig on the water. She's coming from the north end. She's at 28 off. That's the yellow loop on the ski rope here at the U.S. Nationals. Mary's setting a pace for the ladies behind her on the dock with the lead right now. She's adding to that lead. She's making it away across the lake, coming around 3, over to 4, late into 4, reaching forward. Can she get back to the wakes in time? So that's going to be a 3.5 at 28 off for Mary Koenig. That's your new leader here, about midway in this Women 5 slalom event.
Single weight cut opening jump 101.
10-4.
What a way to test out a ski rink. We're going to take you by play-by-play now. We're going to see a
So another scratch in this Women 5 slalom event. So that's going to bring us right into the top 5 seeds in Women 5 slalom already on this slalom lake here. Currently leading just off the water, you got Mary Koenig. That she set the bar, or set the pace, 3.5 at 28 off with her pass out there this morning. Mary Koenig.
Well, y'all saw just exactly how that happens. Great acceleration into the base of the ramp. Good lift, jump number 2. She's testing it out. 139 feet. 4 feet off the lead right now. 139 feet. For you people who are new to jumping, we're going to give you everything in U.S. standards, which is feet. But if these jumpers tie, we are going to be looking at the metric equivalent that will usually break the tie. Very seldom do we have ties in jump, and right now we have Paige Rini coming back in For jump number 3, we hope you're enjoying this Malibu Open Women's Jump prelims for the U.S. Open and finals for the Nationals.
So our number 5 seed in women's 5 slalom, Tristina Lindsay. She's out of Texas. She goes by Tina. So Tina Lindsay, 15 off, 32 miles per hour for her. She's going to be the first in these top 5, so we're going to start determining which lady's going to be where on the podium here at the U.S. Nationals as Tristina goes around 5, making her way over in around 6 through the gates in this warm-up pass for her of 15 off. Shorelines are filling up here early on in the day because you've got professional skiers preparing for this Morley U.S. Open, but you also have fans here for this Women 5 Slalom event. On the water right now, completing 15 off, Tristina Lindsay. She's going to be coming back at 22 off. She's got to make this if she wants to take the lead. She's our number 5 seed. Let's see how Tristina does here. Looking good as she goes over to 5 and making her way towards 6. Tina Lindsay completing that 22 off here in women's 5 slalom. So you can see that ski of hers kicking up like that, going through the wakes. It's an indication that she's hitting those wakes a little bit flat. And then that launches that ski up in the air. So if she could hold that edge better or stronger through the wakes, that'll kind of limit that much of a eliminate that ski bounce across the wakes by keeping it on edge. Slice it through that water. Cutting it through the wakes. Bending those knees as if they're shock absorbers. So things are getting loud and proud here at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Exciting jumping going on with the pro women skiers. Exciting slalom skiing going on right here. Tina Lindsay coming in. This is the money pass currently in this Women 5 event. Your leader, Mary Koenig, has 3.5. So Tina knows she needs full 4 to move herself into the lead and guarantee a spot on the podium. She's heading to 4 right now. She gets around 4. That's a full 4 for her. Also around 5, she's going to run this. Our first Women 5 skier through 28 off, guaranteeing herself a spot on the podium. Tina Lindsay making it through that yellow loop. Tina Lindsay taking the lead in this Women's 5 Slalom event. Out of Texas, coming to Illinois, slalom skiing. Brooke Baldwin is your pro jumper on Lake 2 right now.
Look at that speed. Get up and that was out there. Did you see the carry?
Very nice. She just stuck with it, floated all the way down and nailed that landing. Gosh, love watching them being able to land like that and ski away.
I tell you what, it's dangerous to guess, but that was the furthest jump of the event so far. This Malibu.
Here we go, Tina Lindsay. She's your current leader. She's going to be coming back in at 32 off. She's setting a pace for the final 4 women in this Women 5 Slalom event. What is she going to do here at 32 off? We'll see. Oh, a good-looking one ball. Lost a little angle from one to the wakes, but she had a good turn, just didn't finish it. But she's happy right there with 2 at 32 off. Your new leader in this Women's 5 event, guaranteeing herself a spot on the podium, Tina Lindsay. There you go. New leaderboard, Tristina Lindsay, 2 at 32 off. In second now, Mary Koenig, 3.5 at 28 off. Third, Rhonda Gassman, 2 at 22 off at 32 miles per hour. Jeannie Rivers, 2 at 22 off at 30. And a 5th place tie right now between Kimberly Pilcher and Jennifer Lambert. Next on my list in Women 5, I show Connie Bergmark as your next contestant, but we've got that boat pulled up to the dock there. I don't know if we have issues with the SurePath system in that boat or exactly what's going on, but it appears they got it figured out. The boat's idling away. They're going to tighten the rope for Connie Bergmark. So, yes, your next competitor coming out of the water, Connie Bergmark, she's coming in at 32 miles per hour. That's the max speed. 22 off. That's 16 meters. She's going to warm up at 22 off here in Women 5. She knows that Tina Lindsay just went out, ran 2 at 32 off. So Connie knows she's got to get part of 3 at 32 off to take the lead and reassure herself a spot on the podium. So successfully getting through past number 1, Connie Bergmark. Successfully completing pass number 1 at 22 off. We've got Connie Bergmark. She asked that boat crew, let's shorten it up a little bit. Let's go at 28 off this time. Connie knows this is a must-make pass for her to get into 32 off to challenge the leader, Tina, with 2 at 32 off. But one buoy at a time right now into the wind. Connie Bergmark coming around 4, making her way over to 5. Coming around 5 and around 6. She's made it through another pass, opening her opportunity to take the lead in this women 5 slalom event is Connie Bergmark. There you go. You see Connie Bergmark, the replay produced by Zero Off. It's getting exciting here at Water's Edge Estates, folks. I'm telling you, if you're anywhere close within the proximity, you should be here if you're not. And if you're unable to be here, we're happy to provide you with the coverage through the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsored by the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois. Connie Bergmark, this is pass number 3 for her, 32 off, current leader 2. So Connie getting slack out of 2, trying to pull along to get around 3, inside of 3. So unofficially, we've got a tie for the lead right now between Connie and Tina. Both of those gals with 2 at 32 off.
So here I was bragging about how many feet, how many meters, and what goes on. 158 feet for Valentina Gonzalez. Let's hear it for her. That was 48.3 meters. Now here's the wild thing. Brooke Baldwin jumped 158, also at 48.3 meters. It's a tie. Mike Ellinger. Go for it.
Lisa Toms, number 3 seed, women 5. She's starting at 22 off, max boat speed, 32 miles per hour. She knows right now there's a tie for the lead in this event with 2 at 32 off, which is going to be a runoff. Already tight skiing in this women 5 event, another slalom event going to the wire. We're going to have a runoff since we're in the top 5, and 2 of the girls already in the top 5 are tied. So that's going to be a guaranteed runoff. But for what place yet we do not know, because Lisa Toms is out. She completely ran past number 1, which is 22 off. She's going to be coming back in at 28 off. That's a must-make pass right now. So here we go. This is 28 off. Our third seed, Lisa Toms. Things are getting very busy, very loud here at Water's Edge Estates because we've got some spectacular skiing going on between Lake 1 and Lake 2. Right now, 28 off, Lisa Toms. She has to run this pass to get into 32 to challenge the leaders. It's a headwind for her right now. As she comes over and she's around 4, heading over to 5. Completing 5, making her way to 6 and out through those mandatory exit gates. That is 28 off for our number 3 seed, Lisa Toms. With 6 at 28 off. Now she's going to have the opportunity to challenge this tie for first place. 2 ladies, Connie Bergmark, Tina Lindsay sitting with 2 at 32 off. Lisa's going to be coming back at 32 off. It's going to be a tailwind. So exciting jumping. There's a tie in the women's jump over there. With a tie, that means they not only tied with the U.S. in feet, they go to a backup in metric. They tied exactly with the same metric. So at this point, there's a jump off in the works, depending on what the remaining jumpers do there. I'm not exactly sure where they're at, but that's where you set there. We got a tie here on the slalom lake as well, but we got Lisa Toms swinging out, setting up for this 32 off. This is a money pass. 2 is the lead right now. So she comes out of 1 ball, gets around 2, a lot of slack, trying to get to 3, inside 3. So now this creates a 3-way tie between Tina Lindsay, Connie Bergmark, and Lisa Toms, all scoring 2 at 32 off to set up a runoff. We know these girls are going to go out at a runoff. We got 2 left, so we may have more in the runoff, or we may have change in the positions. Right now, those 3 tied for first. Now holding on to 4th, Mary Koenig, 3.5 at 28 off. On the bubble is Rhonda Gassman, 2 at 22 off at 32 miles per hour.
Okay, over here we're really rocking at 163 feet. Taryn Grant knocks one out, and that was all on the kick. 49.7 meters. Taryn Grant goes into the lead with 2 young ladies, Brooke Baldwin and Valentina Gonzalez.
So a very close women 5 event in the making. How close, Troy Zellner, do you say? It's so close. We have 3 tied for the lead with 2 at 32 off. Doesn't get much closer than that, right? So we got 2 left, though. Coming out now, Ann Hamilton, starting 28 off. Ann off the docks, going yellow, 28 off. Does she normally start at 28 off, or is she playing a strategic game, setting herself up to have a 32 off headwind? I don't know. I got to think that she normally starts at 28 off. She had a fist pump. She must have been a little nervous about that 28 off tailwind. But hanging in there, Ann Hamilton working it through her opening pass, which was 28 off. So just like that, pass number 2, she's at the rope length to challenge these leaders. 3 of these ladies with 2 at 32 off. Right now tied for first place. Ann Hamilton, your number 2 seed, sitting in a drink down there behind that ski nautique. She's going to be coming in at 32 off, challenging that pass, challenging the leaders. Any part of 3 will guarantee her no worse than second on the podium. Anything short of 2 is going to put her in 4th place. So there we go. It's tight in women 5. Ann Hamilton, your number 2 seed. She's at 32 off. She ran that 28 tailwind. Now 32 headwind. Oh, she's got a good 1 ball. She's coming over to 2. She's around 2. She looks good at 2. And around 3. That's a new leader. How many more is she going to get? She's around 4. Stands up, goes to the wake, shakes her head. She's thinking that's not enough to win the event by shaking her head. She either thinks that's not enough or she's upset with herself that she didn't run it. Nevertheless, Ann Hamilton taking over the number 1 spot in this women's 5 event, pushing our 3-way tie down to 2nd. So that's going to hold those 3 gals at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, with Mary Koenig holding that 5th spot with 3.5 at 28 off. So, in just her 2nd pass, Ann Hamilton takes the lead. We're watching women 5 slalom and also watching some spectacular jumping over on the jump lake, brought to you by Tony Lightfoot. You need to make sure you've got 2 monitors set up. If you don't have 2, you better go somewhere and buy one, or go to your neighbor, borrow it or take it, because you're going to want to see both lakes running simultaneously here. No delay. Live to the 2nd from Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Right now, women's 5, our top seed, Allison Polson. She also coming out 28 off with a little bit of a tailwind. So we'll see Allison riding that good slalom ski. Going from 4 over to 5, a little stretched out, but gets around 5 and makes her way around 6 and through the gates. A little fist pump, but yet, woo, all in the same. So, just like our number 2 seed, who's the current leader, Ann Hamilton, in her 2nd pass, already Allison Polson is going to be able to challenge the leaderboard. Right now, leading right now, Ann Hamilton with 4 at this pass. That's 32 off. 3 of these young ladies tied with 2 at 32 off. That is Lisa Toms, Connie Bergmark, and Tina Lindsay. Rhonda Gassman. No, Mary Koenig, she's sitting on the bubble at 5th. So, top seed, money pass. So this is going to determine podium spots. We know we're going to have a runoff between 3 ladies. Will it be 4? Will Allison take the lead and take the gold? We're about to find out. This is 1 ball, 32 off. Good into 2 ball. Came out a little narrow, but she's still definitely in it. She's going around 4. Now that's enough to tie. She gets part of 5. Unofficially, that's your winner. As she rounds 6, and she goes ahead and runs 32 off. Your top seed, Allison Poulsen, unofficially your winner here in this Women 5 Slalom event at the 2021 National Waterski Championships. But she's not done yet. She's out there. She's won the event. From here on out, she's just putting icing on the cake. Unofficially, that's going to put Ann Hamilton down to 2nd spot. Then we've got that 3-way tie, so that's your top 5. In this Women's 5 Slalom event. Coming back, she's at 35 off. Your unofficial champion. It's not official until those results are posted for a half hour after that. But we haven't had any changes yet in the tournament. Right now, 35 off. Allison Poulsen putting icing on the cake here. She gets a good 1 ball. Able to get around 2. She's still pulling hard to get around 3. She does. Now she stands up. Your winner, 3 at 35 off, Allison Poulsen. So what we'll do, we'll let Allison Poulsen take a victory lap here on her way back down the lake to the starting dock. Then we're going to have a draw to figure out of your 3 ladies tied for 3rd place, which is Lisa Toms. So the order for this runoff has been determined. Lisa Toms, she will be the first one off the dock. She's going to set the pace. So these gals ran 2 at 32 off to get themselves into that 3rd place position. We take them back 1 line length from the pass they completed. So back out to 28 off will be their starting line length. Still at 32 miles per hour is what they'll be coming off the dock. Lisa Toms is going to be first, Tina Lindsay second, and Connie Bergmark the 3rd one out in this 3-way runoff for 3rd in Women 5 Slalom. All right, Lisa Toms, first one in this Women 5 runoff for 3rd place. This is 28 off, max speed. She's out getting as many buoys as she can, and as long as she keeps getting around the buoys and doesn't miss or she doesn't fall, she's going to keep skiing. And if she makes all 6, which it appears she did, we're going to drop her at the south end of the lake, and we're going to shorten that rope from 28 off back to 32 off.
So she knows what she's got to do. That ramp can produce long distance jumps. And I tell you what, if she gets a little bit more balance towards that left side, carries the knees through, This is going to be a long, long jump. Coming out right up.
Here we go, south end of the slalom lake. That's Lake 1 on the water. Lisa Toms, she is your first competitor in the three-way runoff in the women's 5. She's at 32 off. She's making her way around 2. Over to 3, inside 3. So once again, 2 at 32 off for Lisa Toms. Exactly what she did in the earlier round, the original round in this women's 5 slalom event. So the next 2 girls know they must run 28 off the dock and then grab a part of 3 if they're going to take control of this third place medal contending spot. So keep in mind, it may or may not matter to Tina, but Tina Lindsay, she was our number 5 seed in this event. So she's been sitting on the shoreline longer than any of the other 3 girls, but they were all right about the same time. So Tina still, she will come out at 28 off as well, same rope length and speed as the other girls in this runoff. We've already had Lisa Toms go out. She got 2 at 32 off, so that's the spot right now that Tina Lindsay knows is the mark for her to get on the 3rd spot in the podium. All right, Connie came off the dock at 28 off. She's being called for 2 1/2 there at 28 off. Wait a second. That wasn't Connie. I'm sorry. That was Tina Lindsay. She's got in the book 2 1/2 at 28 off, so that's not enough for the 3rd place spot. However, we've got one more skier to determine exactly where these ladies are going to be. Lisa Toms with the 2 at 32 off set that mark currently. That puts her in 3rd place. Tina with the 2 1/2 at 28 off. That currently puts her in 4th, but Connie Bergmark yet to come to determine exactly where these 3 ladies are going to be on the podium, either 3rd, 4th, or 5th place.
Now, she wasn't as late as the previous couple of skiers, but remember, that's her warm-up jump of 157 feet. We're jumping to the north today, and thank goodness for Water's Edge. They're prepared for anything. Nice, gentle headwind. These skiers like that. That's what you want to see. Alexandra Deniskaya coming in about
Both lakes here at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois, coming down to the wire. We've got a runoff here in the women's 5 slalom event. Tony making the call over there. You can hear him in the background. I'm sure he's about to blow my right eardrum out with that open women professional jump event over there. A potential jump off in the makings over that jump event. Right now, a for sure runoff, your 3rd skier out in this runoff right now, Connie Bergmark. She's at 28 off. She's got to run this if she wants to get that third spot on the podium. Right now, she's got herself in fourth, but continues through the pass, knowing she had to run 28 off Connie Bergmark. That puts Tina Lindsay in the fifth spot on the podium in this women 5. So we know Tina's in fifth. We know Ann Hamilton's in second. We know the champion is Allison Poulsen. What we don't know, who's going to be in third, who's going to be in fourth, because Connie Bergmark's still on the water. She's got an opportunity to score better than Lisa Toms right now in third with 2 at 32 off. So if Connie gets any part of 3, she's going to be in third. Anything less than 3, she'll be in fourth. If she ties 3, we'll be skiing those 2 again. That's what the situation is that we have here in women 5 slalom events. So right now, deciding Connie Bergmark coming in 1 at 32 off. She's got 2. She's going to stand up and play it safe to tying once again Lisa Toms, Connie Bergmark, both those ladies in the runoff, tying once again with 2 at 32 off. So we'll get those ladies back to the dock, and we'll have to start it all over again.
Jump number 1, this is Hannah, and she boots one out there. That's an early 160. So we're calculating all the placement So I wrote this is out on that time. We have another 158 with Brooke Baldwin. So we're trying to get that all sorted out. We're waiting on the first jump.
Okay, here we go. Connie coming out on her pass here on the second runoff in this Women 5 event. She gets 1 1/2 to start the pace, set the pace there. Now Lisa knows if she can get 2, she's going to get this third place spot here in the women 5 slalom event. Second go round in the runoff. They keep it at 32 off. So they came out at 32 off in that second round rather than coming back out at 28 off.
Okay, jump number 2, Hannah Solo coming in. Getting in that really hot spot there. Good speed, sitting back a little bit. Oh, she hits the top floor on that one. That's a big jump. That's going to be really near that 170, 171 foot mark. Carried a lot of speed. Got out nice and wide on that one. That was a pretty jump. Her title is white. Second world jump, and same with the Masters. Boy, I'm hitting it just a little bit short. 173 feet for Hannah. That's 52.7 meters.
All right, here comes Lisa. This is 32 off. She's going to try and make more than 2 so she can be at third place on the podium. There's your fist pump. She needed to get 2, more than one. Let me back up. She needed to do it better than 1.5 at 32 miles per hour, and she went out and did that by getting 2. So Lisa Toms getting 2 at 32 off in the second runoff in this women 5 slalom event. Once we get it all tabulated, we'll put up an updated leaderboard so we can name our top 5 finishers in this women 5 event. With Allison Polson on top, 3 at 35 off. In second, Ann Hamilton, 4 at 32 off. Then third, Lisa Toms. Fourth, Connie Birdmark. And fifth, Tina Lindsay. That's your top 5 in the women 5 slalom event. Congratulations to all you ladies. Now what we're going to do here on the slalom lake, we're going to switch things over, get prepared for the women 1 slalom event, and I'll have a special guest announcer with me helping call that event. We will let you sit in suspense through the commercials and then come back and fire up women 1 slalom at the 79th Goode U.S. National Championships.
USA Waterski and Wake Sports is recognized by the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee as the national governing body for all of towed water sports. Each of our 9 sport disciplines hold both local, regional, state, and national tournaments. Each of these tournaments attracts hundreds of participants and thousands of attendees. We have over 15,000 members from all across the country. There are a number of benefits to joining USA Waterski and Wake Sports. One is the opportunity to compete, but secondly, it's an opportunity to join a family, to join a water ski community that really enjoys life on the water. There are many other ancillary benefits. You get our magazine, you get customized content delivered to your email box every month, and you get great discounts from our industry partners as well.
USA Waterski doing an amazing job of bringing people together, all under one umbrella and celebrating the sport that we love.
And the great thing about the USA Waterski program is that a lot of families coming here, so a lot of parents and 2 or 3 generations are all competing, and it's just such a great family sport.
It wasn't until my late teens that I learned about competitive water skiing and joined USA Waterski back then. Been a member ever since.
I've only been a member since 1965.
I'm absolutely a member of the USA Waterski. I've been a member for a very, very long time.
I'm a USA Waterski competitor, and it's just a great opportunity to get active and be out in the sun and meet people.
Check out everything we've got going on. Visit usawaterski.org. You can also see the different disciplines that we have going on there and see what all else is going on around the country.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
System hold every time. Malibu Response size ultimate horse slayer. Buttery smooth wakes are fairly there from the long line, the short line, and the rock solid track. Thanks to the tournament approved Malibu T-Cut Diamond Hull will have you making your next personal best in no time. Malibu boats, and we are back on the water to the Malibu Open Women's Jump. The first skier out on the water
Okay.
All right, welcome back. The Waterski Broadcasting Company providing the webcast at the 2021 Goode Waterski Championships National Ski Tournament. Special guest, a lot prettier than the guest I've had so far, coming into the TWBC booth. I've got Chelsea Mills. She's a professional women's slalom specialist. She's going to help make the calls here, hopefully for the whole women's one event, but if she needs to bow out and go anywhere else, she's more than welcome to do what you want to do. But welcome, Chelsea. We're going to call this women one event together. How do you like things so far out here as far as the conditions for these women one skiers?
You know, I think it's looking really good. Today is probably the best day I've seen this week. The conditions have been so challenging all week long, and I think it's looking the best it's seen. There's still a little bit of texture on the water, but sometimes that feels good, just a little bit of feedback into the ski. So just a slight head tail. It looks like a bit of a tailwind off the dock today as our first skier comes into the course.
That first skier, Margaret Becker, she's opening up 26 miles per hour, 15 off. That ever important opening pass, Chelsea. That's kind of the hardest pass sometimes off the dock, right?
Yeah, she's fighting. Oh, yeah, she just got a little bit broke forward there out of 4-ball. Shoulders got a little bit ahead of her hips, and she tried to make a great effort at saving that, but could not make it happen and went down around 5-ball. Let's watch the replay here. So a little bit stretched out, going through those wakes, but she gave it a really, really good effort here to get around 4. I think she maybe hit that buoy, and then that made her really have a struggle to get around that 5th buoy, and she just went inside of it. But it was a great effort there from Margaret.
Yeah. So the officials are doing a review here for her.
Yeah, I bet they're reviewing that 4-ball. I'm not sure she got around it. I know she definitely hit it with her ski.
Yeah. So opening out here, Margaret Becker. We're under a video review. Probably looking like we're going to be somewhere in the 4-ish category for her.
Right, could be a 3, could be a 4, depending on what the officials call here.
So how often do you find that first pass really being as challenging as your last?
Yeah, sometimes, that first pass is usually kind of the most, let's feel it out, let's see how it's going, and when you're at the national championship, you got to come out aggressive, right? And there's really not a lot of room for being tentative when you start out. But that's kind of what we want to do, since we're in this unforgiving sport where we don't have a warm up, right? So we have to be right on it right away. And I think actually we got to do the opposite. We got to come out aggressive, no matter what, even if it's our opener, so that we're ready.
Yep, I tell my kids all the time, wouldn't you rather fall being aggressive or stand up and ski away by not being aggressive enough? It's easier walking out of the water knowing that you made your effort the best that you could. Right now, Olivia Dix, she's coming in 30 miles per hour, 15 off for her opening pass. Hopefully she can get through here and work out some of the butterflies that you have coming off that dock.
Whoop. That was tough. Yeah, she just got same thing, just got a little broke forward out of 2-ball there.
Yeah, so let's see here. There's a setup. That all-important setup and start through the gates, heading over to 1.
Gate wasn't bad, actually, here, and little high handle out of 1-ball.
Amazing athletic ability, really,
very,
the way she came out of 2.
She did a good job to hang on to that, actually.
For sure. So 2 buoys for her. So you're a sports psychologist, huh?
I am, yes. I work for a company called Winning Mindset, and we do mindset training for athletes in all sports, actually. I myself have about I have a few skiers that I work with, but we're on a team of 50 coaches where we work with athletes all across the country, and we're based out of New York City. So.
Wow, that sounds like a big operation to me.
It is.
So what level do you go? Do you start at, first question to that. What's the youngest that you have?
My youngest is 9 years old.
Holy cow.
Yep. And then I have some athletes in their 70s. So,
holy cow.
Yeah, I have adults as well.
So 9-year-old, I can see, starting them young, building up that mindset, and I'm assuming that's what you do. At 70 years old, what kind of competition are they doing at that age? And I'm not trying to be negative, but it just kind of surprises me.
Well, this, right? I mean, take a
yeah.
look at the U.S. Nationals. You've got all the divisions all the way through. And a lot of my adults are just as serious, if not more serious, than my kids about reaching their goals.
That just goes to show. I had John Travers here yesterday, and we got on this conversation of the mental part of the sport, because let's face it, you tell me, I always say the brain is the strongest muscle in the body.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. It's no different than going into the gym. You're not going to get strong by going to the gym once.
And it's with every level. I mean, it's not only just the kids, it goes all the way up to you being a professional athlete.
Right.
So mindset is the conversation in between the passes. Right now, Allison Hendricks, she's on the water. She's at 30 miles per hour, 15 off for her opening pass.
Those first two turns look pretty good. She looks pretty calm, cool, and collected here so far.
Calm, cool, and collected. I imagine that's what you tell your athletes.
Absolutely. That looks like a really great opener to me. Just good stacked position through the wakes. She looks like she's got a strong core there. She was really focused. She didn't allow those first two skiers missing their openers to affect her either. Sometimes that can be a pattern where some people go down early and then you kind of go, what's wrong? And she just went out there and really stayed.
She stayed
calm.
with her own mindset.
That's right. So that looks pretty good.
That is, I mean, it's huge that as we sit on the shoreline, in your division, watching the next skiers come up, you feed off of what happens by the performances in front of you.
Well, I actually, this is something that we talk about with our athletes, is don't watch the competition. We highly, highly recommend that you do not watch your competitors ski.
Really?
Until you get into a situation where you need to know the score, you should not be watching your competitors.
Just stay your own mindset.
Stay in your bubble, focus on your keys, and go run a practice set.
Interesting. So here we go, pass number 2, Allison Hendricks. This is 32 miles per hour, staying at that 15 off rope length.
She went a little narrow there, but she's still working through it. That's looking pretty good. She did a good job of staying with it there. I think she got a little stood up through the gate and came into one ball, almost didn't get around one ball, and was sort of running narrow that whole pass, but she made it happen. What I like about her is she skis really tall.
Yeah, straight.
And I like that. That's just a really efficient position for slalom. So she's doing a good job of staying calm and tall there, even though maybe that I'm guessing that wasn't exactly the path she wanted to take through the course.
Yeah. So I'm Troy Zellner, your announcer on Lake One for the Slalom Lake. I've got Chelsea Mills, your third in the tour right now.
Yes, I've had a good year so far.
Good for you, and I wish you the best upcoming. How many more tour spots are there?
Yeah, we have 6 more stops. So next couple coming up are, we're going to finish out the U.S. Open today. And then next weekend is Hilltop. And then the weekend after that is California Pro. And then we go into September. It's pretty light, actually. So I think we get a little bit of a break after these 3.
Busy schedule. That's good to hear.
Whoop.
34-15 here. This is still Allison Hendricks.
Nice. She's actually looking better now than she was on her first two passes, so I'm liking this a little bit more, but was not quite aggressive enough from 4 to 5 there, and that'll end her Nationals ride. I was really kind of liking this pass. She was looking more aggressive to me here, and maybe just let up just a touch. Out there out of 2 was kind of where she started to let up, and then it just kind of went with her down the course and got a little later and later, and she's just inside that 5 ball. But that was not bad, not a bad ride for her.
Yeah, you sound like the Waterski Pro Tour, several stops. It doesn't, I mean, it's the last couple of years. You've got more stops this year than what we've had in the last couple of years, it sounds like, huh?
This is such a cool year for pro skiing. So Waterski Pro Tour started, and actually that whole operation was started by basically Freddie Winter and Manon Costard. And I am so thankful to those two, because without them, I don't know what we would have going on. And they sort of developed this system for the Pro Tour with stars events, and the events having to put up a certain amount of money to reach a certain star level. And so the U.S. Open, for example, is a 3-star event. Next weekend is a 5-star event. So it's a big event next weekend at Hilltop. And it's basically the pro skiers put together the Pro Tour. So I think it's pretty cool that our group took initiative and made it happen.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
So the difference in the different levels of stars, is that the prize money? Is that what?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
You have to have a certain amount of prize money to get to a certain star level.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So if there's anything you see about me with having your sports psychologist background that I can improve, feel free to throw it at me, even if we're worldwide right now on the web.
Yeah, sure. I will. We actually work with corporate as well, and so we do talk about presentations, and, you know, it's all relaxing under pressure. So here we go. Nikki Weber coming in at 30 miles an hour, 15 off.
Nikki is a Midwest region skier. I know her from being around, so she's familiar with this site, having our Midwest regionals here last weekend.
Yeah, and that pass didn't look too bad. She was never in trouble here, so yep.
So third in the tour. Is that is it a tight pack
Yes.
right now?
Yeah, it's tight everywhere. Yeah, and things will change after today, for sure, with the competitors that are in the finals tonight. So the whole leaderboard will get shifted around.
Yeah.
Yep, after today. And yeah, it makes it exciting. You can go on waterskiprotour.com to check out all the different athletes that are the pros on the tour, and kind of what their standings are and where they've been and what events, how they've done in events. So it's and every webcast is also on waterskiprotour.com.
Cool. So watch the schedule on waterskiprotour.com. Check out the athletes. Go on there right now and check out Chelsea Mills, who's sitting in here helping out with the call at the Nationals. So we got Nikki Weber. She completed 30 miles per hour, 15 off on her opening pass. So more likely than not, she'll be coming back in, yes, at 32 miles per hour for pass number 2 with slight headwind here.
Pulled out nice and wide for a gate, was maybe a little tentative on that turn in, but now she's turning on some of that more aggressive piece that she's going to need to work her way through this pass. And she completes that pass. That looked pretty good once she got in and through the gate. After the gate, looked pretty good.
So here we go. Prepare yourself. Things are about to get loud again because the open men jump has the first skier on the lake, and it's been kind of quiet here because Tony hasn't been talking. So the two of us will do our best to continue bringing you this coverage of the Women 1 Slalom event. But simultaneous broadcasting here at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. You see us now. I'm Troy Zellner. I'm on the right of your screen. Tony Lightfoot on the left of your screen. And the icing between the two is Chelsea Mills. She's helping provide me some help, maybe help my voice chill out for a little while, because we got a long day ahead of us still, because we're working our way to the exciting Morley U.S. Open event coming up later. While we're still in this Women 1 event between skiers. So yesterday, quite the challenging conditions, and you know, we've had those periodically through the week, and we'll get to that after we see Nikki Weber coming in at 34 minus 15.
All right, here she goes. She's coming around 2-ball here. Looking pretty good, looking pretty stacked. Got a little maybe off balance at 3. She's going to have to work to get through. She's working hard, though, and I think she might be just inside of 6-ball. She just got a little bit later and later throughout that pass, but that was a great effort from Nikki.
Nikki throwing it out there around 6. We're looking at 5 at 34 miles per hour for her. That's going to be enough unofficially for her to take the lead in this Women 1 event early on. So,
yeah, she just got a little disconnected there. You know, her arms got away from her just a little bit more. So the further that connection from the handle to the hips gets, that makes things really tough to keep that line tight and to get the max width and swing from the boat. So that was sort of what happened there with her, but that was still a great ride, and she's in the lead.
Yeah. Taking that spot, Nikki Weber. I'm showing Jacqueline Fake on the list as our next skier. You see dockside there, the dockside camera providing coverage at the starting dock. We're in the Women 1 event. Ever important dock starter, switching out ropes, rope handles. So as the conditions changed yesterday, you had an unfortunate burst of wind in your set, and it really took you out of contention.
It did. You know, I would say primarily I want to take full responsibility. I think I forgot a major key of mine that was sort of an ender for me, but I did hit a big gust of wind on my gate turn in for 38 that I did not see coming. It was a huge gust, but you know, got to be more bulletproof. You got to be able to do it in everything, and you know, so the other girls had tough conditions as well. So you know, I walk away from that and I just go, you know what, I got to be more bulletproof.
Yeah, well, but it's still frustrating on the other hand. And I understand it's an outdoor sport, but to get a burst of wind like that and take you way out of your game with all the training and such. Jacqueline Fake up on the water now. She's at 32 miles per hour, 15 off for her warm-up pass.
And I would say she came out quite aggressive here, especially in the turn. She really was leaning over that buoy quite a lot in the turn there. And I liked her. She was really aggressive on that gate. Maybe dropped her shoulder a little bit there around 1, but then got it back together once she made her way through that opener, and that looked pretty good.
Nice opening pass. We're back to having good conditions. Very smooth water out there right now. So even though you had more in your mind yesterday than what you were able to run, you ended up with the 5th place spot on the podium for the U.S. Nationals. I know your goal coming in here was a place higher than that. More importantly, probably wanting to be the top 5, one of the top 5 finalists going into the Morley U.S. Open.
For sure.
And unfortunately, that happens. But as a psychologist, you said you got to be more bulletproof. How do you leave that behind you?
I think you got to look at it as a learning experience. I don't have a lot of experience coming out at 32 off on my first set of the day on a lake I haven't skied on in 10 years. And so I need to actually incorporate that into my training a little bit more, and I think that was a factor as well. And here we go. We got Jacqueline Fake coming in at 34.15 off. She's looking pretty good. Good turnaround 3-ball, nice and connected, out to 4. This is actually looking quite good. Strong cut to 6, and she's out the gate for her second pass. Where does that put her in the standings?
That's going to put her in the lead. That's our first women one to run that max boat speed, 34 miles per hour. And you know as well as I do, anytime you get through that max speed, the next thing to do is start cutting the rope lengths. And then you have an option there. We seen it yesterday in the open men's event, guys opting up because of the weather conditions. I don't know that we'd see that in this women in one event, especially this early out. I think she'll follow more traditional methods and probably come back at 22 off. But it sounds like you adjusted your starting speed from the saying you aren't used to 32 off the dock much.
I'm used to it in a second round or a third round of the day, but I'm not used to it in a first round, really, and I need to incorporate that into my training more. So definitely some learning lessons from yesterday, and that being one of them. The other one was I sort of thought I had a key down, and I had moved on to some other things that had been really helping at running 39, and then just got kind of away from one of my biggest things that has been helping me all year. So I'm going to get back to that.
22 off, Jacqueline Fake, your new leader, adding to her score. This is her third pass in the set.
Little high handle there. Didn't really ride the line out quite as well. Out to 2 here. She lost a bit of her outbound. Kind of came to the inside quite early. Usually, that's because that back shoulder got kind of open to the boat, and she wasn't able to keep her direction off the second wake there. So she ended up running straight for too long, and then that ski doesn't like to turn when you run straight for too long.
Yep, that's right. As soon as you go straight, that speed increases on the slalom ski, and therefore you try and make that turn, but it's harder to go straight and turn right than it is to go from left right into right. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that edge change ever important there. So that leads me to another thought that I'm curious about. You adjusted your starting speed.
No, starting line length.
Starting line length. And we seen the men come out, and they kept their normal starting line length, but opted up.
Some of them did, and some of them came out at 35. So it was sort of a
strategy one way or the other.
And sometimes it worked out, and sometimes it didn't.
Do you ever use opt up?
That's another thing is I think I need to practice that a bit. I haven't been doing that. I think that's a bit riskier, especially yesterday when the cut was really low. It was 4 at 38. So an opt up yesterday was probably not the right call. I think I made the right call. I think I just hit a wall of wind, and one of my keys left me that I thought I had kind of owned.
Okay.
So yeah, that was the main thing.
So how often we talk about the conditions, and it not only affected the women and the men pro events, but it also affected the amateurs throughout the week. So some of those amateurs walking by here were like, I just need to practice in those conditions. I can't go mow the grass whenever we got tough conditions. I need to get out there and ski. So I'll let you answer that in a minute. Right now, Bailey Grathwall, she's coming out 32 miles per hour, 22 off.
Yeah, and I'm liking this position she has through the wakes. That's a good lean and pull through the wakes. I like her position, knees forward and pressing into the ski there. I love that position through the wakes. That was a nice opener.
Yep, very clean looking opener for Bailey. She started below the maximum speed at 22 off. I imagine she's going to increase the boat speed, but how often do you go out and practice in inclement weather conditions or wind? Not so much rain, you could just wind.
If I planned on skiing that day, I typically ski that day. I don't usually change my schedule just because it's windy, or just because I ski in rain too. I'll ski in anything. I skied in Whitecaps actually the day before our round. 2 days ago, I skied in Whitecaps because I knew that it was going to be windy. So I did actually 2 sets in like some really, really tough conditions the day before. But it has been glass calm in Florida for the last 2 months. So the last time I actually had an opportunity to train in wind, I would have jumped at the opportunity to train in wind, but we just didn't have it. We had no wind.
Well, it's been nice here. I'm from Illinois. Unfortunately, this has been the most unusual week of weather events we've had all summer long.
Here we go. This pass is looking even better than the last, I would say.
Yep, she's at 34 now.
She's looking nice and aggressive.
Sometimes you speed up, get shorter line lengths, you ski a little harder, you figure out that swing, and definitely can improve things. But you see her on the 0 off replay here.
Yeah, her body doesn't move very much through the wakes, which I like. That she's really strong, stays connected, and just feeds that handle out when she needs to. That was a really good-looking pass.
So we're going to drop her. That's going to be the north end of the lake. That's the same end as the starting dock is. So she might have some contestants down there cheering her on. That's one thing you got to love about this sport. It's you get on the water and you fight for everything you can get, but we also back each other up on the shoreline and supporting each other.
Right. And you need that, because sometimes you have a good round and sometimes you don't, and you need people in your corner to pull you back out.
That's right. And in her corner, two skiers after her sister, Taylor.
Oh, there you go.
So
that's pretty special to be skiing an event with a sibling. And probably some good competitiveness there that hopefully doesn't get too much, but that's a great thing to experience in practice where you're skiing against somebody that's close to your level. You're kind of seeing what they run every day, especially with like different conditions and stuff, and you go, oh, well, today's windy, so maybe it's not going to be good or something, and then your sister goes out and kills it, and you're like, wait, never mind.
Yep. And I would guess that being your sister, you're going to trade secrets back and forth maybe a little more than you would
hopefully
with other competitors.
Hopefully, yeah. I wouldn't know. I have a brother, but he was not an athlete, so yeah. But that was another good-looking pass. She's actually looking kind of better and better as the line gets shorter.
I believe that was 28 off.
Right.
We'll confirm that once we get her back up there. She's at the north end by the exhibitor's tent. If you're on site, make sure you patronize the exhibitors. Go in, buy some items, because if it weren't for them and funding the U.S. Nationals, we wouldn't be here. So Bailey, the first Grathwall of the Grathwall girls, coming around the South Island. Now at 32 off, she's definitely in the lead by running that 28 off. 32 off, how much of a big difference you think this is going to be for her?
It sort of depends on where you're at in your skiing. Sometimes, if you're kind of around when going down around 2 ball there, didn't have the best gait. It depends on where you're at in your skiing, because 32 can feel better and easier than 28, even because there's kind of like a better swing. But if you're not running 35 yet and like 32 is still like kind of new and hard, then 32 is really different than 28 because there's more torque on the rope. I think 35 is where it really is a game changer. There's a lot more. It's trying to pull you in. The rope's trying to pull you in and make you. It's hard to keep that outbound, and that's where I think it gets really important to keep your outbound going more than maybe at the other line lengths that are longer. But yeah, 32 can be really different than 28 if that's where you're at and you're skiing, or it can feel better than 28 if you're kind of past that point.
A game of progressions.
Yeah.
Because every line length you step into the next. All right, so I'm confirming here, and we'll get back to that. Michaela Gardner, she's an Illinois skier. She's coming out 32 miles per hour, 28 off. So the Progressions, I was going to say, is from 22 to 28 seems like your first big jump. So now Michaela coming out at a slower speed, but 28 off. Maybe she just likes the feeling of that 28 out of the box.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of like that move because she knows that to get on the podium, she's going to have to run something into deep 32, maybe 35 off. So whether it's not a risky move to come out here and then go 34 on the second pass, it doesn't, you know, she would be upset if she missed her second pass anyway.
Right.
You know, so it's not a risky move. I really think it's actually quite a good move. And maybe she's at a place where, you know, her fourth pass is 35. So, you know, she's probably somebody that gets into or can run 35.
Yeah. What pass do you like to be your most challenging?
You know, I really love running a lot of passes. So I love starting at 28 and trying to run 39. I would much rather run more passes than less.
Yeah, there's two schools of thought with that, really, because running more passes, you get the opportunity to get yourself comfortable, get in a rhythm, get a routine going. But then on the flip side of that is, as you run more passes, you open up the realm of more mistakes, the possibility of making more mistakes. But confidence in going out there is a big key with that, I would think.
I think people are afraid of getting tired. I just don't get tired. I don't feel like
Well, you take care of yourself.
I feel just as energized at 39 as I do at 28. So here we go, coming into the course here. This is 28 off 34 miles an hour. She's looking really stacked. She's looks a little tentative to me. I'd like to see her on the next pass, like
let that lower end swing out more.
Right. Yeah, she's just looks like she's not quite letting the handle out all the way. Like she's kind of a little short with her reach there,
Yeah,
I would say.
poke, yeah.
So I would like to see her like just be a little free. That's probably just I'm at nationals and a little nervous kind of thing.
Being too tentative, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let me tell you what she does for a living. She's a police officer up here.
That's
well,
awesome.
actually, she's up in the southern part of Wisconsin.
Okay.
So a female police officer, maybe
That's so cool.
with that reach, maybe she can picture some of these people that are giving her a hard time as a cop, you know, or set up that aggression, have that visualization. I don't know. She's a super sweet girl. I do know her personally, but yeah, kudos to her. Thank you.
You got to have a lot
her.
of confidence to have that job.
Yeah. Well,
So.
yeah, I couldn't touch it. I couldn't touch being a cop right now or a teacher.
Well, yeah, and you know what I will say about, to me, all of the female water skiers, I think, are pretty confident people in general, because in order to cut through those wakes at 50 miles an hour at any pass, you kind of have to have no fear, you know?
Yeah.
So was that 4? That looked
that
like
was
a
4 at 32 off.
Yeah, and
that's awesome skiing for her, I know. So
That's great.
Michaela coming 4 at 32 off, but you go ahead.
She looked like she was in that.
She was. I thought so too.
The good
nice
gate.
Yes. Ropes tight. This is a bit of a tailwind.
She went a little straight out of 2.
Hard to tell, but I think she kind of fell in and dropped her shoulder there, losing angle.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I think if she had just maybe been 20% more free with her reach, like that may have gone down that pass.
Yeah.
But that was still great skiing for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That puts her in the lead unofficially with 4 at 32 off. We've got 18 competitors here in this Women's 1 event, so we'll probably run with the same officials and same crews throughout the whole event. But we'll wait here and see if we can get an updated leaderboard or not.
It's funny, this place brings back memories for me because 10 or 11 years ago, and maybe it was 2011, this was my first nationals here in Chicago.
Ever?
I ran 1.5 at 28 off.
Ever?
I got lean locked. Yes, my first nationals ever. Yeah, I got lean locked. It was my first year in skiing. I got lean locked out of 1 ball at 28, and I fell around 2 ball. But that was my last memory of this site. So then to come and try to... It was funny, though. I haven't been here in 10 years.
Wait a second. You're telling me, what age did you start skiing?
26.
You started skiing at 26 years of age. You know what I want to ask, but that's a question that men aren't supposed to ask women. One of the questions that men aren't supposed to ask women.
I'm 38.
All right. 12 years, and now you're third on the tour stop.
Yeah, I like these girls right here in Women 1. I never saw Women 1 because I was younger. I was older than them when I started skiing. So the possibilities are limitless, and I want people to know that, you can do anything if you try hard enough and you work hard enough.
That's astounding. That was Taylor Grathwohl. That was her opening pass. She started 34 miles per hour, 22 off.
That was the strongest looking 22 I think we've seen today.
I've heard this Grathwohl name. I believe they're from Texas down there at San Marcos.
That sounds really familiar.
So let's see. I'm going to figure out here, Chelsea, 6, 7, 8. Taylor is our 10th seeded skier. So now in this Women 1 event, we're reaching the top 10 seeds. She just ran 34.22 out of the box. We're going to cut it to 28. So I feel like we're going to start seeing the rubber meet the road here. The current leader with 4 at 32 off midway in this pack.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good.
Looking good. You asked earlier about passes and what to start at, and I wasn't around when this was happening, but I know that Chuck Forrest he won 10 nationals in a row or something,
he was on a
with
fire.
100 competitors in a row. Won 10 in a row, and he could run 39 and he would start at 22.
Wow.
So if that gives you any kind of
they'd have to have
answer
to get my
to
butt out of the water.
fatigue question. Here we're
So
coming in at
Taylor,
28.
Yep. Making her
looking
way
good.
down the lake in this headwind, 28 off. Rounding 6 through the gates, 28 off. So now she's ran that yellow loop. That's the must-make pass to challenge the leaders. Right now, Michaela Gardner went out right in front of Taylor, set that mark 4 at 32 off. So tailwind 32 coming up. She's got to get down the lake. She cannot make a lackadaisical turn at 1 ball.
That's right. And what I like about her is that she's got a nice hip to handle connection. So her hips are a lot higher than our last competitors. And that's one of the hardest things to figure out in slalom is how to get that hip and handle connection nice and tight, but not be stiff and like a board, know. That's one of the hardest things to figure out, and she looks really good there in that hips up, knees forward position. I like it.
Do you say knees forward or do you say bend the ankles?
Yeah, I mean, you got to try 10 different things. You say 10 different things, and whatever works for that particular athlete. I call it being askew the ski, and that's where we really want to be.
That's a big word with few letters for a guy from Illinois.
Yeah.
So askew.
Askew
I'm
the
gonna have
ski.
to Google that later on if
Which
I can
is-
remember it.
That's a bigger term and a better picture of the position we want to be in. Because knees forward that's not necessarily the whole answer.
No, because you can do knees forward and drop your high knee.
Oh yeah, easy.
So, but my training tool I like to tell a lot of people, I coach a lot of jumping, is if you bend your ankles, your knees are going to go with it. And hopefully your hips go as well.
I
And here we
agree.
go.
I like that one.
32 off 13 meters. This is Taylor Grathwohl, the money pass. You got to get more than 4 to take the lead.
Right, she turned in a little bit back through the gate, so she might be fighting to stay over her ski right here, but she's looking good. I think that That's
there
our
you have it.
first competitor to get through the 32, right?
Chelsea, it is. That's our first Women 1 competitor to run 32 off mean green. So your number 10 seed looking at the blue loop coming into a headwind.
Yeah, like I said, 35 off is really where the game changes, I think. When you start running 35, you have the potential to run all the passes. I really believe that.
Yeah?
Yes.
So you're telling me 35, I've heard that before. 35, 38 is pretty similar, but 35 to 39, you're saying similar as well?
There are things that change for sure at every pass, but I think if you can start running early 35s, then you're really
figuring it out.
Yeah, but if you're scrapping 35, that's different. But if you can learn how to run early 35s, your possibilities are really, really high.
Cool.
But this is where I think the game changes with the torque here on the line, pulling you in. So right now, this is where like back arm becomes really important, and if you don't have back arm pressure here, it's not going to go well. So let's see what she can do.
35
Not a bad
off.
one. Good 2. I like it. Good 3. Come on. And just inside 4. That was a great round for her.
Wow, 3 at 35 off. Your 10 seed, Taylor Grathwohl, taking a lead. Not only taking the lead, but extending the lead, putting the pressure on these last 9 girls in this Women 1 event.
That was some good skiing. My guess is that's going to get on the podium.
Yeah? How much
I think
you
so.
wanna put on it?
I would put, lunch.
Lunch?
I would put lunch on it.
All right, there it is. Taylor Grathwohl, 3 at 35 off. Michaela Gardner still in second with 4 at 32 off. Bailey Grathwohl's sister now in third. So you're saying 3 at 35 is going to podium. We're talking about lunch. My stomach's already growling. I don't know if I can make it through these 9 skiers without ordering something. But
you could eat some cookies right here.
Oh, yeah. We had a kind lady drop off some homemade cookies. I'm surprised Tony hasn't dug into those yet. He's too busy over there calling the open men jump on Lake 2. Don't forget, simultaneous broadcasting coming from the Waterski Broadcasting Company. We've got 4 nationalities as part of the crew bringing the coverage to you live. So look back and forth between the Slalom Lake and Jump Lake, or set up 2 monitors, more importantly. Kate Lemke, she's on the water now. She's at max speed, 34 miles per hour, 22 off for Kate.
Yeah, and it seems like everybody seems to be coming out at 22 now. That seems to be the common opener for these girls. They're probably all girls that can run 35 off or have done it in practice. That looked like a pretty confident opener to me. She didn't hesitate at any place. Nice, strong reach. She's looking quite good, I would say.
So, yeah, that starting at 22 off, that's going to put that 35 off as a headwind.
Smart, right?
Right. So that for you that aren't real familiar with water skiing, that headwind, as you're coming into the course, the headwind will help you as you get out and start to make your turn, slow you down a little bit, because the speeds, the acceleration and deceleration in slalom skiing is way more out there when you're on the water than what it is just watching it from the shoreline. So to be corrected on her starting speed, that was 15 off.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so if she keeps running in the sequence that she started, then again that reverses that 35 into a tailwind.
We must have had a little mistake there on the screen then. So this will be 22 off then, coming in at the headwind.
I've made a lot of mistakes here so far.
I've only made like 1 or 2.
At least we can admit it.
I'm just kidding.
Mistake number 1, walking up and talking to Troy Zellner to sit down and talk.
You know, the toughest thing about 22 off is that big wake.
The big wake, yeah.
The big wake
the
at 22.
Rooster tail is there.
Oh, yeah, it is there.
In every boat.
Every boat, it's there. Yeah, it's just it's like when you can graduate and not have to run 22 anymore, that is like so great. You're like, oh.
Well, and maybe that's why Michaela Gardner, she took the lead for a while and started 28 with a minimum, a slower than maximum speed.
I think
Maybe
that's a pretty good reason to do that. And 22, it's just so different than 28 and 32.
Yep.
Like it's all of a sudden we're chopping off 6 feet of rope, right? Which is drastically different than taking off 4.
Correct.
Right. So, if I think it's a great option if you're comfortable there, right? But you got to do what you practice.
So here we go. That was 22 off. Kate Lemke, the skier on the water. Wind is not a factor. She'll be coming in at 28 off. Her third pass in her set.
That was a nice strong pull out for Gate. Turning in. Oh, a little pulled out there at 1. Let's see if she can get back good position around 2. She's hustling. A little hips back around 4, and then, we're just going to get a 5 out of that one. That was a good effort to get a full 5 there, though. Let's see where this kind of unraveled. I'm sure she was wanting a little bit more than that. Hips were just a little back there, about out of 2 ball. She did a great job to hustle and get 5 out of this pass, though. So we'll have to take a look and see where that puts Kate in the standings.
Skier number 5 of 18 skiers on this list.
That's all right. So Kate just ran 5 at 28 off. She got a little out of position there. So where does that put Kate?
That puts Kate in 3rd place right now.
Okay.
So still leading is Taylor Grathwall with that solid score, 3 at 35 off, making her this current leader in the Women 1 Slalom event. I do see several Midwest skiers in this Women 1 event that's familiar with the site here. How much of an advantage is that?
I think it's a big advantage. Yeah, I really do. If you kind of know your visuals and the type of water that you ski on. So when we come up from Florida, it all feels really different.
Yeah.
And different parts of the country coming here, it all feels different. So no 2 sites are the same, and I think that's why this sport is so. It's interesting. You really have to be adaptable and adjust and get your balance on every lake.
So here we go. Sammy Stackpole. Samantha is her professional name, but interesting enough, we've got 2 Stackpoles skiing at the exact same time right now. Her brother, Brett.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's over on the pro men's jump lake over there being called by Tony Lightfoot. Brett jumped 206 feet last week in the Midwest Regionals off a 5.5-foot ramp.
That's a good ski family right there.
So you can see on our second monitor, Brett coming into the jump. Very technically sound
That was
jumper.
a great jump.
But we got Sammy. This family, they're down near the St. Louis area, north of St. Louis a little bit, and they're on the same lake as the Roberts family. I don't know if you're familiar with some of these up-and-coming jumpers, Will Roberts and Brett Stackpole, but they all train together. These people, this family and group of Illinois skiers, earlier we spoke a little bit about feeding off each other and the vibes. The way they do it is amazing. It would just...
I've heard that.
I would love to be able to have somebody like yourself go to a local tournament and just watch these guys feed off each other and
That's
jump.
so cool.
And Sammy, and you'll see Savannah Lutz coming up here Always competing. So anyway, we got behind with Sammy over here. I got off subject, which is not entirely surprising to a lot of people, but 22 off here, pass number 2 for Sammy Stackpole.
What do you do if you're the parents right now? You got to be watching both legs.
Well, you put one eye on the right monitor and the other eye on the left monitor.
That's right. Or maybe they're here.
They are here.
That was a good-looking pass. No drama at all.
So that was 22 off at 34. So honestly, I don't know what she started at because I got us off kilter here.
Yeah.
But nevertheless,
we know that was 22, so we should be coming back at 28.
Yep, she'll be coming back at 28.
That was looking good there. Leaning over a little bit with her shoulder. So I'm hoping that gets a little
straight line, right? You want a straight line in your body.
We kind of want to be, like upper body's up, but the legs are more out, right?
Yeah.
Like a snow skier.
You talking in the turn or behind the boat?
In the turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking behind the boat.
No, behind the boat.
See, how come you can't read my mind? You're a
Different
psychologist.
Different story behind the boat. Yeah.
So having fun here, Troy Zellner and Chelsea Mills. Having the pleasure with Chelsea stepping up to the plate. She walked up here. She was a little bit nervous because she hadn't really done the commentating like this, but you're doing one hell of a job, so keep it up. Here we go.
Thank you.
Sammy Stackpole, 28 off.
Good gate. Uh-oh. Drop the shoulder a little bit there. That was what I was seeing in the first couple of passes, so she's going to have to clean that up. Shoulder up there at 5. She managed to do it.
So it's almost like she's losing the line. She's losing her balance there on the 2-4-6 side.
Well, I think she's kind of turning with that upper body a bit and making the ski turn by falling over some. So ideally, we're turning with our hips and our feet. But sometimes you kind of have to do that if you're coming in hot and narrow and late. You're going to have to just drop the shoulder and
you feel like you're
slam it, right?
You're steering the boat with your shoulders, if you will, or something.
But yeah, but even if you're coming in hot and late, I think a Band-Aid move for that is definitely to keep that inside shoulder up.
Gotcha.
So that you don't fall. Like, maybe your hip touches the water, but you are still up.
Gotcha.
You're still skiing,
So that was 28 off.
My coach, Chris LaPointe, calls that having tools in the toolkit, right?
Tools in the toolkit.
Because it doesn't always go the way you planned, right? Like, you planned on running a great pass, but guess what? You're out of position. You're hot and late, and you're coming into a buoy. And how do we stay on top of the water?
This is 32 off. Sammy Stackpole running it into the wind. Must make pass for her. Oh,
come on.
Squatted a little bit from 4 to 5. Not throwing a ski out there at 5.
Right. She got
keeping 32 off.
It looks like, around that 2-4 side, just breaking forward a bit. And those arms are getting away from her, but she did a good job to get 4 there, I would say. Like, that was a pretty good fight.
Yes.
For 4. But nobody's touching that 3 at 35.
No, and I hope somebody does.
Yeah,
well, we're going to have to get.
We got some big guns coming up.
They're going to have to get it going because you're saying 3 at 35's taking the podium, and we're talking about lunch here. So that means.
Oh yeah.
You're saying that I'm saying that it's going to take less, right?
You think it's going to be less than 3 at 35 on the podium?
Are you saying it's 3 or more?
No. I'm saying she's definitely on the podium. 3 at 35 is getting on the podium.
Okay.
For sure.
So anything less than 3 at 35 is not.
Maybe would still. I mean, I think like maybe a 1 or 2 at 35 might still get on the podium.
Gotcha.
Typically in this event, it's going to be like a 1 to 2 at 38. Sometimes wins women 1.
Yeah.
And then some scores in 35 typically.
Right. That 3 at 35 has always been like on the podium.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
agree
getting
with
on
you.
the podium. Like, no question. I have no question about it.
So I don't know if that means I'm going to have to buy you lunch or not. I'm still confused on that. So Amanda Lutzwager Rose, she's coming out 22 off. She knows she's got to ski through a few passes if she's going to challenge that 3 at 35 off.
She came out at 22:34, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no drama there. That looked pretty good. Let's take a look at the replay here.
So I believe I was wrong again.
Oh, we were
You're just
15.
going to have to get used
Was
to
that
me
15?
being wrong. No, I think that was 32-22.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Confirmation on the radio there. 32-22 off the dock, so she'll be coming back at 34-22.
And I actually like that move better than the 15 off start.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
My kids would fight me about that at the beginning of the year, and that was just the opposite.
Yeah.
Because they were, in Illinois, we don't get an early start. And we end up, they are on the junior development elite team. And fortunately, we get the opportunity to go to Florida for a ski school by being selected on that team. So that early season skiing, my kids were wanting to start at 22, but they didn't have the rhythm. And I'm like, mid-season, get in shape, you can get to 22. I get it.
Right.
But 15 off, it is a lot of rope, creates a lot of slack, but until you get the timing down.
Right, and if you think about the 4-pass rule, if your 4th pass is 32 or even 35, 15 off is a long way from 35 off.
Absolutely. So Amanda Lutzwager Rose completing that 34-22 off. So we're going to set her down alongside that Mastercraft, and that boat judge is going to pull some rope in away from Amanda, getting her closer to the boat, and that's going to bring her back at the yellow loop, 28 off tailwind.
Yeah, and I'd like to see her handle a little bit lower here, maybe a little bit more connected in this next pass. Let's see if she can get that going.
So you're saying that the handle lower, so she's got the hip to handle
There's
distance
space,
too
yeah,
far.
quite
So
a lot of
at what
space.
point, how do you determine, okay, the handle's too high or the hips are too far back? And if it's the handle's too high, I always steer away from telling somebody to try and do force their arms anywhere, because I feel like if you ask
true.
them to force their arms, then they're trying to play tug of war with that powerful boat.
Right, no, I agree. Yeah, I remember focusing like a whole year on waiting for my hip to come all the way around out of the turn to the handle. So it was like skiing to the handle, you know? And then you're not like forcing anything. You're just locking in.
Gotcha. 28 off here, Amanda Lutzwager Rose. She's out of Missouri.
She's making it happen out here. She kind of knows her style and what she needs to do. A little bent out of shape out of 6, but still fine,
Look good there, 6 at 28. Now, the must-make pass, 32 off. She set her up for a headwind. The wind is up a little bit. It goes from maybe 4 mile an hour or so breeze to nothing. But she's got a nice headwind that she can use to her advantage as long as she can start with some width and get some angle through that start gate, set herself up. She could run this 32 off into the headwind and then get herself challenging the leader in the money past 35 off.
Yeah, and it's not too much wind, but it's kind of enough to like make you feel a little more confident than usual kind of thing. So probably not a big adjustment on the gate or anything, but just we'll slow her down just a little bit to help with that line control.
So when you started skiing yesterday at 26 years old,
Yesterday.
did you ever do 2-hand passes?
No, I never did.
From the start, you always did 1-hand pass.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Or turns.
Yeah.
You know what I was saying.
Yeah, one. I started with one right away. I don't necessarily think that's right though. I think there's quite a lot of success with The other way.
Amanda's.
Oh, come on.
Come
Keep
on.
it going.
Oh,
and
there you go. That handle hip separation costed her from getting the 5.
I think so. You know, like the handle is just a little bit too high and disconnected there. But that seems to be a common score in this Women 1 division, 4 at 32 off.
Yeah. Yep. Getting deep
We've
in
got
that
a lot of
32
those.
off. So now, proving yourself right, that 3 at 35 off, still the mark. Very well could do more than just the 5th spot on the podium.
It could be up there. It could be up there.
We've got one more skier before we get into our top 5 seeds in this Women 1 event. So that's going to be our number 6 seed on the list is Jade Hansen. Once we get confirmation from the towboat.
Well, that I'm not sure, but based on the averages, that would have been a PB for
Amanda?
For Amanda. Yeah. Because her average is nowhere close to 3 at 35.
Good point.
Yeah. So I think she PB'd at nationals. It's pretty good.
I really don't know the. Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know the Grath walls well enough if they walk down the road. If I see somebody that I know that may know, we'll try and find
Right.
out.
Because the next 4 skiers, their averages are not 3 at 35 either.
No.
No, they're 2.5. So there's some 2s and 2.5s.
So here we go. Number 6 seed, Jade Hansen, starting at 22 off. Another one, 22 off, that popular rope length.
She's got the one-handed gait. I think that's the first time I've seen that in this division.
For sure. Did you see how she held that handle at 1?
Yeah. She is.
Look at that.
That's interesting. She's got an interesting style here.
I've never seen that, I don't think. Now jumping, you want to have the handle more flat or parallel to the water. But going around 135, really kind of an unusual way to hold the handle. Most time the people will turn that handle under.
Right.
So we'll see how that works as she progresses down the line here. Jade Hansen running her opening pass.
You don't see the one-handed gait too often anymore.
No.
There are some pros doing it really successfully, like Whitney McClintock and Robert Pagozzi, Paige Reaney. They're all doing it. I know Matt teaches that to a lot of lefties in particular. But she's a right foot forward one-handed gait, so I was like a little bit don't see that very often. But I like it. It actually looks like it's working well for her, and she looks confident in it.
So 28 off. One of the easiest looking 28 offs that we've seen so far in this Women 1 event. That's Jade Hansen.
And if you notice what we've been talking about this event, her hip and handle connection is much better. It's a lot closer. I mean, yes, could we still get better? For sure, but
yeah.
She's more connected.
Well,
especially
and
off the second week.
Being connected like that's going to get you more power and more angle through behind the boat.
Yeah, and it takes the stress off of the arms, right? Like, so if my arms are away from me, I'm really pulling with my biceps, and I'm not using my core.
Nope, you're taking that through your shoulders.
Right. And I think that's also where, like, we see injuries in our sport with, like, the elbow problems and shoulder problems. I mean, you can get shoulder problems with great form too, but
yeah.
I think the better your form is, the less likely you're going to have those
Get that load
tendinitis
through your lower body.
Yeah, we want it through the back. There we go, 32 off, coming in, Jade Hansen. Really nice and controlled one. She's looking really good here.
The wind completely flat.
Whoa!
Oh my, deep out of 4.
I think that, they gave her a full 4 there. I was sort of wondering what that would be, maybe a 3.5, but they gave her a 4. So we got another skier with a 4 at 32.
That's right. We're going to have to pay attention to our monitor here and check out our leaderboard. Over on the jump lake, John Lutz boots a big one.
You know, there's
Oh,
a
look at
possibility
that.
we could have like a big runoff for.
Yeah, and this women won for sure. I agree
Yeah.
with you. This is
There could be several skiers with this 4 at 32. So hopefully they know to be prepared for that, right? And
Right,
They
yeah.
would be going out at 28 off and coming back at 32. So if I'm one of these skiers that just ran 4 at 32, I'm getting ready to ski again.
Yeah, so look at this. Taylor Grathwall, 3 at 35 off. Then the next 4 spots, Jade Hansen, Amanda Lutzwager Rose, Sammy Stackpole, and Michaela Gardner, all tied for second place through 5th place with 4 at 32 off.
And we have right now 5 skiers.
That's right. We're going to be coming out with our 5th seed skier, Sarah Schweifhofer.
Right.
That kind of stuttered in the middle of it. Sarah Schweifhofer. You want to take a stab at it?
Schweihhofer? I'm not sure. That's a tough one. We're sorry.
Sarah S. is going to be coming
Sarah
out.
S.
Our number 5 seed. We're in the Women 1 event still. This is where the rubber meets the road. We're going to start putting people in their spot on the podium as we progress through these last 5 skiers to name our Women's 1 U.S. Slalom champion.
So unless all of these skiers run more than 4 at 32 off, we definitely will have a runoff.
Right.
Because it may be just for 5th, it may be for 5th place, or we're not sure what place that's going to be for, but we'll see. Or maybe they'll all run more than 4 at 32 and we won't have a runoff.
Maybe they'll all run more than 3 at 35.
We don't know. Let's wait
Then
and
you
see.
will owe me lunch.
That's
so
possible.
opening up right there, Sarah Schweihhofer, that was 22 off, 34 miles per hour.
That was a good looking pass. I can see her. I can see the tension in her arms. She's kind of not letting that herself get into the lean, but that just might be like first pass jitters kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hopefully she can relax those arms through the wakes and like really pull and use the pressure against her feet through the wakes. But right now she's kind of doing a little bit of a safety move with the arms. So we'll see.
That's a big deal. And first off and foremost, I was wrong again. Starting speed was 32 miles per hour, 22 off, so she's going to be coming back at 34.22.
Okay.
But relaxing the arms. You know, when I jumped, I would literally come down the lake when I was doing a single cut, and I would make sure that my thumbs are off the handle.
Right.
I just wanted to put that in my mind. I wanted a relaxed grip. Because if I've got a relaxed grip, that's going to relax my arms.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, it's something I'm working on right now as well. I tend to be quite army, especially if I get like too tense. So it's something that like I'm still working on. And like you just said, I like to like hold the handle in my fingertips, and that tends to like help
Relax that.
Yeah, because you can't really pull with your biceps if your handle's in your fingers.
Right.
Right? It's hard to do anyway. But it requires kind of letting go of some of that control and just trusting a little bit more. And I do think that pass was a little better in terms of like letting that out and letting the pull come from like through the ski and through her feet versus in through the biceps and arms. So I do think that one looked better.
Good. Maybe it'll loosen up as we go. We've seen skiers earlier get more relaxed as they get a couple passes underneath their belt. You see us. We're live at you folks. I'm Troy Zellner. I'm on the right. Tony Lightfoot's on the left. In the center, Chelsea Mills joining us, helping call this Women 1 Slalom event. On the water, Sarah Schweihofer has ran her first 2 passes. She's going to be coming back here at 28 off for her 3rd pass. So let's see, we're talking about trying to relax those arms. As this rope's shorter, let's see how Sarah does. Just like that back arm, she's trying to hold in some, huh?
Oh, she got a little pulled out there. Kind of a short pull there. Still okay, though. So she made it through that 28 off. She's going to come back at 32 off, and let's see if she can get past 4-ball.
Yeah. She had four-way tie right now at 32 off in this Women 1 event. One lady has ran 32 off. She's a leader. That's Taylor Grathwall. She's sitting with 3 at 35 off. Taylor's setting the mark high for this Women 1 skiers in this event. We're in our top 5 seed. 5th seed right now is Sarah Schweihofer. She's going to be coming back in at 32 off. So it wins up just a speck again. Not enough to be detrimental by all means, but enough that you're thinking on the pull out at the green buoys, do I pull a little longer? Do I start a little later? Or do I not even worry about it at this point?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it's enough to change right now anything. I would probably do my normal deal here. If it were a little bit more, I would probably think about pulling out just a little bit later / stronger, but I don't think it's quite enough for that. So let's see what happens here. She turns in at 32 off.
Good one ball.
Yeah, nice 1 ball. Good 2. Nice 3. I like it. Be confident and aggressive here.
Here we
Good
go.
job. Good
Oh,
job.
she knocked out that tie.
There we go.
She didn't knock it out. She lowered him, though, by 1 spot. Running 32 off. Awesome skiing. Sarah Schweihofer.
That was a really nice 32 off. Actually, I think that was better than her 28 off. And like I said, when you kind of get to that spot in your skiing where you're running a lot of 32s, 32 can feel better than 28.
Yeah.
Really can. There's more swing. It's kind of the perfect pass. It's actually like my favorite pass.
Later on in the Morley US Open of water skiing, you're going to see quite a lot of Martin Coleman over in the remaining weeks of the season towards October.
So we have Sarah coming back in. She's going to come back in at 35 off and see if she can challenge our leader of 3 at 35 off, held by Amanda Lutschwager, which I'm probably annihilating that name. I apologize.
No, you were on it.
So here we go, 35 off, coming into the course. After a strong 32, she's got to be feeling good about that 32.
This is the money pass. 3's the mark right now.
So she let go a little early on that gate 1 ball. Yeah, so 1.5. Still good skiing. That's a great score. What I saw here was she kind of got separated going into 1 ball. Arms got away from her going into 1, and then she lost the line out of 1 and couldn't get that outbound swing to 2. But still, she's in second.
She's in second. She's guaranteed a podium spot.
That's great skiing, actually.
Yeah.
And I loved her 32 off. Great 32 off.
There we go. Taylor Grathwall, 3 at 35 off on top. Second, Sarah Schweihofer, 1.5 at 35. Now, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, we've got a tie between Jade Hansen, Amanda Lutschwager Rose, Sammy Stackpole, and Michaela Gardner. All of those girls sitting with 4 at 32 off.
Yeah, and I think I got that wrong earlier. I thought Amanda was in the lead, so it's Taylor Grathwell that's in the lead. I apologize for that.
You're all right.
It's hard to keep up with it all.
Better. Somebody else makes a mistake and not me.
Yeah.
So we got 4 left.
I'm sure I've already made several.
4 left. That means our leader is guaranteed a spot.
That's right.
At this point.
Yes. Definite guaranteed medal at nationals. It's a good day.
And that's Taylor Grathwall. That's that 3 at 35 off.
I think that will be top 3.
Top 3?
Top 3. That's my guess. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's going to be top 3, 2 to 3.
All right, I'm not going to disagree with that.
Look at that. Floated in for an exceptional landing there. Martin.
But we'll see, right?
Yes, time will tell. We've got our 4th seed skier next on the list, Lexi Nate. Seen her dad ski out here earlier today. I think he got 5th place in the men's 5 slalom event. So Lexi Nate, she's from Wisconsin.
We were just at her place for a pro event at Stillwater's.
That's right. She's starting 32 miles per hour, 22 off. So here you go. Here's what you were talking about earlier. She's going to have to get through several passes. She likes skiing more passes like you said you do yourself.
Yeah, I think what's nice about skiing more passes is you can really like feel and adjust as you go.
Yeah.
Versus like you run 1 or 2 passes and you're like at a hard pass. That's hard. You know, it's hard to know what to change, what to adjust on your gates. So I'm just a big proponent of more versus less.
I actually seen in the event before this, the top score was at 32 off, and the top 2 seeds started at 28 off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that could be their everyday routine.
Right.
I don't know, but like you said, they knew what they needed, and I don't think I'm going to have to look back on my notes here. Actually, that's over here. Now I've got myself curious. I'm going to check something before I put my foot in my mouth again.
Yeah. Well, while you check that, I specifically remember one of Regina's world records was they interviewed her. I think Dave Goode was interviewing her, talking about the round, and she said, yeah, and I started at 28, and I don't normally start at 28, and it's a lot of passes, and she ran a world record that round. So, you know, and then we think of the example of Chuck Forrest. I just think there's something to it, and I think there's a tendency in our sport to want to shorten the rope or start later than we should, but
kind of a macho man Randy Savage approach, really, if you think about it, to start, you know, I don't know how to put it really politely, but some people just like to say they're at 35 off when really they should be working on fundamental technique and maybe even be at 28 off or 32 off to get the right technique, so when they do get to 35 off, everything's calm, cool, and collected, put in place.
Totally. And I mean, you know, it's fun to shorten the rope, and I'll be the first one to say when I was learning 35 and, oh man, I took so many out the fronts. Like so many I can't even count. And like Charleston, Trophy Lakes, one of my favorite places, they would always put me last on the running order because they would joke around and say that the tournament wasn't over until Chelsea went out the front. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, but I spent a lot of time working on the longer line passes too. But in tournaments, you know, you get out of position when you have to shorten the rope every time, and it's kind of a dangerous deal.
Yeah.
You know?
I missed Lexi's second pass. I'm sorry.
Well, she ran it.
She ran it, so I'm assuming that was going to be 34-22.
It would have been 34-22, so we're coming in at 34-28.
That's what I'm going. Yep, that's what we're showing in there.
I like her gait. I'd like to see her be a little bit more aggressive on that gait. Come on, girl. This is the first girl I actually know.
Is it?
Yeah, she's a sweet girl. And her father, Jeff Nate, who is a great skier. We skied with them the next day after the pro event. That was a good-looking pass. I mean, like I said, I'd like to see her a little bit more aggressive through the gate, and then I think she will be in better shape. So let's see if she makes that adjustment here.
So a little more aggressive through the gate. The result of that, you're wanting her to be able to resist the power of the boat.
Yes.
And then have that whip her out to be wider.
Yeah, so I want to see a little bit more energy put into the ski, so that she knifes through those wakes. Right? And then she's going to create space before one ball.
Gotcha.
And then she's going to be set up for the rest of the pass. The gate is so critical.
So you say create space. Correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying trying to be up course, be earlier.
Correct.
So where you're at in position to coming into the buoy.
Yeah.
And then finishing that buoy, or
Right.
finishing that turn on the backside.
Yeah, and I think there's kind of a funny thing. Here we go, 32 off. A lot of people right now are talking about not spiking the boat on the turn in for the gate, which I think is true, but a lot of people see what happens here, and then I'll come back to that thought.
32
Come on, girl.
must run past. She
gets a
stood
little
up.
stood up there. Yeah. That was kind of what I was seeing, like just maybe not enough energy there through that gate. And
Yeah,
then
there's like a little up there, let up at the second wake, huh?
Yeah, so the ski is just kind of riding a little bit flat. So the more we can really pressure through the wakes, I mean, yes, you want to be progressive on that turn in, but you want to get that energy into the ski and go hard through the gate.
Yeah.
Like, go hard. Yeah, you don't need
that's
to.
gotta be just as hard at the gate as anywhere else. As we see, that
Yes.
puts Lexi in 7th. Our leaderboard remains the same with that big tie sitting there from 3rd.
So we are going to have a runoff, I think.
We've got 3 skiers left.
3 more? Okay,
Yep.
So potential 4-way tie right now with 4 at 32. That's going to be some kind of runoff for some spot.
Right. I think if we have one more skier either tie that 4 at 32 or do less,
Yeah.
we're definitely going to have a runoff. Right?
We have how many more skiers?
3.
Okay, so we need one more person. If one more
Right, we got
person
one
doesn't run
leader,
more than
and
4.
then no-
I gotcha.
All right. Anyway, we're looking forward. This is Charles C. Newman.
And now I would say the wind has definitely picked up.
Yep.
So we have a definite now tailwind off the dock. And what did she start at there?
34-22.
So 34-22. So that was a tailwind. She's going to come back in at 28 off headwind.
Yep.
That would set her up for 35 off headwind, which is the right play.
Yep. But then that ever popular 32 off pass, you know.
Yeah, she's got to run at tail.
Right.
And right now it's definitely it's there. It's definitely on the water now. I would say the conditions have changed somewhat. Oh, okay. 32-22 again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wrong again.
Wrong again.
I
So
think, I'm just trying to get the higher percentage of being wrong. I think. But
you're winning.
I'm getting there, right?
You're winning.
It's all in the head.
So
So this second pass is going to be 34-22, starting at 32-22, which then makes that 35 a tail.
Correct. So
Unless she opts up or changes the traditional sequence.
Correct.
So our number 3 seed, Charles C. Newman, this is max speed, 34 at 22 off, into the wind.
But, when she got ready to ski and went out there, I don't think it was really this way. Like, it changed when she basically came around the island.
I mean, it's been really crazy. Now, if we look to the south, we can see there's some darker clouds to the south. So maybe there's some kind of front. Again, moving around us. Unfortunately, it's been happening all week. So maybe that unsettlement of the storm coming in is kind of throwing this wind at us a little bit. But
it's still not bad.
no, it's still definitely manageable. And it's probably making to be a more perfect headwind over there on the jump lake as we get down to the bottom of the men's open jump lake.
Right.
But here's something else. We're looking at a gate review right now.
Oh, shoot. That's
So
tough.
I didn't watch close enough.
Oh, they took it. Skis off.
Gosh.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. That was her second pass, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that sets her with a total score of 6. Now, our tie is a definite thing.
Yes.
We've got the runoff.
Oh, yeah.
So
definite runoff.
you're going to have to sit here a little while longer.
I know. Well, it's exciting. I'm excited.
That was 4 in that tie right now, I believe, at 4 at 34 or 4 at 32.
No, well, this is awesome. 4-way tie with 4 at 32. I love it. And now I would say strategy is becoming a factor at this point, because if it's me, I'm not running 35 tail.
No.
No.
Not with this win.
No, because realistically, it's enough to really push.
Yeah.
So I would go 35 head and do whatever it meant in my start to do that. So that's going to be a 22 off 34 start, right?
That should not be an issue at all.
Right, not for these girls coming up. These girls should, but I know that some of them like to still go 32-22, so it's,
But then you still
I'd be
got
making that
tailwind
adjustment.
32.
You do have to run tail 32, but you know what? If you're you go for it.
Right.
Right?
And that, to me, the biggest part about that, as we're getting set to bring in Savannah Lutz, she is the number 2 seed here in this women 1. She's starting at 34-22, but talking about that 32, that setup is so important at that point, and to keep the rope tight. So Savannah Lutz, opening pass for her, 22 off, checking out the wind.
That is more like it from Scott Ellis.
Smooth and in control there. That was nice.
So hearing the officials call in 6 for Savannah Lutz. That's her warm-up pass. She started 22 off.
That was 34?
Yes, ma'am.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Okay. So that's the
If
right.
they come back and say 32, I'm really just going to throw myself in the lake.
That better not happen. That was a good looking pass. So she'll be coming back in headwind 28.
Yes, then setting up the 32 tail and the
Correct.
headwind 35 money pass. Still 3 at 35 off your leader in here, Taylor Grathwall. She's had that for a while. She was mid-pack, and now
she killed it.
Also, Michaela Gardner was just out in front of her. So somewhere around the mid-pack, one of the girls that's sitting in the tied spot, there she is. That's Michaela walking back down to the docks.
Yeah, so she knows. Here we go, 28 off for Savannah. I love that name. It's a great one. I love that one ball.
Look how wide she is at 2.
Come on, girl. It's looking good. I really like this pass. This pass looks way better than her first pass. But, that 22 is such an odd pass. It's hard to make 22 look good.
Yeah,
It really
well,
is.
yeah.
It really is.
Especially at this caliber.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So 28 off. A nice, smooth-looking pass there for Savannah Lutz.
She's looking strong, I like how she seems to be using her core quite a bit more. Pretty good connection with the handle there. Yeah. That was looking good.
It's almost like she twists her hips a little more than what we've seen the other girls behind the boat. I don't know if I'm just
Which is
seeing
good.
things or not sure.
Yeah. So here's the 32 tail, although maybe the wind is down a little bit now. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a tail for sure still, but not
like it was last
No,
year.
I mean, not like it was 5 minutes ago. So it's ever changing, right?
Yep, right. Welcome to Illinois.
Yeah. And that is typically how it goes. The higher seeds normally get the worst conditions.
Yeah.
And the lower seeds usually get the best conditions. So let's see what happens.
Here we go. We talked a little bit ago that setup with this wind at 32 off. Take her through it.
Ooh, that was a little high handle there out of 2 ball. She's still in it. She's going to have a good 4, and she knew that. So she's got to...
Oh!
Ah, yes. So she jumps ahead of all that stack up at 4 at 32, but can't finish the pass. And it really kind of went south here at 2. She had a slack there.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And got a little out of position.
I think she was in it enough, though.
She was still in it.
She didn't need to panic. It seems
No.
like that she thought maybe she needed a big, tight turn
I
around
think
5 to get 6. I don't think that was the case.
I think so too. I think that's again kind of where this the mental side comes in. Okay, maybe safety turn 5, you're still fine, and staying calm when maybe things didn't go as you planned. That's really, really important in our sport.
How do you, it's just, do you think that's, and I know the answer, I don't even want to ask the question because it's stupid right now, but I was going to say, do you think that's something you're born with? Or is
No.
it something you got to be?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
You're not born with it, I don't think. I mean, maybe some people have a little bit better awareness and can adjust, or maybe they're used to that a little bit more from their past experience or maybe other sports. But I really think you can learn. You can absolutely learn, the right mentality to have when things aren't going your way, or maybe when you have a little bobble, or maybe when the pass is you're running late, or you're running hot or straight, or maybe you're too fast in your gait or too slow in your gait. This is what I'm talking about. You got to have tools in the toolkit when you get into a competition. Okay, this needs to be a 50% at 5 ball, 50%. I don't need to turn 90 degrees. I don't need to turn all the way around here. Actually 45 degrees is more than enough to get me to the next buoy,
There you go.
So just building awareness, I think, is, as an athlete, of where you're at. But here we go. This is
Kelly Breeden.
One
She's
of our
the
top seeds, right?
She is the top seed.
She is the top seed.
In Women 1 Slalom, we're trying to finish this event to decide who's going to be on the podium for sure. We're not done after the top seed finishes her set, because we've got a 4-way tie that we're going to have to run off here in Women 1.
Yeah, and Kelly's a good skier. I've seen her around quite a bit. Riding that Goode, which I love. I'm on Team Goode.
Do you know where Kelly's from?
I don't.
I don't either.
I do not. No.
So, riding a Goode water ski. Goode, our title sponsor here at the 79th National Championships. They've been a title sponsor, I think I heard, 22 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think a lot of people are sort of wondering what's going to happen with Goode, and now that Dave's gone, and it's full throttle. Long-term perspective, full throttle. We're in it. So,
awesome.
If you're wondering, Goode is definitely here to stay.
Stop wondering.
Stop wondering. It's here to stay.
He wouldn't want it any other way.
No, and it's going to continue to be, the most innovative people. We've got amazing people still with the company, and people that Dave passed a lot of knowledge to.
Yeah, good. Glad to hear that. So pass number 2, top seed Women 1, Kelly Breeden. This is 28 off. 3 at 35 off is the lead. That's been on the top spot there for quite some time.
And I've seen Kelly run a lot of 35s this year. in tournaments. We've been at some record tournaments together, and she's been smoking 35. So I know she's not in practice. She's at the point where she's working on 38.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So, is she experimenting with the Pro Tour or anything of that nature yet?
You know, I'm not 100% sure. I think I'm sure she has aspirations too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But she's there. I mean, she has an open rating. She could compete if she wanted to.
Right.
And I think she should. Like, start now. You know, start now. Don't wait. Like, this is an advice I got from Jen LaPointe, because I got my open rating and I was kind of like, should I start or should I like wait? And Jen goes, you know what? If you don't do it now, when you're not really ready to win, when you are ready to win, you won't be ready because you've never been there before.
Right. You got to get that.
So you got to go, and you just got to go and go and go, and eventually you chill out a bit.
Some days you're going to be drinking champagne. Some days you're going to be drinking fruit punch.
That's exactly right.
So 32 off. This tailwind must make pass if she wants to get into 35 to challenge the leader with Taylor Grathwall.
Come on. She's looking really slow and in control here. I like it. Nothing fast.
No panic, nowhere in that pass.
No.
With Kelly Breeden running 32 off tailwind.
So she knows the score. She knows it's a 3. I think this is where the mental game comes in, because the likelihood to be tentative around 2 or 3 is high. So you have to plan for that.
Okay.
So am I planning to run the pass? Do I plan to run 4? You know, what's your game plan here? And I think that's important to decide in advance.
Absolutely, because this line length's short enough that the smallest of errors is going to take you out of that game plan.
Right. And, yeah, I mean, one of my most favorite, I'll just give it away, pieces of advice is to trick the pass. So I'll be pulling out for my gate, and I will tell myself that this pass is 32 about 9 times, and I cannot get myself out of that mindset because everything's happening too fast. So by the time I realize it's not 32 off, I'm at 4 or 5 ball. So
awesome.
Hopefully she's got a plan. So let's see what she does here.
There we have top secret information coming from Chelsea Mills here today. 35 off, money pass, more than 3 gets her to the gold medal. Anything less puts her in second.
Be aggressive. Turn.
She's got it working from 3
there
over to 4.
Go.
Here you go, around 4. That's your national champion. Is she going to run it? She's trying, but wheelies out of 5. However, the fist pumps indicate that Kelly Breeden, your unofficial national champion in women's 1 slalom here at the 79th Goode National Championship.
She stayed aggressive all the way through. She came into 3 and just said turn and go, and she was maybe just running a little late because of that score in her face.
Right.
You know,
yeah,
I think if this had been a record tournament, she would have run this pass all day long. But when you know the score, you just get a little tight, tentative right there, and then, you know, that makes it hard to run the rest of the pass. But it doesn't matter because nationals is not about running your own world record. It's about winning.
It's about winning.
It's about winning. And no one cares what you won with. It's just about
you got the gold medal.
Figure it out. Use your record tournaments to run your PB or whatever, right? Like, this is not about, you know, running your own little world record. This is about do what you have to do to win. And she did what she had to do to win.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Very good skiing, very smart skiing. Kelly Breeden, your national champion. So that we've got our top 4 spots on the podium. We're clean and free. But we've got 4 more skiers left in this women's 1 event with that 4-way tie. That's for 5th place now. Once we can get some confirmations from the doc, we'll let you know who's first, who's second, who's third, and who's fourth. But don't leave us. We still have this runoff in this Women 1 event. Let's take a short break, and then we'll come back and conclude this Women 1 slalom.
The Mastercraft Pro Star with the 6.2-litre Ilmore engine. Here he comes, jump number 2. Better looking jump position-wise, but will that be enough in terms of distance? No, it's jump 2. It's a re-ride based upon the fact that if it goes less than 199 feet, then he'll get a re-jump. If not, if he outstrips it with this jump, for example, he'll get no re-ride. All right, so here we go. Jump number 2.
All right, we're back. We're going to try and conclude this Women 1 slalom event. Not sure if this runoff will be a one-time runoff with 4 people. Sometimes that goes to a 2-round runoff, which we had in the event before. Took 2 times to try and to straighten it out. But Jade Hansen, she's going to be the first one off the dock. Then Amanda Lutzwager-Rose. Then Sammy Stackpole. And Michaela Gardner. Interesting enough, that's the total opposite order how they came off the dock in this first round, if you will.
Coming in right away at 28 off, too, which is not what these girls do, right? So,
right, and these girls been sitting for a little bit.
So this is actually pretty impressive that she's just coming out here and ripping 28 like she owns the pass. And, like, you watch that and you go, wait a minute, why do you start at 22? But it's because of the whole rhythm thing. But that's pretty impressive to be able to come out with that, and you've been sitting and run it that smooth and calm.
Yeah, and is there a difference? I'm thinking somewhere in my mind, I'm thinking your first round, don't want to fall early. You don't want to be overly aggressive. But like we talked earlier, you can't be too gun shy either. So is a runoff a different mindset when you're down there? Do you come out and say, I pretty much got nothing to lose at this point? Because if I don't get this 5th place spot, what's the difference?
Absolutely, yeah. And you got to come out right away. You got to just be ready. You got to do all your warm-up on shore. You got to maybe walk through some of your other passes on shore so that you can kind of get to this headspace of, all right, we're at 28 now. I've already run the other passes I normally run, and I'm now at 28, and I've already been here,
So visualize
it does help.
Your warm-up passes.
It does help, yeah, and it does help that they've already been on the water. It's definitely helpful. But here we go, 32 off, which the score was 4 before, but now that's kind of irrelevant because we're going to see what all these girls can do, and she's in good shape.
She is, and the wind's let that back up, Chelsea.
And that doesn't look hard. Oh,
man, yeah, very nice pass, 32 off. Wow, setting that bar high in this 4-way runoff. Jade Hansen proving she can run 32 off. So, getting through that pass. Now she's looking at a 35 off tailwind, but she definitely, those girls at the dock, these next 3 girls, we feel like some of them maybe a 4:32 they're very happy with.
I don't know that is going to be the status quo moving forward. I think that was really quite good, and I think there's actually an advantage to going out first.
Yeah.
It's kind of no pressure. You don't know what the other girls are going to do. It's, and this is something that I talk about with my athletes, but as you get better and as you become a higher seed, it's not less pressure, it's more.
Right.
It's more. Sure. So, it's kind of nice to go out first. And I sort of wondered if yesterday, like I asked Jamie Bull, I go, did you run 4:38 on purpose so that you could go out first today? She said no, but.
I'm sorry. I caught that jump out of the corner of my eye.
That was
and
a
it
big
just
jump.
A boom.
But yeah, let's see what she can do at 35 off.
Here we
Round
are.
1 ball, and we have a half at 35.
Half at 35, but that's a very strong.
She was really
score.
narrow there. She came in and she was almost not going to make it around 1 ball. And I think that comes back to that aggressive gait that you need, and not being wide and early enough. But that was good.
Is that the result or the reaction of your swing out by the green buoys?
It can be, for sure. Yeah, that can be absolutely a factor, especially at 35. If you're not up on the boat at 35 off on your 0, then you're barely, you could be straight lining 1.
Yeah. So do you look like 22 off, 28 off, 32 off? People will use the buoy line in front of them. They'll look down the line 2, 4, 6. Is that do you do that, or you just kind of get a feel of the rope? You know where you're at in relation to the angle of the pylon?
I don't use that, but I just kind of know what it looks like and what the visual of where the boat is and what that looks like. I kind of know what that looks like.
Yeah.
So I don't use that, but I think it's an effective tool.
Yeah.
It does work for a lot of people, so I think it's a good measure.
Because there is a point, I believe, that you can be too wide.
I think so too. You can be too wide and you can be too high.
Yeah.
Wide and high on the boat, and then you can't turn in really.
Well, and you take that to jumping. A lot of people still kind of take the concept that get up past the driver, past the boat. Well, you get to a certain point, that whip is not any further, if you will, and sometimes dragging you back, because if you get in front of that driver, you're going faster than the boat. And then when you know as well as I do, when you decrease that speed, you're falling back, you're losing the rope.
Yeah, you don't want to fall back on the boat at all. It's actually better to be just a touch narrow than fall back. But here we go, 28 off for Amanda. And she came out a little tentative, I think. She's going to have to hustle. She's all right, though. And these girls are doing a good job of coming out at 28 off. I'm impressed.
She was able, like you said, I think she was narrow that whole pass, but she maintained what she had, and she kept it. She didn't ask for more. She didn't try and crank a turn and tail out or anything like that. So very good patience for Amanda on that pass. So now that sets up this first skier showing that they've got to run 32 off. So the pressure's on Amanda sitting down there at the end of the dock, knowing that she's got to run 32.
Right. In order for any medal, correct? Or is this for...
This is just fifth.
Just for fifth. Okay, yeah.
So, any medal. The only opportunity to get a medal left.
So you were talking about wide gates, and, Adam Caldwell is like a guy that I've worked with a lot, and he'll be skiing tonight in the U.S. Open, and he talks about basically not getting wider than the platform, and this guy can run 41.
Wow.
So
then if you're that narrow, does he just hammer it?
He hammers it.
There you go, and that just...
You have to hammer it. Chuck Forrest was another one. He said narrow gate and then hammer it.
Huh.
So everybody has a different style.
Right.
I know Will Asher told me the same thing. Here we go,
so
32
Amanda
off.
Luxwager Rose, she's got to run this.
She's okay. She's actually okay. Come on. Stay on it. And
she does it. I'll tell you what, that totally surprises me, Chelsea, because when she came over here skiing right towards me from 3 to 4, she let go of that handle early, and that ski just went straight to 4. And I thought she was going to be done. So here, I think this is her going around 3. So watch as she comes around. She didn't let go early, but her ski definitely went to the buoy.
It did. She was running straight and narrow for the whole pass. That's definitely not going to work at 35. So we're going to have to see a change here to get out of 1, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, to get out of 1 ball at 35, we're going to have to be swing wider, and we're going to have a wider path.
Get that handle hip closer together so she's got drive going through the gates.
Yep.
But
through
man,
the ski.
oh man.
I want to see a more aggressive gate, if possible. But obviously, we're not in her ear right now. So she's going to go just ski because
she ran 32 off.
That was good. I mean, that was impressive.
I'm a bit surprised. I'm telling you. So
We're back
Amanda,
with calm
35
water.
off. Go ahead.
We got calm water coming through 1 ball, and she's able to hold on to the 1. So that actually bests her competitor with the half. So she's in the
Jade
lead
Hansen, I thought she went out and set a high enough mark really to win this thing with that 1/2 at 35 off.
I did too.
But smart skiing there by Amanda Luxwager Rose to stand up around 1 ball and get her way back to the gates and get a full 1 ball.
I think she had some good self-awareness there about, I'm just not in the greatest position to go to 2. She could have tried to like turn 1, but she didn't really try to turn 1. She just kind of got over there and was like, I'm not really in great position. I'm going to get the full 1, and at least I'm going to get that.
Yeah.
And that was relatively smart.
Yeah.
I
mean, it was definitely maybe a strategy. Maybe she was surprised. Maybe she surprised herself by running 32.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
And then she, maybe she's not running 35 enough to be real comfortable with hammering the 1 ball.
Right. Exactly.
And she was just a little apprehensive at 1 ball, or maybe I'm totally off guard once again, and her whole game plan was smart and to stand up at 1 and get the full buoy.
We'll find out how smart it was as we watch these girls keep going.
Yeah, and the name of the game at this point, all you want to do is be better than the person that went out in front of you.
That's right.
And she did that.
She did that.
She's still got 2 behind her, though, so is that going to be enough? And we're trying to determine who's going to be on the 5th spot in this 2021 U.S. Nationals title sponsor, Goode Waterskis.
This is the Mastercraft Pro Jump Qualifier. 5 competitors
So
advance out of this round.
3 of these girls are from the Midwest, and they know each other well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The last 2 are from Illinois. This is Sammy Stackpole. And she knows she's got to run this 28 and then turn around and run 32 if she wants to challenge.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, 1.5. Yeah. Man, I liked how she turned 1.
She had good angle going through the
Nice
gates.
1, actually.
Oh, it just came up there
Yeah.
a little early behind the boat, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yep. Maybe she wasn't used to such a good turn there, but that was a great 1 ball, and then she was in perfect shape to.
It's funny you say that. Not
going.
funny, but yeah, sometimes you can surprise yourself
Yeah.
and not know how to handle the next step.
Right. Yeah. And, I mean, how often do we practice runoffs? Like, actually practice it.
Right.
You know? And, like, if you think about, yes, we have record tournaments, and we call that competing. But if you think about what amateurs do in our sport, they compete realistically 2 to 3 times a year. So, and then how often do you get in a runoff out of those 2 to 3 times a year that you compete? Maybe once every few years, right?
Right.
So we don't really practice runoffs, you know, and should we? You know,
Yeah.
should we, especially the weeks prior to a regionals or a nationals? Let's sit on our own dock at home for 30 minutes, an hour, and let's go out at 28 off, or let's go out at 32 off, and let's see what that feels like.
Do you do that?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
And that's back to practicing in adverse conditions.
Yeah.
You know, you got to mix it up. You got to make it real. So whenever you get in those set of circumstances, you're not totally dumbfounded with what to do or to handle that pressure.
Exactly. Yeah. I think, like, one thing that's really important is to kind of change your practice to be more like a competition. So, like, set a score, put some pressure on yourself. Like, if I don't run this pass, I'm swimming in. It's over. You know, do stuff like that.
So here we go, Michaela Garner. She's the 4th one out of these girls. This is our police officer, so she knows how to fight. Literally and figuratively. That was totally cold, 28 off, but she got
Super
down
cold.
the course. She was close to making it happen.
4.5 there at 28. So was that the 4 skiers? Was that all 4?
That was it.
So the one at 35 was the smart play and
Yeah,
got
Amanda standing up at 1.
and got that 5th place medal.
That's right.
Yeah, very cool.
So very cool. This whole here we go. In 5th. Thank you. In 5th is actually Amanda Lutschwager Rose. Then in 4th, Savannah Lutz with 4.5 at 32 off. 3rd, Sarah Schweihofer with 1.5 at 35 off. In 2nd, setting that lead early, holding it for a long time, Taylor Grathwell, 3 at 35 off. Your top seed, holding the pressure, wearing the weight of top seed, Kelly Breeden, your 2021 Women's 1 U.S. National Champion with 5 at 35 off. Congratulations, all you top 5 Women 1 competitors.
Yeah, great skiing, girls. It's been fun to watch, and thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It was good.
You're most certainly welcome, and you're welcome to stay. We got one more event.
I wish I could. I got to go.
You can.
I have to go. I got to go. I have a meeting with Goode.
All right.
So
I
gotta run.
appreciate it. You got any sponsors you want to shout out for?
Yeah, shout out to Goode and Masterline for sure. Those two are always supporting me, as well as H2O Pro Shop and Winning Mindset as well. Are we? Is it only these two?
Yep.
Okay, I'll stay.
I
For,
told
you know
you.
what?
I told you could.
Here's the thing. Shannon is one of my clients, and then Trish is one of my good friends. So I would like to stay.
So it's not the fact that you want to hang with me.
I do have to go.
You want the front row seat.
Yeah, I have to watch them anyway. So I can't leave now, so I will push my meeting out. It'll only be about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Do we have a boat
Maybe.
change? Changing boat. Oh, they got the boat
You'll
there.
be all
though.
right.
We're okay. All right, I'll stay.
You just tell them you were down with the Waterski Broadcasting Company, live worldwide on the webcast, pushing their products.
Yeah. I'll stay for these two.
10-4.
You know, it's Masters women is a cool division. We need to get more. Oh, we're on commercial. We need to get more people in Masters women.
Yeah. So if you could.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
I wonder if that will be enough to take the lead away from Dorian Llewellyn, who is still in the lead with a 223-foot jump.
Welcome back to Water's Edge Estates, Wilmington, Illinois. I've talked Chelsea Mills into staying with me for our final event here on the Lake One Slalom. We're going to be bringing you coverage of the Masters Women's Slalom event. And these are two women that Chelsea's familiar with. And Chelsea, there's a difference here. This is called the Masters Women's Division. They're somewhere in between the standard age division and the pro division.
Right, yeah, there's a qualifying score to be able to ski Masters Women. It's something at 35 off. You can't just enter Masters Women just because you want to. You have to be a certain caliber of skier, and you have to ski 34 miles an hour. But that was a good-looking pass from Shannon. I liked that 22 off. Strong and confident.
It would be interesting to know what her actual age division would be if she wasn't in this Masters Women.
So Shannon, I think she would be actually Women 5. So she would be a 32 mile an hour skier.
Maybe that's why she's here.
that's why she's skiing Masters Women.
Yeah, because she doesn't
Because-
necessarily care for 32. She would
Right.
rather ski 34.
She wants to ski. Her goal, I know her goal, is to run 35 off at 34.
Here today?
Absolutely.
At 34.
At 34.
Well, I mean, you had crappy conditions, but have any conditions now? Do you think this is a pretty reasonable site to be able to slalom at?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's possible to ski really well here. I wish I could tell you what it felt like when it was like this, but I don't know. Come on, Shannon.
All right,
That looked
28
good.
off
One
here.
ball. She's in great control. Nice tight line here. Little high handle there, but she's fine. Nice turn at 4. I really liked 5 and an easy 28 there. That was good.
So Shannon Strickland, our first of 2 in this Masters Women's Slalom event. Once we get through these 2, we're going to be done on the slalom lake for the day. Until the Morley U.S. Open fires up, and that's going to be at 5 p.m. Actually, opening ceremonies are at 4:30. They've got a marching band.
And that is why he's the greatest of all time. Freddy Krueger jumps
So,
So Shannon lives in Seattle.
really?
Really not the easiest place to train.
No.
Right? For the most of the year. But she's gotten herself to a really great level here. Just, being able to train, and she trains in all sorts of conditions. She's probably one of the toughest because she's training in it's 50 degrees and they've got buckets of hot water going, and I hear all about it. They train in the rain all the time. So she's tough as nails.
Yeah, I live in Illinois, but I'm not much on the cold stuff, especially cold skiing.
Here we go, 32 off. Come on, Shan. Oh, shoot.
Slack rope, she was stood up there around 2. We'll have to see.
You know what's odd is their first 2 passes looked so good.
Yeah. Maybe she just got off kilter on
Yeah.
a pull-out or missed
I'm not
some timing
sure.
or something.
We'll have to look at the replay here. I'm not exactly sure what happened because she was looking really strong, I thought, in the first 2 passes.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, I want to see this replay. If they'll show it to us.
Unfortunately, we're not going to have a replay.
Okay.
But we know Shannon Strickland, she got 2 at 32 off. And on the dock is Patricia Burt. I've got to think that 2 at 32 off is going to be something relatively easy for her.
Yeah, Trish is skiing great right now. I think she's skiing the best she ever has in her life right now.
Yeah.
So, Trish is a good friend of mine. She trains down with Chet Rayleigh, who's a fantastic ski coach. If you ever get a chance to go ski with Chet, he is so inspirational. A lot of fun. But, yeah, Trish is, I know she's just started running some 38s. So, anything can happen on any given day, but I know she's skiing better than ever right now. So let's see what Trish can do today.
All right, can you give me an idea age division that Trish would be in?
Trish would be still for sure going 34 miles an hour, so she would probably be like a women 4. She's either women's 3 or 4. I think she's 48 maybe.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
So she's going to be coming out at 22 off, exactly what Shannon started at.
48 looks like 35.
You had to throw that little protection in.
No, really though, she really does. So 22 off for Trish Burt coming in.
Oh my, here we go. Tricia Burt opening pass 22 off, making her way down the lake, doing what she needed to do by running that opening pass here in this Masters Women event. In the background, I don't know if you can hear all the commotion, but Freddie Krueger's on there, and he just unleashed one in this open man event.
That was a good-looking opener for Trish, nice and strong. So she'll be coming back at 28 off with a slight headwind breeze, but not much.
So stick with this. This is our last slalom skier of the day. Don't go anywhere quite yet. And then we're going to have a break and eagerly anticipating the upcoming U.S. Open, sponsored by Morley Dress Company, your wedding dress manufacturer out in New York, shipping dresses worldwide. So this is 28 off, pass number 2, 14.25, slight headwind, must make pass for Trisha Burt.
This is looking good. She's strong and stacked here. I'm liking the way this looks for Trish. Really nice and in control. Good core.
So yeah, 28 off right there. Trisha Burt, she's also carving with a good.
Yeah. Both of these ladies are on goods. And I think Goode is the most popular 34-mile-an-hour ski out there.
Definitely see a lot of them in every division, men, women, every age category. Good products. Definitely one of the better slalom skis out there on the market.
It really is. It's so forgiving, and just the new carbon core sits a little bit deeper in the water. I actually think the carbon core is a little bit better for wind skiing. So it has its advantages. And Trish is on one of the new carbon core I know she's on an XTR. She rides a 66-inch ski, or it's called a 66. I think it actually measures 65 3/4, but it's like the perfect size for a lot of women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So I know they used to go like 65 and a half, call it 66.
Right.
65 3/4 though.
So here we go. Needs more than 2 to win Masters Women.
That's right, but she may have in her mindset to go ahead and run it.
Little high handle there, but that was probably just a little bit of tentativeness, and she's gonna run this pass.
All the way through 32 off.
Nice, Trish. That was
That's
good.
your champion here in the Masters Women event. But you know what? Maybe she sat and watched Women Won and saw what Women Won and put that as a goal in her own mind that, you know, as the mark to beat, and then come back in and go up to those younger ladies and say,
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
So we'll see here.
But Trish has the ability to run a lot more buoys here, so let's see what happens. Now it's just fun.
Yeah.
You know?
Putting the icing on the cake.
Yeah, let's see, you know, like now it's like, all right, let's run a PB at Nationals. Why not?
Yeah, and the
Good
wind
conditions.
is back up a little bit, but I think it's really almost a quite perfect headwind for her to be coming in at 35
I agree,
off.
yeah. Good headwind 35 here. Maybe delay the pullout just a touch, maybe a little bit more aggressive, but Trish is more than capable of running this pass, so let's see what happens.
Sounds good. They've got her up on the water, Chelsea. She's going around the OJ Prop Island. She's at the south end of the lake. That boat's coming northbound. She's at 35 off. She's your national champion in this Masters Women, but let's see how she handles this 35 off headwind.
Oh, that was a high handle at 1. Let's see what happens. Come on, Trish. Turn. There you go.
Oh, high handle again.
4. Okay, that's a legit score.
Absolutely. Getting past halfway point at 35 off with 4 at 35 off. Your champion here in the Masters Women event, Trisha Burt.
Yes,
winning.
Congrats to Trish. I don't know that she's ever won Masters Women before, so I think that is a huge win for her. Awesome.
So second place there, Shannon Strickland. Chelsea Mills, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so
can
much.
You can come back. We're back here tomorrow.
You know what? I'm road tripping. We have a clinic in Nebraska tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With
Traveling with Chris and Jen LaPointe. So I'm just kind of traveling with them. I'm not doing the clinic. We're like demoing LaPointe skis, and I'm not really part of that, but they're my coaches.
Cool.
So, and then we're going to head out to Seattle and do Hilltop, and then California. So quite a road trip coming up.
Well, I wish you the best. Good luck in the rest of the Pro Tour.
Thank you.
I hope you can retain where you're at, if not improve.
Thank you.
And it's impressive that you've just been skiing as long as you have. And I think through this broadcast, you probably opened up yourself to some new fans to start following you. Do you have a Instagram or anything like that people could follow
I do.
you?
I have Chell Tennis Ski is Chell, and then the word tennis, and then K-I. I was a tennis player in college, so that's why the tennis is in there. Or you can find me on Facebook, Chelsea Mills. If you're interested in winning mindset, shoot me a message on Facebook or Instagram, or send me an email. It's the same thing, chelltennisski@gmail.com. And I'd love to connect with you, or if you know somebody that you think would be interested in the Winning Mindset program, I feel free to pass my information along. I'd love to chat.
Sounds great. Again, we appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. Chelsea Mills for sitting in with us. That's going to wrap us up for the U.S. National portion. On Friday here, we're coming back at 5 o'clock to bring you the coverage of the Morley U.S. Open International Championship. We're clocking out till then. Come back and see us at 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
Denali. No hype, just science.